It's automatically on now. Wow. Didn't have to do it. What's good, y'all? What's good? I'm just fixing my camera as usual. That's how I gotta start it. What's the deal, Mar? Or Mark Khan, what's the deal, man? Shoot. I know it's early in the morning. This is where the people start, so I just changed my schedule up a little bit, man. Hit them likes and share for me, man. Start the topic in a minute. I just gotta get my backup in here real quick. I gotta share some stuff too. I gotta share. Let's see. Who am I missing? I don't know who up. I'm just gonna send the invites. There we go. What's the deal, Cat? Cat in the building. Let's get it. Got 10 views in here, man. If y'all could share, hit the likes real quick for me. We're about to start the topic in a minute. I'll start the topics like when I get to 1,000 likes. Start the topic real quick. I'm gonna bring my back up and help y'all. You know, try to get the fresh brain. Got me some sleep. Start early in the morning. I'm starting to try to change it up a little bit. I don't know about next week. What the heck? Let's try to start next week. I don't know if I'm working the weekend, so I'll be getting on early Saturday then. Let me see. Or early Sunday, early Sunday. I'm good. How you feeling, man? Good. Good morning, Fave in the building. If y'all not follow Dazzle D, because you know when I'm not in here, I'm being there. It's my co-host. We on the same mission, man. Different routes, but the same mission. You know, we trying to make betterment of the world. You know, I spit all in the mic and stuff. How you feeling, Amar? Fluffy, what's up? What's up, man? Let me turn this echo down. I don't know if everybody's feeling this echo this early in the morning. Is it too high? Okay. Man, too high. All right. Put a tiny echo. There you go. We good. So, all right. As soon as I get to 1,000 likes, I'm gonna start to. Hold up. I still ain't. I'm trying to bring my. Get distracted. All right, here we go. I'm back up in here. But how y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling this morning, man? I'm feeling real energized now. I didn't switch my schedule up, and I should have had a fresh brain now. But y'all, yeah, if y'all can share to some people real quick, share to some people and hit them likes, tap them likes for me. Tap them. I'm almost at 1,000 though. Let's see something real quick. Alright, I guess I'll start the topic now. Man, it's crazy because I was in the middle of doing this topic. I thought about another good one I could do, and I'm like, man, I wanted to do it today, but I'll do it another day though. I got time, man. But here, I got to piece them off, man. That's how you overwhelm yourself. You know, you think about too much at one time. I'm like, man, I can do this. Don't know how to act when I get a fresh morning start and all that, man. You at 1K start time, ain't go fairy. I got you, man. But all right, as we see the topic. Oh, don't I gotta start off with my intro, right? All right. Let's see if we know about heart. All right, man. I forgot how I was even gonna start my intro with the name, but whatever, man. All right. See that I'm too goofy for this stuff. All right, man. This is how they supposed to go again. All right, the name is Laugh Along Kev, man. I'm not here to protect you from your little feelings because we all need some healing. I'm here to protect you from long-term misery so it can be left back in history. There we go. But I'm going to do a little more sweeter, though. Look, I got a soundboard going away. That's what I was ordering last night. So we going to make it. It's going to seem a little bit less lamer, when I say, because it's going to be like, we're going to do some sweet stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to make something happen, though. But, all right, to the topic. It's our own stubbornness that hold us back. Yeah, that got a lot to do with ego and all that stuff. But yeah, majority of the time, that causes us not to listen a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the first things we need to do before we do anything is listen. But people don't want to do that because everybody think they're great. You know what I'm saying? Everybody feel like they can, especially as an adult. First as a teenager that feel like that, but then when they turn 18, because I experienced that, I can't wait till I turn 18. I can do, you know what I'm saying? Even kids be thinking like when they get to us, you can't tell me, even though they got to get whooped or something like that, so they get put in their place or whatever. But when they hit that 18 marker, that's really be it. You know what I'm saying? That's when the listening stop and the talking start happening more. So, that's why, a lot of people make mistakes and all that stuff. And then they, when they make their mistakes after they don't, they don't want to listen. And then they make their mistakes. They look at it as like this. That's when they start playing that blame game. It turns to that after that. Because ain't no way it could be me. You know what I'm saying? Even though it was you that they told, the person was talking to all that whole entire time. But yes, when they get to a certain age, before then, Kev, I don't know what I read, but majority of the time, when you get to a certain age, that's when your listening just dies down. You know what I'm saying? Because that's when stubbornness come up. Oh yeah, before 18, that's what I was saying. Like kids, like once they get to a certain, you can't tell them nothing either. But when they really hit 18, as in like legalized, you know what I'm saying? When they know they like, oh no, I'm grown. That's when they really like, I get to do what I want and I'm making my decision because I'm grown. You know what I'm saying? They got that to stand on most of the time. So when they got that title stamped, like I said, that's when the listening just stop. You ain't hearing nothing. You think you the smartest of them all, and then don't start going to college. You get you a degree. That's another stamp. You like, you really ain't telling me nothing now. But the thing is like, we don't realize when we do that stuff, which I tell everybody, that we limit ourselves at the end of the day. When we tell ourselves we this, whatever, or we believe, make our mind or believe our mind to be whatever this is, we stop ourselves from being something else. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always suggest to people, it's not that simple just to tell somebody to be open-minded, but you got to figure out what that really is. You know what I'm saying? I think the world is bigger than what we trying to put it out, or all this research that we do. You know what I'm saying? We do research, we do, even all the stuff that we experience and stuff. I think it's bigger than what it really is. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people that, I just don't stand on, whatever I believe in, because I know it's more that I can believe in. You know what I'm saying? So I just try to, make the best out of life, or what betters me or whatever. But when we can't sit there and try to listen to what somebody's saying or listen to suggestions and stuff, and we feel our way is the best way, we're closing doors, and we gonna be stuck at what we feel like we are. You know what I'm saying? Which I feel like we're more than what our mind can ever put us. I feel like that's what it is. Because like as I learn, as I get older, and as my mind, and I start learning people, I realize that we're more powerful than what we think we are. You know what I'm saying? The brain's well powerful. I think it's even deeper within the brain, for real. I be feeling like our spirit is what hold a lot of but that's just a belief. I feel like our spirit holds a lot of information too, besides just our brain. Because I be like, man, how do the brain remember so much if I think so hard? I be thinking about some stuff for real. Like, man, how the heck? If I could think real hard back in the day when I came out, I could probably think about the first bottle I was drinking or something like that. I don't know. It's crazy how the brain works. That's why I feel like it's deeper than the brain. I think it's like a spirit thing, but that's just me. It's just me thinking on that. But like when you can't just sit there and take the time to listen, or you're quick to reject somebody's way of thinking real fast. I'm just saying, you could do it though. Like, if it sounds crazy, but I'm just saying, if you don't take the time to try to understand what somebody's saying, like, you limited yourself and you stuck in your own little box, you know. So that stubbornness is a big part of our is stopping our growth. You know, it's stopping us from making the next move for real. You know, that can do that. Like, once, all right, say like we talking about somebody make a business suggestion or something like that, and you like, nah, I'm good. You know, I'm good, man. I'm good where I'm at. You know, this is smooth. I know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? That's the main people that I know what I'm doing. But, you know, when you just stuck in that and then you can't take a suggestion, or you can't, you know, sometimes it's about taking a risk. Taking a risk sometimes help you grow too. You know, it helps you move on. Actually taking risks, or, you know, chances and stuff in life, that's the only way to, you know, move up. You got to, you know, that's in everything, because we don't know. Everything we do, every suggestion and choice we make is not guaranteed. It's not always guaranteed, but you have to take that gamble to move forward no matter what. Because otherwise, it's just gonna get forced anyways. It's gonna either get forced for the worse, or it's gonna be forced for the good, or whatever. Because sometimes, like, when we tell ourselves that, nah, I'm stuck at this, then like failure gonna happen either way. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna happen when you try, because you want to stick in. It's like, I'm trying to think how I'm trying to put it, but basically, like, something gonna get removed. You know, it's gonna get removed out your life no matter what. Entrepreneurs are a stubborn sort. In a way, they can have that ways though. Like, but I mean, some stuff I could get. Like, you gotta, like, I look at it if it don't broke, don't fix it type, you know, situation or whatever. Yeah, you probably don't want to mess up something, because some people be overthinking or greedy with their thinking of growth and all that stuff. So, you know, they can mess that up sometimes, because you do want to sometimes, you know, stick with certain happy Saturday. The Kenny Pop, she came with the number 2, came in here with the backup. I didn't even know she had a backup. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know it's too much sometimes. It can be too much sometimes in that NFL, because you're doing too much. But I would say just be smart with, you know, but you can have multiple choices, or, you know, choices or whatever. You, like I said, don't be stuck, but just be smart with it. You ain't got to be like, oh, I got to do this and that and all that stuff, and try to do all that at one time. You just got to just you know, be patient with it, and do it when you feel like you can do it or whatever. But some stuff, yeah, I can understand. Like, nah, I gotta stick with this. I don't want to mess up what's going. I mean, that's good on that end, though. You know what I'm saying? But still, if you still trying to do some type of growth, you know, you got to make some type of sacrifice. That's just in general, though. But just do it the smart way. And like I said, that stubbornness, that means you're not listening. That's my whole point on that, though. That's with like I said, that could be with I think I was talking about, like we just talking about with businesses, and it could be in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff could be. That's the main things. All that stuff could be the same thing. Because that you don't want to listen to your partner and stuff. Like, when you got your way, they, you know, she got her way, he got her way, and all that stuff. Y'all don't want to listen to each other, because y'all feel your way is the way. You know what I'm saying? So that's why your relationship will not grow. I've been called stubborn. I just don't get it. Well, if you say that, I would waver, and that's why I had a live about that though. Like, I do listen to every last person or what they say, and I start, that's the word, reevaluating my life. I start thinking on that, and it depends on how many people are saying. If it's multiple people saying it, and you the one that's rejecting it every time, like, nah, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. If it's multiple, no, I think it's about that time, because it's something that somebody's seeing you. You know what I'm saying? That you haven't addressed, and you just got to think on what possible actions you doing or whatever to make you seem to be stubborn. Because, you know what I'm saying, but if that stubbornness is causing you to lose friends or something like that, I think it's something you'll have to adjust. Because there's no way that, you know, that you're losing people in the process of being stubborn or something like that. But I would just say that sometimes it can be a hater type thing, but you could be able to make that adjustment though. But it's no way that if it's like your family telling you the same thing and your friends saying that you're stubborn, all that stuff, I think it's about that time to start looking at yourself, looking in that mirror and thinking about what you're doing. And then this another thing. Even if you feel what you're doing is not right or wrong or something like that, you think about it that if you did whatever actions you're doing, if you did that to yourself, how would you feel? You know what I'm saying? That's how I always look at stuff. So it just depends. Like I said, some people are hating. You know what I'm saying? Some people, but it just you could. I mean, a lot of us is smart enough to think on that. It's just we gotta always realize it ain't. I mean, I understand that we live in a world for ourselves, but then again, our image play a lot to it. It depends on how people's going to treat us too. And I know none of us want to be treated wrong. None of us want that. Also, gotta evaluate how your dreams align with their feelings. Yeah, so yeah, that's in that case, and you will have to prioritize your dreams versus somebody else. Like you know your path, and you know that's what comes with it. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like you gotta hurt feelings in the process, I mean that's the sacrifice you take. So you gotta pick, somebody else's feelings versus your dream or something like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's what comes with it. That's what comes with it. So you make that choice. You can't be shocked off what is happening to you because you don't like your journey of what you choose to do. That's what comes with it. If you want to go through, like some people got to step on people's toes to get to what they want to go to. That's what they set themselves up to be, and that's their image they're going to be. Anybody do anything for growth or money or, people do anything for it nowadays. But some people actually care about people. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on what you prioritize and what what's most important. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the time we can't get everything we want. It just don't work like that. It don't work like that. We just gotta be like, that's why we talk about balance. You gotta balance sometimes. We all talk about that all the time, and we're aware of that. It's just like I said, it's what's most important in your life. Whatever fits your life or better your life, that's why I'll say just go for it. You know what I'm saying? But me myself, that's why I said that would determine if you're more of a selfish person or a selfless person or whatever. And I mean, I guess it's okay on both ends because at the end of the day, we live in our own life. But like I said, we can't be shocked at the outcome of who we lose in the process or what we're gaining out of it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the choice we made. So what if you listen, think about it, but not execute it? Okay, that's okay. You know what I'm saying? As long as you listen and try to understand. Some people just listen real quick and not trying to. That's why I say you gotta listen, but you gotta still try to understand what they're saying or whatever. But that's up to you. You know what I'm saying? If it's not. If you feel that they gonna better your situation or help your growth, then you don't have to do it. And you respectfully like, oh, I got it. You know what I'm saying? What I'm doing is smooth and good idea. You know what I'm saying? I might try it in the future or something like that. So that's okay. I always try to put myself in other shoes if the shoe was on the other foot. Yeah, most definitely. And that's what people need to think about. Like I said, if people want to come in the process of they pick themselves over everybody else, you know what I'm saying? Think about if your child did the same thing to you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I go deep with it. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Would you like your child to do that to you, or would you like your loved one to do that to you? I can get you saying, like, I get a lot of people, like, I don't care for people or something like that, but I put everybody in the same group. I try to treat everybody the same way, even though you might not get the same back. Or why you don't have to change your character because of, how others is. Because if you're originally that type of person, you know what I'm saying, you don't have to be fake, or you don't have to go to somebody's level to meet their way. Be your person. If you can't handle them, don't be around them. You know what I'm saying? If you say you the so-called person, but some people acting like I'm really I'm a cool laid back person, but how you cool laid back, but you get in trouble with everybody? Like that's weird. I don't know, but If we align with our needs and wants, most definitely, yeah, you just gotta align with it. I mean, what if you're not agreeing and have good reasons for it? Yeah, you mean they listen only to answer? Yeah, you could be able to tell about that. You could tell about that, cause like you know how you could do that to tell if somebody's listening to answer. Like you could ask them a question like, so what did you get out of it? You asked them like, so I suggested this to you. I made the suggestion to you or advised you on this. What did you get out of what I was saying? If they can't really tell you a straight answer, that means they already got something. And a lot of times, a lot of people just got a lot of stuff in their mind. They already done wrote it off in their mind already. So they just hearing you and like, oh, okay, I feel you, or you know what I'm saying, like that. But if you ask them a question like, all right, what did I mean by what I said or whatever, so you can see, so I know we still on the same page. They can't give you a straight answer. They were just trying to respond. They were just trying to get their point across, or they was just, they already, like I said, they wrote it off in their mind already. So that's how you would know in that situation. Yeah, I don't have a turn on, turn off switch. Right, exactly. But I mean, a lot of us, and I can't say that. A lot of us have that. It's just if it do happen like that, you got to put it in check, because it do take people to it take people to do some type of change within themselves to be like that, because there's a lot of people that do have turn on and turn off switches, because life with a lot of people, they trying to impress people, or they trying to do some stuff. You got to get out of character, or they call it adapt. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on what you're turning off or turning on. Your turn on switch is depending on whatever area you at, or whatever type of environment you at. So everybody has that ability for a turn on, turn off switch, but it depends on what you're doing it for, But I can't say that I'm always this care, but everybody is capable of doing both, like positive and negative. So it's just how you being aware of it, and how in control you have it. That's what it is. So thanks for the follow, guys. If y'all come in here, I need y'all to hit them likes and share to some more people and stuff. I'm trying to be on here for a few hours. I get on early now, because I know this way y'all want to wake and bake. You know what I'm saying? Till what happened? What they follow me and then got booted. Uh, that's why I always use my imaginations when others speak, to see if where they are coming from. Most definitely, yeah. That's what you got to do. And you got that too, for sure. You got to imagine how that's gonna play out sometimes, and that's least trying to understand. That's a good thing, though. So that's you least trying to understand. Yeah, I got you soon, Mimi. I ain't bringing people up yet. You already know how I do. I got to talk for. I got to get my stuff out, then I bring people up. What's the deal? What's the deal? Enemy, and I don't know. Anonymous, enemy. I'm scared. Too early for this. Not the wake and bake. Not too much on wake and bake. But yeah, man. We let our stubbornness stop everything. Definitely up with the wake and bake. Oh, she feeling poppish. Kenny feeling poppish. Okay. Oh shoot. But yeah, I got a soundboard coming in soon. I'm gonna make this stuff interesting, man. I'm I'm investing in a lot of stuff, man. With the little money I get and stuff, I'm gonna make some stuff happen, man. Trying to get in this stuff for sure. Yeah. Put yours down too, Faye. But yeah, if y'all didn't follow my YouTube down there. Co-host got it down there in the box. Go ahead and follow my YouTube. If y'all don't feel like typing it in, you can go just click on my page and just click the YouTube icon. You can follow it from there. I'm trying to just get my followers up on there, because I'm gonna start going live on there soon. They probably go on there in there, because I probably have two phones. I'll be going live on TikTok and YouTube, because I really want my YouTube to expand. That's like my primary thing I'm trying to get to. My what? Sorry. I don't know what that means. I think some stubbornness is fear. Hmm. That could I could feel that though. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is because I think what I was mentioning before because some people they be stubborn because they're scared to take a risk, and which I was explaining earlier that you got to take a risk sometimes for growth. A lot of times for growth, you got to make some type of risk or whatever, or some type of yeah, some type of risk, man. It's like when you want to get stuck at a job, you get comfortable and you scared to. Because I had that one time. I had a friend that had to get me out of there though. I was like, man, I ain't gonna be able to pay my bills. I'm not gonna be able to do all this stuff or whatever. I've been stuck here. I don't want to. It was my first job though. I didn't know how to act. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I don't know, but I just had to. I put in some information, some applications and stuff. I had to make a risk. You know what I'm saying? I look at it this way that if we don't take no risk sometimes I look at it that we don't have full control out of, a lot of other stuff that we put ourselves in, like especially like jobs or relationships or whatever. We could do our part. So I look at it that things gonna happen. It's just, up to us to try to make the next move or whatever. We can't be scared to move forward. So I look at it like, all right, what if I got fired from there? You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here talking about I don't want to leave, I don't leave, but what if I got fired? You're gonna still have to move forward anyways. You're gonna have to find. So I look at it like you gotta take a risk. You know what I'm saying? Because you're taking a risk even being at that job because you have any moment, especially if you don't own nothing, you're gonna get fired. So might as well take a risk and try to move to something. If you find something better, get to moving. If you're not comfortable where you at, move up forward. But like I say, even with I could say comfortable it could be a bad thing too, because you could be comfortable in the situation, but it's not going away, or it's not going getting better than what you feel like it's already good, because it can't get better, and you just get comfortable where it's at instead of trying to better, because some people get comfortable with negativeness. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm comfortable with arguing with this person every day, every now and then. You know what I'm saying? They get comfortable for the wrong stuff, which gets dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that get dangerous. They get comfortable at a low paying job sometimes. You struggle to get your bills, but you don't feel like going to see it staying stagnant, right? So I could say that works both ways with that comfortability though, but even that, you can't be stubborn in none of those situations. I always say always got to put in work and everything. You always got to, like I said, you got to take some type of uh, risk and everything. Like even with advice or whatever, it's either gonna work or not. But if it sounds like a good idea, or if it's a high chance of working, why not try it? You know what I'm saying? As long as you got a backup plan or something like that, you don't have to go all out. You know what I'm saying? You just try it. Everybody got one brain and stuff. Everybody don't think about, don't got the, we can think about a lot, but some people's, other people's suggestion or way of thinking can actually help too. You know what I'm saying? Everybody need everybody sometimes. A lot of times, most of the time, most of the time we do. But think I started letting people up, man. If y'all want to come up, start letting y'all up. I got some hours. I might have to take a little break though, not a break like that, but grab some stuff real quick. Oh yeah, I think Mimi was in there. Who was gonna hop in the box? I keep tapping, man. I should have bought 1,000 a long time ago.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How you
Yeah,
feeling?
I was holding on to that fear thing,
Yeah.
but you weren't letting us up, so I said I'm gonna go ahead on and just put it out there.
Yeah.
But you know
Oh.
me, I got to go to the one spot this morning, so
Oh,
I'm getting
okay.
ready for work. But yeah, I just wanted to come in and put in my tidbit. And I always got a story.
What's that? Go ahead. Let's see. We about to call it Mimi Stories. You gotta have you a new name. Be
But
interested too.
it's pertaining to, like, I got this. I told you I got, it's my cousin friend, longtime friend. He calls
Mm.
me last night and says he got into it with his baby mom,
Yeah.
and they were discussing their son. Like, he was saying that his son doesn't, since he gotten older, he don't listen to him.
Yeah. Keep tapping,
And
y'all. Keep tapping, man. I see them fingers down there
and
getting lazy around there. Tapping and hit the box if y'all trying to hit the box. You go ahead, Mimi.
so he said she was saying that, you know, a lot of kids don't listen. You know what I mean? That's just he at that age, and he couldn't understand because he didn't have that type of guidance. He didn't have an adult to steer him in a positive direction.
Yeah.
So he couldn't understand the fact that his son is kind of pushing back, at every turn. Long story short, she goes and says that's you had to have somebody, that showed you the way and this and that and the third. And they ended up in an argument because he said, well, I went to explain it to her and she kept talking. He was like, to the point where I was singing, I'm still talking, and she still was talking. He was like, I just got mad and hung up on her. So I'm like, okay, Terrence. Sometimes you gotta give people space to talk. I understand he got a problem with women and women over talking him, or he thinks women are too emotional, so he
Mm.
automatically shuts down when he hears that. But I try to get him to understand we as women sometimes talk all around the subject in order to get there. I said sometimes he feels this way about every woman because he said sometimes I do it too. But I can slow down and say, you know what, you're right. I'm listening. Okay.
Yeah.
But he's like, she don't hear anything. She just keep going. And it makes him so angry. But I think it's out of fear. And he even admitted it himself that, his last relationship he was in, it was kind of verbally abusive. So that's a trigger for him.
Yeah.
And I say that to say he just real stubborn and kind of don't want to budge on that. And he feel like it's every woman, which I think is very unfair. Um, and that stubbornness, I think is gonna, in my opinion, is gonna cause
That's
him
more
to
of an insecurity.
not be with somebody. And it's a fear. Every
Yeah.
woman is not like that. Just because she's giving you her opinion or her feeling about something, that doesn't mean she attacking you. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But he automatically sees it that way. But he even went so far as to say, well, if I'm making the money, if I'm providing for you, if I'm doing all this, then you should listen to me. To a degree. See, that's where me and him bump heads at because he expects that word submission just because he is the breadwinner. He makes the most money in the situation. But you still got to be a good person. That's why I say
Yeah,
sometimes
you
it
do.
just doesn't. It doesn't add up. If you dismissing her, you're not opening up a space for her to even want to be submissive to you. So it's like I'm getting off the subject, but that stubbornness sometimes can lead you to be by yourself
Yeah, it
in
can. And a lot of
relationships.
people doing that now.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to try to be fair, even within their standards. They just don't even try to be fair on that, or they have a high expectation of other people. You know what I'm saying? Say like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. Some stuff you gotta waver. It just depend on if it's a want you wavering or a need. Cause some stuff you gotta stand 10 toes, especially if it's a need or something like that. Cause me myself, I'm not wavering nothing dealing with a high chance of not gonna say disturbing my peace or just destroying my peace or causing chaos. You know what I'm saying? So I already said I mentioned before that that's one of my main things that I I prioritize is my peace over everything, and then I let everything else, fall. Because if I see you like if you a problem type person, or if you a, you know what I'm saying, I try to avoid stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that stuff I'm not wavering. Now stuff like I put it like this. This one I waver like because I say I prefer in dating. I prefer a chick with no kids, something like that. But I can waver that. Like I said, depending on how good we connect with each other, I can waver that. I wouldn't prefer it because usually a lot of times it might come with some type of problem. I won't say all, you know what I'm saying? I won't say all, but it comes with something, a lot, especially when, they don't, she no longer with the baby daddy, of course, and all that. Usually come with, or the baby daddy gonna have problems with them, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. But sometimes you gotta take a risk. Like it depends on how that situation got handled and stuff. So that's why I say that's something I can try to be fair on, but I'm just not looking on it. So it's just, some stuff you can waiver, some people, some stuff you can't. You gotta stand 10 toes. But some people be standing 10 toes on there once or something like that. Or, they man, nah, you got to have this amount of money or something like that, or you
Yeah,
got to do everything I say or something like. Nah, that stuff you
yeah,
got to waiver that because it don't work like that.
yeah. And his biggest thing, he calls it respect. He gave a scenario trying to explain his thought process to me. So he said, let's say we were out somewhere, we dating, and I just say to you, let's go. And you
Hmm.
need to get your stuff and go. Let's go. And if you don't move or you question me, he feel like that's disrespectful. And I said, okay, I get that. But at the same time, if it was me personally, if we're out somewhere in the public and you tell me let's go, 9 times out of 10, I seen it too. So I'm going. Well, I'm gonna follow you. But he said, I guess the women that he deal with would question why we gotta go. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think sometimes he put these scenarios in a box, and then he won't just answer a certain way, and that's not the reality of it. Because her reality is not gonna be my reality, just like his isn't. So I think that the biggest thing for relationships is having that understanding and understanding everybody don't have the same thought process. But I think where we
Yep.
is
That's what I tell people.
is not being able to understand and respect someone else's boundaries. And
Yep.
they say, and sometimes it takes work. I mean, especially with us women in the interrupting thing, and once we triggered that, our mouths start to go. Sometimes you got to just give us that space to get it out, because when you stop us, it pulls us back. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody.
But don't you think that's like a two-way thing or
Yeah,
whatever?
absolutely.
Because like, how about that? How about because it ain't always just one side. Like you got to keep listening because sometimes you got to have that in control too on the other end. Like
Yeah,
if you have a problem with running your mouth so much or something like that, that was something that you gotta, you know, that's two things. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes yes, it's good to express sometimes, but sometimes it's a lot for another person to handle at the same time, especially if they're just hearing it all the time and you're not doing nothing to try to prevent from being that way. Like you always run into some type of situation where you always have to always, but this, and that. And nobody want to hear that all day, low key. They don't want to do that. But it's just like if that's a daily thing, that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? That's really a problem. Nobody, no way somebody should be complaining or talk about something every day. Like, that's this happened.
yeah.
No girl that did this and all that stuff. No, nobody really want it. That really gets that gets to a person. I'm gonna put it that way. That's like if another person was doing that to, you know what I'm saying? It's on if they did that to you all day, like, man, I'm tired of this or that. Nobody want to hear all that all day. So I would say that it just depends on that. That's case by case though.
I just broke my belt. Oh, it sucks to be me.
Who else up in here, man?
Oh,
I gotta run in the bathroom real quick. Trying to see who trying to hop in the box real quick before I go to the bathroom.
somebody me watch Kev go.
So like 9 people in here. I'm trying to type these likes real quick. Let's see. Okay. Connection failed. What? What happened?
I'm still here.
It was saying I was not accepted.
Hey, so good
It's
morning.
fairy tale. You trying to hop in the box too?
Good
Is Hobo
morning.
lying in here?
How are you,
White
love?
chocolate.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm
Fave
up.
is in the building.
I went to bed at like 11:30. I'm
Oh,
still tired.
yeah.
Still
Oh.
catching up with I'm still catching up from like all the other weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You said 11? What
Like
time?
11:30. No, I went to bed at like 11:30.
I think I went to bed like 11 something. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Let me see.
I last night and I ain't see nobody. I went to bed too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I went live for a little while. I got off live at like 10:15.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
I, I was
What's
asleep.
up? What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very
Good
chill.
morning,
All right.
everybody.
All right, y'all. Can I give you a quick second? I just got to run to the bathroom. I'll let y'all chit
Sure.
chat for a little bit.
Thank
understand.
you. How we doing this morning, ladies?
Yeah, tired.
Mm-hmm.
Get up.
Well, I don't. Am I the only one got to work today?
Mm.
No, I'm working. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm going to the boutique, so I'll be working a little bit.
I'm gonna be working at home today.
I'm jealous. See me tomorrow.
I'm working in my shop, but I'm working online at the same time. So,
Yeah, that's what I'm. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm trying to figure out how to do this e-commerce. It's not easy.
What you working on?
E-commerce, it's like a store that piggyback for other things.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, why does snow have to come? Nobody want to mess with this.
Huh?
It's snowing.
Oh, where?
I'm in Ohio, Cleveland.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm way down here in the dirty south.
2 days ago, it was 70 here.
Hmm. Yeah, it was like I don't know how hot it got today. I wasn't even paying attention.
Good morning.
It was hot, but it wasn't too cool either. Everybody else is getting the snow, but me.
who wants snow?
I do.
Really?
Yes, I miss the snow.
we
Uh, I
it'll be
think snow is only nice when you can stay inside.
I love playing in the snow. I like making snow cream. I like playing in the snow. I like making snow angels.
well.
I like fights.
It's been mild winter in comparison to the other ones.
The mild
Yeah, we have had a whole bunch of snow here this year.
one? I think we're gonna have a hard summer. A real hot summer.
Yeah, I can believe that. 'Cause this winter nothing was nothing.
Wow.
It's almost going by March, so it's over with.
Some places got more snow than they normally get, didn't they?
Hmm.
Yeah. Like Texas, they got a whole bunch of snow this year.
They must have got ours because we sure haven't gotten a lot. I don't know about Detroit, but I'm guessing they ain't too far, like 3 hours.
They don't that much, but they got some this year.
Yeah, I didn't. We hardly got
Me,
any.
get nothing.
It's scorching in Florida. Oh,
Right.
that's all right. I'll take some pictures for you.
Mm.
It ain't.
I got stuff. It's fake snow. You just put water in it and then it makes snow. I kind of threw that around a little bit. I said, nope, it ain't the same. There was no fun.
Well, as long as it makes you happy.
Yeah.
This
I'm gonna
is
get my blower is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just get me a one that makes snow, a snow maker. Yeah.
She said she never seen snow. I'm about to show it to you. You want to
Who's
see?
never snow?
Can I
Who,
turn my?
who's never seen the snow? I want to see.
You see?
How much did you get? No, you. Oh, it's so
Oh
pretty.
my goodness.
It's
Oh,
I feel so sorry for you.
I want
a lot of snow though.
send some snow. Away. Just send me some snow. I don't care. I'm
Well,
waiting.
I'm so
Iffy.
glad it's sunny over here finally.
Oh. Yeah.
I can't stand the cold.
Wait, Mississippi with no snow.
Yeah, this is a little light dusting. It ain't nothing. It ain't stopping the world. Don't too much nothing stop Cleveland from moving.
Mm.
that's
I
that's
like
definitely.
that they can get you so many followers and all this other stuff. But you got to keep sending them all kinds of gifts and stuff. And he said, "Well, I'm gonna send you 10,000 followers. I'm gonna send you 10,000 followers." I said, "Look, I ain't got no more money. I can't send you nothing." I done sent him two hand hearts and a damn a hat with a mustache. What more do he want? And I don't think he could understand that I had no more money. Yeah, I don't know what part of that he didn't understand. That's crazy. All they want is money. That's all it is. Because every gift you send them gives them money.
Yeah, I think that's the conversations now talking about the rank.
Yeah, I know. I ain't worried about the ranking. I ain't trying to get out there and get real famous and stuff.
See, that's not a fair statement, kid. Take this.
I'm not trying to get you famous.
No, no, no.
Shoot.
I'm saying that's not a fair topic because some of us don't even know what winter is.
What? Oh, the snow? Oh, that's a not fair topic. 'Cause I don't even get
Know
none.
what winter
10 years and don't get no snow. At least when I was in Texas, it would snow at least once a year.
is.
Maybe just a little bit, but it wouldn't stick for too long. It might stick for maybe a day and then it was gone.
Mhm.
Then I'm in Mississippi. It snowed one time. It lasted a day and it was gone. And I ain't seen none since. And that was about 6 years ago. Yeah. And I've been here for 10.
I think it was last New Year, not New Year's, but the New Year's before. Like,
Mm.
but the snow is like up to the bumper, and
Oh,
I had to
not,
we had to dig out of the driveway.
yeah.
Cause
Let me take you way back.
that's
Let me
supposed
take
to plow
you
didn't show.
way back to
You got
1981.
stuck in our driveway.
Yeah, let me take you way back to 1981. You remember how 1981 was?
In
We
'81,
got bad snow that year. It was like a blizzard that year, all over the place. Well, up in Virginia, we had a real bad blizzard, and it covered up the whole bottom half of the house. We were in a 2-story. We were at my Papa Baker's house for Christmas, and
or
it covered the whole bottom half of the house. The only way you could see outside is to
geez,
go up, look out the window. That's how much snow it had. I ain't seen snow like that since then.
oh, I don't recall that.
Oh, I do. We were stuck in the house for about a week.
Wow.
We
I'm
stayed for
sorry, ladies. I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm over here still trying to get myself together. I've been listening, but I'm not being rude. I'm just trying to still get together. How y'all doing?
we're good. Where'd our friend go? Did he just leave us? I think
He
he
went
abandoned.
he went to the restroom.
Oh,
I think he's taking a bath.
I know.
He
It's
just
like,
woke up. Hey, hey, Terry.
Hey, hon, how you doing?
Nobody likes winter.
I love winter. Now, sometimes it can get a bit. Now, back when I was a kid, sometimes it could get to be too cold. Sometimes that's what they make blankets and puppies for. Snuggle up to all your little puppies underneath the blanket. You get warm.
It's
Yeah,
too.
I don't do snow. I can't do it. Mm-mm. Can't do snow.
Yeah, that's what my man said. He can't do snow.
It's beautiful though. I like to look at it.
It's pretty.
That's
Yeah.
what I said. I love to see it when I'm inside next to the chimney,
Mm-hmm.
reading my book, having my thermos with tea.
Did
But don't tell me to go out there.
Well, see, down here in the south, if it snows just a little, I mean, just a flake in the air, you're gonna close down everything.
whole city, yeah.
They gonna close down the whole city, schools and everything.
When it
That's good.
snows over here in the Netherlands, they're panic. They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, my girlfriend, I know when she first moved to Charlotte, she's been down there over 10 years now. And she called me like, it's a little dust in the snow and they shut down the whole city.
Where at?
I can't believe
It's-
this.
You said in Charlotte,
Yeah.
North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
They shut down the whole city.
Well, no, yeah.
Oh, I thought Charlotte would be used to it.
Mm-mm. No, I don't know. That was 10 years ago. We have
Mm,
never had a conversation after that. But I know she don't like coming in the summertime. She think it's cold.
mm. I know she don't like them hurricanes, does she?
Like, y'all, let's take a couple of minutes while we waiting on Kev to come back. Let's just take a couple of minutes to tap the screen. Let's go ahead and try to get up to 10K by the time he come back.
I can't tap the screen. I'm eating chocolate.
Uh-oh. Well, for everybody whose
I,
hands are free, let's tap
She
the
was-
screen.
Are you eating bonbons?
No, I got this new product in house. I bought chocolate bars that were made and produced in Africa,
Uh huh.
and I'm trying them because I have to know what I sell to my customers.
Oh, well, I said 200. Oh, she said use our toes. Use your toes.
Thank you for the gift, Miss Finesse. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gifts. We appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah, my thumb getting tired, but I'm gonna keep tapping until you get. And I gotta get ready to get out of here and get on
Mark
the
the
road.
one,
road.
mark the go.
Oh, I think I hear the plow truck driver.
I think we.
We're 94, 95, 96. Oh shoot.
Yeah, I've been tapping away.
Gen 3.
Yeah,
Yay.
there he is. Are you back?
Oh yeah, I did a good job. I like that. There we go. I knew y'all could hold it down, man. Knew y'all could hold it down. Oh shoot.
While you was out taking a break, we was working. But I went ahead and did the Liberty because I was just curious what the actual definition of stubbornness is. So I looked it up,
Yeah.
and what it says is that stubbornness is dodge, determination not to change one's attitude or position on something.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's the official definition.
Mm-hmm.
I just was curious. I said, I'm gonna look it up and see what exactly it
Pretty
I
means.
much.
figured that. And don't you see where that plays in the part? How it would keep somebody from growing?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, all right, I gave y'all a chance, and I wrote it down a couple times in there. So we gonna go in order again. But I don't think, Mimi, I know you said it already, so I'm gonna start you first though. How would you feel, or what way would somebody hold themselves back based off stubbornness?
Uh, well, stubbornness can make you miss out on your blessing, and sometimes for me, I know I've been stubborn on a few things, but if if I'm treated a type of way and I don't feel like that's being reciprocated, uh, I tend to be a little stubborn about that, and I'm not my stand on how I feel about that person. Just some people that's in my life are I'm just done. I mean, I can't explain it. I'm never gonna change that. It's never.
So, do you have any examples?
Yeah, my my father's ex girlfriend, because I attempted to fix that relationship that we had prior to my father's death, and it didn't work out. So I see, well, it's like she doesn't exist anymore. So
Mm.
I've just dismissed her. So I guess to a degree, not for in that case, for me, it's just the way I feel, and I'm not wavering on that. I don't know, say be it wrong or be it may, but like I said, I tried. I was not successful, and now I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I can't, I can't, do that, and I'm not changing that. That's all
Okay.
I'm, but I'm,
Hmm?
I'm listening, but I'm getting ready to leave out.
Okay, for sure, for sure. Well, thank you, thank you. All right, and I'm gonna say the best for last. You know, I want to hear what Faye got to say. But white chocolate, what you got? You got any examples? And let me know how your definition of how stubborn can hold us back. Because all of us did it before, so we can't act like we're innocent.
Okay. Stubbornness can hold me. It's kind of like my little sushi head over here in the middle bedroom. I procrastinate every day on getting that thing cleaned up.
Hmm.
And I can't find nothing. I can't find anything. I'll be looking for stuff, and it's like, just had it. But I probably put it in that she shed in the middle bedroom, and I can't find it because it's so messed up in there. You can't go through everything. I got a little trail that leads from the door to the little dresser in the back corner. Yeah. And there's all kinds of stuff in the middle of the room, like boxes full of stuff. And it's like I procrastinate every day on getting it cleaned up. It wouldn't take that much if I would just get in there and start. You know what I'm saying? If I would just go start on it, I could probably get I'd probably get in the mood to go ahead and finish it. It's just the thought of it. That's the stubbornness part. It's the thought of going in there and doing it. That's the I need to get rid of. Yeah, that's my part. That's part of stubbornness.
So do you have a let me see. You know a person that's stubborn,
Yes,
or somebody you try to talk to and they try to give you an example on that? Then
I, I have one myself. He, uh, he just will never get married. He's stubborn. We've been together 10 years, and he's still depressed. And
do you know
he
why?
always put off till tomorrow what we could do today. I'll be talking to him about getting things done, like starting the fire in the back, burning the trash and stuff in the back. And he just won't do it. He's like, we could do that tomorrow. We could do that. That's his excuse for everything. We could do that tomorrow. Why we got to do it today? Yeah. That might have been where I learned my procrastination because I didn't used to. I was picking up bad habits. I'm picking up bad habits because I used to be like this. Well, if I get it done today, I won't have to do it tomorrow. I can go ahead and get it done. But then I've been with him for 10 years now. Man, I just don't even feel like it. Yeah. So yeah, I've turned stubborn, I guess.
So what was your question?
Who's first?
No, I was saying, dude. So I'm asking like I think three questions, and then I wanted to know. It was like I would say three questions, yeah. So hold on, I'm about to re-ask it again, but this time I'm gonna do it with fairy tale. Go ahead, ride and shine. Yep, no mute for you. Say no.
What's
So
your
Fine. Yeah.
one question is what's in general like how you feel about stubbornness, how effective that stubbornness will hold you back in life, and how have you? I mean, what stubborn ways you have that you got to correct daily, and then who have you talked to that has stubborn ways?
okay? My boyfriend's stubborn. That's who I talk to that has stubborn ways. How has stubborn held me back in life? It's just pretty much like I don't know how to explain it. Like important stuff, like filing for Social Security because I have a heart condition and I'm sick and I have a lot that I'm dealing with right now. I haven't even done that part. So it's like that's how it's keeping me forward. And it can mess me up all the way in the future if I don't hurry up and do it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so it made me think about fourth question now. So what are you doing since you're aware of it? What are you doing to help yourself move forward?
The only thing I'm doing for an income right now is DoorDash. And yeah, that's the only
Mm,
thing I'm doing financially right now to make any kind of money. That to do this e-commerce store, but I haven't been able to figure out how to get it out of Shopify onto the social media thing so that they can go shop in my store. I don't know what it is there. I'm gonna have to get somebody that knows something about that kind of stuff because I'm old. You know what I'm saying? Well, I wouldn't say I'm old. I'm not. I'm middle aged. So I didn't get computer classes growing up in school. So I'm gonna have to get somebody that knows how to do this kind of stuff to help me figure out how to get it out of Shopify onto the social media thing. Yeah. I'm gonna have to find somebody younger.
mm.
Yeah.
Younger than what?
Huh? Younger than
Young.
me that has taken computer class or that knows a little something about the modern day way of making money. I'm
So,
doing an
so what is your
e-commerce.
age?
Huh?
What is your age?
I'm 50.
I'm 49. I'm running my own online business. So why do you need to be younger to know about all this stuff?
Well, I sound like you
I
talking in. You got a new Bluetooth or something. Why I sound weird?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have my headphones in because I'm in the store
I
because otherwise.
Okay, I feel you.
don't know what I'm doing to. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what to do to get it onto the social media platform.
Yeah, but you don't need somebody younger to teach you. You just need somebody with the knowledge.
Okay,
I think Miss Mimi too. Miss White Chocolate. I think Miss Mimi. I think that was Miss Mimi that said look into it at the library because she
Yeah,
was saying they
I'm
have classes and stuff.
putting my
But you,
information to the computers and
fairy tale,
my passwords and
fairy
stuff.
tale just said she knows how to do it.
Who?
Fairy tale just said she's running her own platform, so she can
Mm-hmm.
teach you how to do it.
Yep.
What? I've already got it all set up. I just can't get it out of Shopify onto the social media. So how? What am I going? Where am I going wrong with that? I already did
So
all that.
maybe you could start by calling the customer service of Shopify.
Okay. Yeah, I thought about doing that today because I'm about tired of messing with it and trying to figure out how to get it out of there onto the social media. Because
Well,
I've
they know the platform best, so they could tell you.
Oh, you're done?
And sometimes it's the simplest things, simplest fixes. We make them hard.
Keep tapping, y'all. Them fingers got a little lazy down there. Go ahead. We got about 10 people in here. It's no way. We should have been at least 15K. If y'all could share
I
to some people, go ahead.
get rich. I was slow in school anyway, so it's like if I could see how it's done, I could probably figure it out. I mean, I figured out the rest of it. That's the only part I can't get done. But everybody said that's the best platform to go through to be able to do the e-commerce. So I don't know.
Again, Miss Fairy Tale knows how to do it. Just ask her. Quit being stubborn.
Oh, that was perfect timing right there. That was perfect. But all right.
Every morning on my computer. I mean, on my little laptop. I got my laptop this little morning, so shit. But I mean, that's one thing I do work on. But I can't figure out how to get it out of there and onto the social media. That's the only thing I ain't been able to figure out yet. And I've looked it up. I've looked it up online. Through my husband's phone. I've looked up my store, and it won't come up. I can't even get it up on his phone. But I've done every step the Shopify told me throughout the basic steps that they got. I think it's like 9 or 10 little steps. So it's like, where am I going wrong? I've already got the product sourcing. I've already got the drop ship set up. I mean, it's like, where am I going wrong? Miss Fairy Tale, can you tell me where I'm going wrong? She's on mute.
She probably would have to look at it. Sometimes like
She
she
just
probably
typed
have
it
to
down there.
like look at the steps, whatever steps you're saying that they told you to do. She probably would have to look at the steps.
Yeah, she told me to call customer service. That's what I'm gonna do because I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I do work on that every single day, and it just gives me a headache. That's probably why I procrastinate in cleaning up my room. It's so quiet in here tonight.
So fairy tale, you next. Actually, I had to jot these questions down because I keep coming off of my head. Where you at, fairy?
No, she said she at her boutique, Kev. So she working too.
Shit.
Yeah. Well, not her
Okay.
boutique, but her store. Yep. She's working, so she's
Okay.
probably talking to somebody.
Well, now the pressure is on you now.
Oh Lord! Well, first of all, I just want to say I'm not stubborn. I was.
Oh, man. So, man, I'm in the middle of dang. I don't know why I ain't rapping fast enough. Okay. Give me 1 second. All right, I need y'all to before we start this though, I just need y'all to take a break because Tab, give me the 15K real quick. I'm putting these questions down real quick. I had to get it in order. I need to get it in order, so All right, that's all. Uh, okay, that's good. That's good. And then all right. Okay, we almost there, y'all. Let's get it. Let's get. I can't wait till I get my soundboard. It's gonna be very interesting when I get it in here. I'm gonna have like some Jeopardy music playing something while we wait on the taps. I want to make this interesting for sure. Uh, oh man, but yeah, man. Like I said, we only reason why we all got it in us. Sometimes it's something we gotta work on. We always talk to people that's like that or whatever. But like I said, at the end of the day, that's the majority of the time that's what's holding us back. It's holding us back
Yeah.
from growth in general because we just stuck in our mindset and only our mindset, and not trying to open it to other views in life or other suggestions or advices.
I
So
check. I've always had kind of like a little stubbornness about me, where it held me way back in life.
yeah.
I probably had a better life if I would have listened to like
Yeah.
my dad, and a couple of other friends of mine about some of the men I had. But I was so stubborn and thought I knew what I was doing. You know, it kind of pushed me back in life a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because and they would
I'm
have
sure some
I was with wasn't no good, and I wasn't listening. I was being stubborn.
people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's
So
see.
maybe a lot, but I'm better now. I got a good man now.
See some. We got Bob. I'm about to bring in here. Let's
Am
see.
I-
See if she's trying to come in here. Um. Hold up, y'all. I'm just inviting some more people in here.
Yeah, you only got 7 people up in here.
He said what?
You only got 7 people in here.
You're right. It done died. It done died down.
And I
Pop.
got so quiet.
That's usually the time. But I'm up for the rest of the day now.
Yeah.
Who else I'm gonna
Go back to sleep. I'll just be laying here trying to go back to sleep and
invite?
thinking about it. Excuse me.
Let's see.
We got another 1,000 to go.
Another 1,000. Let's get it, y'all. Y'all got it.
Just sitting here just
Bottom.
tapping.
Oh yeah. We got. Let's see. Like a couple
There's a
more
lot
people.
that have shut down on us. Like, it was called Love and TikTok After Dark. I ain't seen them in a minute. Yeah, they kind of crazy too. I liked them, but I mean, I actually loved them, but they were kind of funny. They asked some weird
One more person to invite. I see I get her there. All right.
Right.
But I got them down now. Now I got it. So I think you answered. Okay. Do you think you answered that one? Hard. Starving ways. All right. So I don't think I answered it in this type of way then. Cause I got it. I got it a good way to do it now. So now I got it down instead of just thinking off my brain like that. So that's why I see why it's good to keep a notebook. I see why people do that now. That's why I say as I grow on this stuff, I just got to start being more in order. So I'm gonna have it down. So in general, what are at least I'm gonna put it this way. You got like three stubborn ways you have. What's the three stubborn? Be right back. You ain't said nothing. All right.
You was talking to me, Kev, remember? Because I told you she was at her store.
Oh yeah. Okay. I got you then. I got you. Yeah. So let me go ahead and get all these because I got good ones right here. So the first one, okay. First, how you feel about the topic first?
I think this is a really good topic to talk about because a lot of people are stubborn. And, I feel like a lot of people that are stubborn don't really know what they are stubborn. Like they don't see it. Like they can't see what other people see. So I feel like it's a good topic to, talk about because maybe then it'll open up some people's eyes to
Yep.
see the ways of them being stubborn. How can you be stubborn in your actions by hearing other people talk about their experiences? So I feel like it's a great topic.
Okay.
I like it.
All right. So for the first question, do you see the things that get held back by stubbornness?
Yes. Yep. And for me, it's communication. That's one of the biggest things in my experience because I have some stubborn family members. I ain't gonna name no names on here, but they're stubborn when it comes to like apologizing. Like if they know they did something wrong or they said something that was hurtful, they kind of go around apologizing and stuff. I feel like that's a part of the stubbornness as well. Like when somebody doesn't want to they don't want to communicate to you in a certain way because they just don't want to. That's being stubborn to me. I mean,
Okay.
but I don't know. That's one of the main things I can see. But it definitely affects the relationships for
Yeah,
sure.
most definitely.
You should be open minded enough to at least listen to someone and not be stubborn to not listen to someone or take heed to what's going on around you, like with your actions. Don't be stubborn to yourself, basically. I guess because you can be stubborn to yourself as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I think majority of the time that is to yourself. I think almost all the time. The fact, yeah, I think that is about the whole thing. When you are stubborn to yourself.
I think people think of stubborn like I don't know. Like I think people get. I don't think people really know the definition of that. That's why I read it at the beginning because I think a lot of people think stubbornness is not really what it is. Because I think what a lot of people get stubbornness mixed up with is stingy, and stingy and
Mm.
stubbornness are two
All right.
different. Yeah, from my
I get you on
perspective,
that.
that's
Yeah, some people do mix that in with too.
right,
I feel you on that. That makes sense though. Why you
right,
not giving me what you get?
right,
Ain't
and
got nothing to
that's not. Those
do.
are two totally different things.
They is most definitely. You just stubborn because you can't get what they
Right,
say. Reverse Uno card caught you because you can't
right,
get your way.
exactly.
uh, that's
Yep.
40.
About an old mule, and
Hmm.
you can't get it to move. That's
Right.
stubborn. Yeah,
Right.
that's right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
for the second one, how hard is it to talk to a stubborn person, and when do you give up?
It's very hard to talk to a stubborn person. I
Hmm.
talk to one all the time. I ain't gonna name no names on here, but not you, Kev. It's somebody in my family.
Yeah.
But I talk to him all the time, and it's like, it's hard. It's hard because it's like it's deflecting to me. Like it gets to the point where it's like it turns into deflecting, and I just I mean, I don't try too hard because I know that's just who they are. I kind of accept it. I've said something about it before, but they still, they don't see it. They can't see it. But
You
then
can't.
I've heard that same person tell somebody else, "I'm stubborn." So then it's like I think they know it. Like they know it, but it's like I
Mm.
don't think they
Okay,
because
Mimi.
because the older you get stuck in your ways. So this person that I'm talking about is like in their 60s, right? So when you get to that age, it's kind of like, it's hard for you to change. I feel like the older you get, it's hard for you to change patterns or, behavioral habits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you've been doing them for 30, 40 years,
Right.
most of the time. So it's really hard. And sometimes people know that they're like that. And they may want to change, but, it's harder when you do something longer.
Yep.
So, but I think they know because I've heard them tell other people. But then when I say it, it's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, but yes, you are, because you told other
You
people that.
said it right. How you contradicting yourself?
Because it's me. That's why it's
You're
me
right.
versus a stranger. Like
You're right. You
somebody they
announce
not
that
gonna
you're a stubborn person. Then when you get called out for your stubbornness, then you be like, "No, it ain't like that." I'm like,
right.
what the heck? Make your mind up. But
Yeah,
people will
people
break
will
that.
break their barrier. Yeah, they will. But I feel like, especially like when it comes to like close relationships, like family members and stuff, a lot of people know that you're gonna give them leeway. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
they're your family, especially if it's the immediate family. And then a lot of times they get in their mind like, oh, she just know how I am, or they just know and they know you're gonna still love them and talk to them and all that stuff. So
Hmm. Okay, so these last two is a special one. That's why I set people up. I say I get them to talk about other people first, and then I switch it up. So what? Yeah,
well, they
I
don't
got
want
some
to ask
stuff.
you nothing about me because I'm not stubborn, sir.
Okay, there we go. So what stubborn ways do you have?
I really had to think really hard on this because, like I said, I'm not really stubborn. But I feel like with me, I'm more stubborn. Like when it comes to my creativeness,
Okay,
like
I knew
if
you was gonna find
somebody
something. There you go.
like
It ain't always bad.
yeah, no, it's not. It's not like it's not bad at all. Cause it's like if somebody come in and like want to like change something, or it's like I'm listening to them, but it's like if I'm not feeling it, I don't know. It's like I listen, but if I'm not feeling it, I'm like kind of stubborn to the conversation. Like I don't
You
know. It's
just
like I won't move. Yeah, it's like it's hard to like unless it's got to be something that like I don't know.
Keep
I
tapping, yo.
guess, or I feel like it's gonna work for me. But that's just like when we was in that live, right? With King, and he was talking about my website, right? And he was talking
Ah,
about my background, and I was like, no, I don't want to. Why I gotta change my back? Like I feel like that's stubborn. Like if I had just been like, no, I'm not changing it. Period. Dot. You see what I'm saying? Like, because I wouldn't have been able to be moved on that. But then I was able to take a step back and be like, you know what? If this would turn my business into $1 million business, then absolutely I would
you
change my
got see
background. But
you.
see, if I had been the type of person that just was like, no, in that situation, and I have done that before with like in certain situations where it's like somebody will say something and I'm just like, no. Like I'm stubborn to the fact of like not even wanting to take heed to it. But then
Uh,
for me, it just depends on who I'm talking to in those situations. So, but I feel like I just use that as an example of me not
that was a
being
good one.
stubborn. But
Yeah, that was a good one.
I could have been stubborn, but I wasn't. But in that situation, I could have been stubborn to the idea,
You was open to the idea. The fact that you were open to it, yo.
right? But I could have been stubborn about it, right? I could have did the
Yeah.
opposite and just told him absolutely not.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
It ain't
saying?
even no way. Or you could have been like, nah, I'm good on that or something like that
Right,
because you like. I could tell like I remember I was hearing that talk though for a minute. I was reading that already like the way he was like, but my people like he was saying a lot of stuff, but he like and he had to like, man, I'm telling you to make it expand and stuff. I'm trying to, you know
right,
what I'm saying? But you get up giving in a little bit, you was feeling it. I seen how your face changed and you stopped, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's when you was aware of it and you did, you know what I'm saying? You just like, all right, I might have to look into that for real.
right.
So for the last one, which is almost basically what we're talking about, now that you're aware of of what are you stubborn? What the freak? I can't type. Basically, now that you're aware of it, what are you doing about it? Dang, I gotta write this
What
down.
was that again? Say it again, Kel.
Because the first question was even though I think you answered both of them at the same time. The first one was to ask what they're stubborn about, and then my second one would be now that you're aware of it, what are you basically doing about it to work on it?
I mean, I definitely try to keep an open mind. I try to put myself, just like I was saying when I first came in the chat and you was talking about it. see, it's not hard for me to put myself in other people's shoes. Like
Yep.
to, so for me personally, I feel like that helps me keep my stubbornness away.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if I don't agree with what they saying, it's like I kind of can say, okay, well, what if I was in their shoes? And even if I still don't agree, I can be open minded to the conversation or open minded to whatever's going on. So I want so they won't feel like they're not being, whatever it is, whatever the situation may be. Because it, like I said, that can come in a lot of different forms. Like being stubborn can come in a lot of different, situations. But I
Yep.
feel like just being open minded and putting yourself into, being able to put yourself into other person's shoes or switching the roles for a minute, like, oh, what if I was them? How would I feel about this? How would I feel about that? And
Yep.
step back for a minute and kind of look at it from their perspective. For me personally, that helps me not be stubborn, like not be like that.
Mm-hmm. And then sometimes, I'm not saying that you can, it's to keep. I'm saying, I guess, to keep somebody feeling a certain way about another person being stubborn. Yeah, you put yourself in their shoes sometimes too. You can look at it like, maybe they're just scared or something to move forward, or I'm saying, something like that, just to understand they stubborn, type situation too. So, but that's gonna be like all kind of off topic. But yeah,
Right.
well, I seen you, Fairy. Yeah, you next. You next.
I'm
So
next. Well,
yeah, you
can you can
next.
you can you ask me the questions one by one because I'm old. I can't remember everything at the same
Yeah, I
time.
wasn't planning on bunching them together anyways.
Mm.
I got you. He said, because I'm old.
I'm so
So
glad.
it is. I got that part off right there. So no, talking. That's 2 days ago. So how you? All right. First off, the first question is how you feel about the topic.
Uh, I'm a bit divided about it because stubbornness, just because of stubbornness, yeah, absolutely, is holding you back. Just because you think you know better and you don't want to listen to other people's opinions, yeah, it will hold you back. But stubbornness because you know things or you have a vision or you want to, how do you say that, perseverate in a certain thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's there. People have a lot of opinions, and not everybody's opinion is backed up by knowledge or is because they want what's best for you. So I think a certain amount of stubbornness into believing in what you believe in is not always a bad thing.
Hmm. Okay. So for the second question, uh, do you see things getting held back by stubbornness, like anything recently or something you experienced,
Yeah,
or just in general?
yeah, I see that a lot of times, and that's why I said before, entrepreneurs are um, often stubborn
Mm.
because and most of the time that is out of fear because they want to protect their businesses and they have a certain vision and they think that they know what's best for their company and they don't want to give any part of it to anybody else. So influence on their business feels sometimes like giving parts of your business away.
Mm.
So I see that a lot, especially in the women that I work with, that start their own businesses and are
Yeah, for
afraid
the
that
fall.
it won't go the way they feel it has to go. But sometimes they don't know everything and they don't have all the information that they should have to make sure that their business will grow in the right way. And in that case, it has to do with trust. You see that if they trust you, their stubbornness will go away.
Mm.
And it's said before, stubbornness comes from fear a lot of the time.
Mm. What about ego?
Mm.
Um, uh, yeah, I guess that you can be stubborn out of ego because you just think that you are bigger or better or. everything should be the way you think it should be. But then it's definitely holding you back, because
Yep.
ego is always the thing that holds you back.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, for this next question. How hard is it to talk to a stubborn person, and when do you give up?
Uh, it depends on the subject. I think it depend on the topic that is at stake, and it depends on what's at stake for me too. If I give up easily or not. Um, I will normally especially when somebody asks my opinion, I will give them my point of view, and if they're stubborn and think that they know better, I will just let go, because they ask me for my opinion, and they don't have to be, you know, they don't have to agree with me. I don't care about that. But if it affects something to me personally, I will try to find another way. So I will explain it to them. And if they keep on being stubborn, I will try to look for other words or another way to explain it, that might reason more to them. But in the
Okay.
end, if I try it one time, two times, three times, if you don't want to listen, then, well, you just have to hurt yourself and learn by your own mistakes,
Yeah.
which is the best way to learn anyway, in my opinion, because you can tell somebody not to do something, but it's with kids. Most of the time we tell them not to do something, and they have to experience it themselves.
It could be the
To
best or the worst way, but it just depends, case
Yeah,
by case.
well, but everybody has a choice, Kev, and that's the thing. We
Yeah, I'm
have
just
to
saying
let
some of our
people.
choices can lead us to the end of the road sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But
Absolutely, but that's the choice too, and
yeah,
we
that's what
have
I'm saying.
to
But I'm
we have
saying
to
if it
accept. Yeah,
that's what I
we
was
have
saying,
to
it could be
accept
best or
to.
worst way. I wouldn't just totally say the best way, but
Yeah, and if
experience
you.
is a good thing. Some stuff I don't experience, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to learn that way because I just go about based off, either statistics or what's be said or something like that. Especially if I hear a lot of people like, no, don't do this. It's not a good thing. You know what I'm saying? And I went on and did it, and I sit there. So I would have to be totally accountable for that decision I made when I already knew about that information. So that's what, I'm not stubborn to information, any type of information. So I wouldn't try to experience it. I think even trying to personally experience something, that's something dealing with stubborn too. So
Hmm.
like, nah, I
Yeah,
don't care what you talking about. I want to do it myself. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but that's what most kids do. That you can tell them as a parent, and you can
Yeah, they
try
do.
to protect them from it, but
Yeah, they do.
most of the time they want to experience it by themselves, and then you
Yeah,
hope for the best.
yeah,
you know
exactly.
you have to
That's just
learn
life.
them.
That's part of
Yeah, you have
life.
to learn them to make their own choices too, so that's the thing too. But it's the on the other hand, if you look, for example, you say, if everybody says don't do it, and you have the statistics and everything, you see it a lot in businesses, the kind of businesses that don't change things that are okay, don't ask for new people's opinions because they only want to change things and stuff. But sometimes it's good to be stubborn in your way, because maybe your way is a fresh and new way to gain knowledge, or make a business advance in a different direction. And you will always have stubborn people around you that say it won't work, we tried it, because they just want to hold on to the old way. So then you might be stubborn in you know going on the way you think that should be able to change that company, but they are stubborn in holding to their safety and their security and what they know.
Mm-hmm. You right about that? Yeah. So like stubborn can be good and bad. Yeah, exactly. Depending on what it is about. So all right. Let me see. Is that question too? Okay. Now, juicy part. What
Ooh.
stubborn ways do you have? Yeah, that's what I get. I'm
um,
saying people. I get them to talk about everybody else, and when I get,
uh, when am I stubborn? Let me think. Um, I try not to be. I really try not to be. I really try to always at least listen to somebody's point of view.
Mm.
And I had this experience this morning. I went into a live because somebody else that I know was in there, and I just read the room, and it was yet again another live on this topic about men and women and how women should
The
should do
usual.
certain things and men should do the endless discussion that we see all over TikTok at the moment. But then there was this guy in the comments. Now, first he said, the host said, but all men are like this, and I don't like that. I don't like the all men, all women thing, because that's never true. You can never talk for everybody. There's always at least somebody that has a different, idea of a different way of doing it. So I ask in the comments, where do you base, on what do you base that all men are the same? Where do you get that? And then this guy in the comments said, well, we got these facts out of statistics. So I said, okay, so what statistics? Where can I find them? Where can I read about the fact that all men or all women are like that? And then he said, well, we got them from dating sites and I don't know, some other thing that they got statistics from. I said, yeah, but do you think that, envelopes everything? Is that enough statistics? Is that enough to prove your point that all men are alike? And he just kept being stubborn on the fact that yeah, that was absolutely so, because from these two statistics, they could decide that that was true for all men. So I tried again. I said, well, okay, I might have different statistics. So let's go into our DMs. You send me yours, I will send you mine, and then we talk. No, I don't have to do your work. If you want to prove to me that it's not right, then you should. I said, well, I don't want to have a discussion about who's wrong or who's right. I just ask you for your information, and I would love to see into that and see why you say that this is a fact. And then he just said, well, if you want to be ignorant, then just be ignorant. And the word stubborn just lay on the tip of my tongue. I wanted to say, well, if you want to be stubborn, but I didn't. I just said,
Do
well,
you
in that
believe
case,
that
sir.
that works on both sides? Because both sides can be stubborn in their beliefs or whatever, I would say.
Yeah, but facts are facts,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yeah. They say facts, but everybody got their own definition of facts nowadays too. I don't think
Well,
everybody just pick what they want to have as facts or whatever.
that's the whole thing. So you need more data.
Yeah.
You need more data to have the facts. And if you only have like data from two parts, you can never talk about everybody. You should have data from different platforms, to get
Yeah.
a mixed amount of information to be able to say that all are the same. So,
Hmm.
yeah, I was kind of stubborn
One
in
thing I
that
learned
case.
about that, the people that feel that way, even if you talk to them about it, you can't change their point of view or how they feel though, because it ain't like they're like, oh, you know what? It ain't all, man. In their mind, if it feel like it's all, whatever they, operate on, even though there's no way because a person says it that makes it all. A lot of us be wrong about our views, our point of views. We just really just, we just, I guess we just express the way we feel. That's what it is. Everybody
Hmm.
express the way they feel. Like if you feel like there's a lot of good people or easy relationships going, they gonna feel that way. The other person might feel. So it's all based off that. None of us is right. None of it makes a fact anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's just what we view and how we
Absolutely.
see it. So that is, it would be like case by case. And I don't think neither side right. I mean, neither side could be wrong or right or whatever. I don't know. It's just I'm trying to think of what I was about to say, but basically, I don't think neither side can be wrong or right. It just depends on how, because everybody's view is so different and stuff, or who they encounter or their experiences and stuff. But that all thing or that all not, I don't think that would ever be perfectly accurate because people take that like super literal, and I don't think people be meaning that. But like I said, that's their world. That's their world. That's how they feel, especially if that's
Yeah,
what
but
they seeing.
absolutely. But you know what we do when we are in your platform, Kevin, is like when we say, because we all say that. We all say all and everybody, and
Yeah,
especially when we're passionate about a certain subject. But what we do when we're here together is, at the moment that somebody says, well, do you really think all people think that? Then we would take a step back and say, okay, not probably all. There might
I
be
don't think
exceptions.
nobody on this app like that's why I came to because it was like feel like to a point. It's no point of me correcting that no more because like what are we getting out of that? Like what is our point of trying to correct them on that when we know it ain't all? You know what I'm saying? What's the point of having to say it's not all? It's not all. Like we should to a certain extent or to a certain point we should be like whatever. You know what I'm saying? This is how this person feel. You can't really change how they feel even if you talk to them about it. And then it's another thing is I don't. You got to think about it that I don't think this person really believe it's all because they wouldn't be speaking on it, you know what I'm saying? Or they would totally just, you know what I'm saying, based off their ways, they'd just not even talk to that person that's part of the all, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of people just
I get
expressing it
that.
and that's how they feel, but I don't think nobody literally means that. That's just, that's their world.
Well, the thing is that if they use it to emphasize a certain point of view, in which they're, it's not a point of view that everybody will agree with. um, I think that you should be able to say, okay, I see where you're coming from. Maybe not everybody, and I would love to hear the point of view from
Yeah.
the person that
So
is has a different opinion.
yeah, so when you hear a person, now I'm getting to this point. When you hear a person say, "Oh," do you really believe that they believe it's all?
It depends on how they put it. If it is just a matter of speaking, if we have um, if we have a conversation in which the emotional intelligence is leveled out, we all understand each other, then it doesn't matter. But if that is not the case, and somebody just wants to push a certain point, and tries to emphasize the fact that he knows that everybody thinks that way and that he has the knowledge of all these people, then I have a hard time with it, because then it's not used as a matter of speaking, but used to prove a point,
Okay.
that to make them stronger in saying everybody has the same opinion as me, so you should shut up because that's the fact point.
Yeah.
So
So
it
you believe that every person? Okay, because there's a lot of people that do that on this app. You think you can correct every person that says the word all?
No, no, and I will not even bother. But
Yeah.
in
So what would
this,
be the point? That's why I say I started getting to a point like no, I'm just saying I'm not saying I understand why you're saying what you're saying, but I had to start thinking about like whatever. I let people say what they say because that's how they feel. It's no point of checking the person. You make your own self mad when you do that, like because like I said, this is their world. This is what they believe in, and even if you try to correct them, that's still what they're gonna believe. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think they totally believe in what they saying out their mouth too. That's another thing.
well,
So
that's
it's like,
that.
what's the point of stressing? We know that they don't really mean all, but they can say all they want. You know what I'm saying? But if they have no proof. I would ask somebody like, I would put it in another way, like, so how you feel that way or whatever. You just try to understand why they feel that way. But I don't think they really believe when they say all that it really is all. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, but on the other hand, when we are talking here, I like it when you say, or when or Miga or whatever person that is in our group that comes here regularly, when they when I'm in my thing and they say, well, does that actually count for everybody? I love that, because that moment, what you do is to make me take a step back and reflect on what I'm saying, and um, recollect my thoughts into, okay, so if that's not the case, if not everybody is thinking that, then what other ways are there? And then it makes my information completer, because then I'm going to get another point of view from those that are not okay with that, in that not all. So it gives me space to listen to another perspective or another person that is not okay with what I'm saying. Do you mean what I say? Do you understand what I say?
yeah.
So for me, but that is personal. I don't take it as being corrected. I take it more as, okay, you just said something and maybe you should take a step back, listen to what you say, and then recollect your thoughts and then bring it in another way. Or ask for, okay, I think, in my opinion, or I feel that it is all people. But if there's people that is not okay with that,
I
please
got a
tell
good
me so.
question. I got a good question now. So who all in the panel and in the chat get triggered by the word all?
I don't get triggered by it. I definitely don't get triggered by it, but I understand it can. Especially with, to me, it's all about in delivery. I'm gonna be honest, like, and it depends on what the person is talking about. Because if they're
Yeah,
saying something good and they're saying all, then yeah, I don't think a lot of people would get triggered. But normally, when that word is used on this app, it's in regards to something negative. Most of the
that's it.
time,
Yeah,
nine
Okay,
times out of 10.
give
that's
me an
exactly
example.
what I'm meaning. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
It
Yeah, give me an example. I'm gonna
So
get.
that's all. So all right. Even with that. So all right, if a person don't fit the narrative, okay, say if you personally don't fit the narrative of all, then why even respond to it? If you don't fit it, like what would be the point, or what would you have to prove on that situation? If somebody say all and then you like you, because I look at it this way. But usually, and this is what I had to figure out myself or whatever later down the line or whatever. Because I was like that too. I feel like that even sometimes internally, but I be have to check myself. That's what I have to do. Is like, all right, whatever. This person just talking because they have no proof that it's all, and me responding or saying anything about it, it will prove his point more, or that he will look okay. Say if a girl's like all men are
Okay.
All men cheat.
bums or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So if I respond or something like that, I think it's something internally that will make me, because I must feel like a bum in some type of way because I wouldn't respond to it. You know what I'm saying? Because I can understand. Okay, I can understand that you when somebody be like, "All right, ain't no man" or something like that. I got people I know and all this stuff or whatever. But uh, like what do you want them to like? I don't know. Like I'm trying to see how I'm trying to put this.
I have a different perspective to that, Kevin. So I look at it like this. If a lot of times when people respond, like you're saying, like if you don't relate to that, or that's not you, but you still respond when somebody says all, a lot of people do that because they work so hard not to be what this person is talking about, right?
yeah,
So like what you just said about being a bum, right? If you have a man who worked his butt off, right, and is very successful and did everything he was supposed to do, and then you hear a woman saying that all men are bums, of course you're gonna feel some type of way about that because you did the work. You're not that, but also that everybody's not like that because you're not like that. So if everybody was like that, then that would correlate to mean that you were like that, right? So
Yeah.
I understand, like when people say hit dog holler, and I get that, but
Yep.
then that's it. But it's not always like that. Most of the time it probably is, depending on what they're talking about. But a lot of times when people respond to that kind of stuff, it's because they're not that and they worked hard not to be that. You see what I'm saying? And it
That's funny
kind of
because that's about to be a topic.
absolutely,
That's
absolutely,
about to
and
be a
that
topic. So
yeah,
I'm hold up real quick 1 second. So even with that, that's why that's gonna be that was my topic I was talking about. I was thinking about today. My thing is I think we live in a world where we have to prove ourselves or something like that. So even if that you said that somebody have to you work so hard and and somebody calls something out or whatever, and then you have to prove to them or not. Like I'm a firm believer, like I said, actions speak louder than words. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think me just coming out my mouth and letting them know, that I'm not like that or something like that, because it's nothing like if somebody feel a certain way, this is what I'm trying to get. Like my whole point out of that is just if somebody feel a certain way, we really can't change their way of thinking. We can
right.
make them aware, maybe. You know what I'm
why
saying I
why
get
can't we
that.
change their way of thinking?
Because if they say that daily, if somebody's saying that all the time and you still correct them on the same thing, it's like a waste of breath. You know what I'm
Because they're
saying?
stubborn. They're
Yeah,
stubborn. That's
But
exactly.
it.
here, yeah, but
So
stubbornness.
from that point, you're trying to do. Now, what I'm saying is, when you doing it, like, what is your intentions behind it? Because it's like it's something that, like I said, it's that something to prove type situation. Because like
I,
you can say that, but when your actions, you know what I'm saying, because I look at it at this point. Because I used to be like, and that's what I learned from my cousin and stuff. Is like I'll be like, I'm about to be a better person or something like that. I'm gonna lose this, whatever. I'm about to start changing my character. Me saying it so much in front of people, I realized that they gonna still think what they gonna think no matter what. So I started learning to, stay quiet and let my actions and my ways and whatever I'm trying to show, just let it show. You got to just let it show, because like when you talking, like you can't really prove a point on that, no matter how you look at it, because you can't change another person's way of thinking or their mind.
But you
You
gotta
can't. They will have to
understand.
change that themselves.
Yeah, Kev, but you got to understand a lot of times, see, like you use that word prove, right? So a lot of times when people speak on stuff, it's not for them to prove anything. It's not because they have anything to prove to somebody. They're speaking up for what they know. They
Yeah,
speaking up
and
for how they feel. You see what
yeah.
I'm saying?
You
It's not
proving what you
always
know,
coming
right?
from something. Right.
No. Kev, to me, it's more like creating awareness. And creating
Yeah.
awareness opens up minds to consider other possibilities. And I think that's what you do with your platform too. We have so many different topics, and if we wouldn't have pros and cons, like if we wouldn't have different opinions, then we would never come to these rich conversations that we have. Because of the fact that we have a certain emotional intelligence, we are able to accept that other people have other points of views, and it might even enrich our point of view, because we might learn a thing that we don't know, or a thing that we never considered, or a whole different way of thinking because it's not in our area. So
So,
I think
all
it's
right, I'm gonna put
more.
it this way. What about this? What make you think that you more special than anybody else telling somebody that it's not all is gonna change their mindset? Because I'm pretty sure that a person, or especially on this platform, when somebody be like, not all to this person, I'm pretty sure they done heard that 100 times. So what make you think that? And they probably got plenty of examples. And this is what I'm trying to get y'all to get. Like, once somebody got that type of mindset, even if you're saying you're trying to make awareness about it, some people is just no point of even talking to, because that's their world. And
Absolutely.
they will, even if they say I understand, they will contradict themselves, because that's the way they feel. That's something that they got to fix within themselves. And like I said, it's
So
another. The other thing is that I don't even think they believe that it's some type of internal insecurity about them. That's why they're talking like that or whatever. I don't think they personally believe in all. I don't think even if a person says it out their mouth, I don't think they totally believe in all, because they wouldn't even speak on it.
Yeah, Kev.
right.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me give you an example. There's one live I get on every day, like a couple of times a day. Because I'm trying to bring awareness to the younger generation, like the much younger generation that's kind of been taught wrong about some things, like
Yeah.
race, stuff like that, and the braid situation. I'm pretty sure you know which live I'm. Anyway, you said, does the word all trigger me? Sometimes it does when they say
It
white
used to
people.
trigger me too. That's why I'm speaking on it.
All white people are racist or prejudiced or whatever. That triggers me because I'm white chocolate. You already know. I only date black men. I love all my chocolate, purple, green. It don't matter what color you are. I love you because God made you. But you cannot convince these younger generation that all white people ain't racist. You know what I'm saying? But there's no matter how much we try to, teach these kids or let them see another way of thinking about it. You can't convince them of nothing because they've been taught wrong and they believe in it, and that's all they believe in. Is that stubbornness or is that just their beliefs?
Their beliefs.
They're stubborn in their beliefs.
But beliefs can change.
Right.
Yeah.
And
you know
stubbornness can too. I
and
mean,
so
Yeah.
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 And if you create awareness, because a lot of people are just using, and
Awareness,
words
I
are
think
so.
awareness, it can work many different ways. Sometimes the communication way don't always work. Sometimes it have to be, like
It
I
doesn't
said,
have
in
to.
actions.
Yeah, but
Actions.
Right. They
we don't
even
always
have
have the chance to do actions. That's the whole thing. If you
that's not
live,
Yeah.
if it's your if
But I'm
it's your
saying from a
cousin.
certain, I think to a certain point, I think it's because something is within us that we have to, because we know at the end of the day, we know a person. Even if you
right.
want to call it awareness, I know we're trying to, it's funny though. But I know we trying to act like we don't know our intentions behind it, because I know it triggers us in a way. And no matter how y'all try to put it though, I know it triggers, and you got
It
to speak
does.
on it and
It
let them know
does.
that no, it ain't law like that, because it gets to you. It do gets to you. We can't. Like I said, that happened to me. I'm a admit it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I had to, put myself in check a little bit. Like, all right, this what that person believe it. That's how they feel or whatever. And I understand what you were saying about the kids and all that stuff. Now, right now, I'm really just really talking about the adults and all that stuff or whatever. Really, it's just I think most of the time that when there's some people do that, they just got some, besides just trying to make it aware, it's something they got to prove in the process. But like I said, a true proof is like really in action. Like some, words don't do too much. It can, but I'm saying they don't do too much. And just in life in general, you really have to show the actions.
But the thing is, Kevin, here on this platform, we don't have the time to prove.
Right.
Most of the time it's a one-time opportunity that we see somebody, or they're just one time in the life, or you maybe see them 2 times and then never again. So if you live with your cousin, and you see each other regularly, yeah, you live what you say, and he can see that. So that's proof to him that you actually do as you said. But if you just have a platform and a discussion that you come in one time with a lot of people that you never seen before, and you hear them talk, you read the room, you listen to what is said, and then there's things said from which you, out of your point of view and perspective, know that it's not true because you are not that way or you don't think that way, then yeah, I think it's a very good thing to create awareness that by saying all, you exclude people that are different from you. And
So that's what I'm saying. How special is your awareness out of the 100 people that probably didn't talk to them? Do you
I,
even in that
I don't want to
situation?
have,
Have you read that since?
I
Huh?
don't want to create awareness by 100 people. If I can just touch one person that thinks,
I
and
don't.
stops a moment, I'm already happy. And if that doesn't happen, it's good by me too, because I don't want to prove a point. I just want to create awareness that what they say might not be the case for everybody, and that there are people with different perspectives and
That's a
different
contradiction.
opinions.
It's a contradiction when you say you
No,
don't
it's
want to prove
not.
a point. That it is. You're doing
No, it's
some type
not.
of proof to that to show that it's not all. That is proven. You can just own up and just say that. It's all right.
No, I don't
That's
prove
what
it.
we got to do.
What do I prove? What do I prove by
You're trying to
saying
prove that not all. That's the point you're trying to prove, right?
no?
It's not
What
that. That's
I
not a hard word right there. That's not hard.
No, why is it
Why
proof?
not everybody like scared to say I'm trying to prove a point? Yes, everybody, and
No,
that's why
no, no,
that's what be
no.
one of my topics though. That's the one I was thinking about today though. Everybody got something, even if you don't want to say it. Everybody got something they're trying to prove and something.
If I want to prove a point, I will go into the discussion.
It's true.
You're proving a point by checking somebody and saying not all. Yeah, you got to explain why, right?
But I don't do it to prove that I'm right. I do it to open up a way of me, giving them another perspective.
Yeah.
You're still
And if
proving a
they
point,
don't
right?
take,
Why
and
you
if
just
they
can't say
don't
you're
take
proving a point? What is so hard
No,
about saying it?
no, because they probably will not even take it because they are so stubborn into their beliefs that I will never prove a point because
I,
they are not receptive to it.
I said try to prove a point.
Like, I think the best way to prove
You
a
don't
point.
you don't have to get it. You don't have to get the
Well,
point across, but the fact that you even taking
maybe
that
you're
action,
right, Kevin. Maybe you're right, but I don't feel it as if I have to prove something. Because if they don't take it, and if they say, "Well, I don't see it that way," I will let it go, and it's fine by me. You know, if they don't want to see it that way, then don't see it that way. If you want to be stuck on your thing, then that's your choice.
I think maybe 20 minutes.
hey
And
Fave, I hear you over there. Mm-hmm. Go on and do your thing.
Comfortable chapter.
and it's that again, it's about a word. It's about the word proof. I don't know if you think that by that I want to prove something. Well, maybe I do. Maybe I want to prove that they are stuck on their point and they're not open to other perspectives. Maybe that's the thing I like to prove.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put it this way. This is another way I do it.
Mm-hmm.
This how I do it because, like I said, I went through this stuff too before. So this is what I would do instead of just saying not all. You know what I'm saying? What I do is try to get a person so I can understand why they're saying it. So I'm like, why do you feel that way? And
Give you an example.
yeah, give me
Yeah.
examples and how many people have you encountered to be that way? What's your resources come from and all that, and where does it say all? You know what I'm saying? Show
Yeah.
me a book.
Well, I
Show
get
me a
that.
And see, that's
statistic
the
that say
I
thing.
all.
get that.
But
So
that,
you want to leave away the trigger word all. I get that.
No,
I
I'm
get
just,
that.
but
yeah. I just
but
feel like a lot of people get. I mean, all of us almost get triggered by
Yeah.
that. But I just say it's a
I
way
get that.
around it, a way of
I
that's
doing
the
it.
understand that.
but that's the thing. When people speak about stuff, they speaking directly from life experiences.
Yeah,
Like, when you be
exactly.
like, grab the book, like when you just said, well, show me where it said in the book, and they gonna be like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, nine
Right.
times out of ten.
You
And then a
bring it.
lot of people, like on this app, we do hear a lot of people use statistics and things like that, but a lot of people don't. Like, right? It's more people on this app that don't use statistics. They're not looking up statistics. They're not doing the research. They're strictly speaking off of their personal experiences,
Yep.
Hmm.
So, that's a huge part of it too. So, and just depending on what the conversation is, that's my thing. What are they saying? What is it that they're saying all about? Because, like I
Hmm.
said before, when it's something good, nobody's gonna say something. Nobody's gonna argue it, right? Most people
Absolutely.
won't. It may be that one person that play devil advocate, but for the majority, it's gonna be everybody's gonna be on board. But let it be something negative. You see what I'm saying? When it's negative, then it's like, oh, people feel like, and I don't really like the word proof.
I like
I
that how
look
you
at it like
said
this,
that.
Kev. Sometimes it is proving, right? Sometimes we do feel like we need to prove something when we're talking to somebody and then trying to bring them awareness. But for me, it just depends on what the topic is, what the
Yep.
conversation is.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm telling you, that's my next topic. No, I'm doing that next one. I already got that wrote down. I literally wrote that down today about
Because there's a lot of times that people use the word all, and I don't give a shit, if they want to say that. But it's what you said, Diva. It's when it's something in which you personally know that it's not a fact, and they
Mm-hmm.
state it as a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then I will react, and I understand Kevin's thing that maybe the word "not all" might trigger
it.
a negative
I'm gonna own
reaction.
up to it. Yes, it do. I'm like I said, I put my ego to the side. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, no,
It
no.
triggers me. I'm human. I can't say
I
that,
get
but
that.
I handle
Right.
it a different way. I'm not gonna say I don't trigger me.
I
Right.
That's the
get
thing.
that.
I
I
know it
get
do.
that.
Why? Because I know I'm not part of the all. I know that just sounds like silly. You know what I'm saying? So of course it triggers me. I'm just saying it's just the way you doing it, the way you proving it, all that. So
You don't let your emotions get in the way.
yeah,
You know how
No,
to
yeah,
but
control.
that's the thing. W- it is what you say now is a form of creating awareness too, because I use the word,
trigger
"Hey,
you.
hello." I don't think it's all, just to open the discussion, and give them give let them give me the space to elaborate and explain them why I do think that it's not all. But maybe the "hey, not all" will put them in some sort of defense mode in which there's no possible way to talk with them anyway. So it might be something to consider in not saying. But to me, it's always about awareness that they are saying something that is not a fact for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. Feel you on that. Feel you.
And proving a point, yeah, I think sometimes we do want to prove a point
Oh
if
yeah, I
we
can't wait
are
to talk about
really
Because
not agreeing, if we're really not agreeing about what is said.
that. Mm-hmm.
I think we want to prove that it's not true what they say. But then we, as on your platform, we always back it up with data. We go into Google, we go into looking in statistics, and we go and check if that is actually true. I say that, I think that, I feel that, but is it actually true? Can we find any data about it? What does Google say?
Yeah.
oh, go to Encyclopedia Britannica. I've still got the encyclopedias.
The
We don't do
encyclopedia ain't
we
gonna
don't do
tell us
that.
nothing about this
We do
current
Google.
world.
Sure not. And well, that's
Kevin is
If
way too
that do
young
that,
for
that's a
that.
sweet encyclopedia.
I don't think Kevin even knows what it is.
yes, he
Come on,
do.
man.
He
I ain't
knows
that
what it
young.
is. Oh wow,
He's
right?
born with Google.
No,
You think I'm a 2000s baby or
I
something?
ain't
I
gonna
was
lie.
born in
I thought Kev. When I
1990.
when I first met Kev, I thought he was like 25, 26. I didn't think he was his age either.
I'm right, 32.
I know
Yeah.
how old you is.
No, I was talking, saying it out
Oh.
You're
loud. Yeah. I know you know. I know you know, baby.
32.
You know.
But still, did they still use
I,
encyclopedias then?
Probably
I
not.
I don't think
What
so. I think Google
the
was
heck? That
already
sounds
up
like a
and
joke. Did
running.
you just tell a joke, Fairy?
No, no, because now in my brain I'm gonna wonder, when did we start using Google? That's the way my brain works. You say
You
something
could
and
Ever
then
probably look
since
it up.
AOL came out.
I'm looking it up.
when did we start using Google? I think I started using Google back
I
in
said I
two.
thought you was older. Who me? Yeah, I'm an old man.
He got that
I'm,
hair on his face,
I'm
girl. That's all
32.
that is. He shaved that hair off his face. He'll look super
Hair on
young.
my face?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I just got this thing on here forever. I was at the baby face for too long. I'm good. Mm-hmm. I beat
The
that.
first version of Google was released in August 1996.
Oh wow, okay.
Hmm?
But nobody was even talking about Google back then. That's crazy. Because people weren't even
Yeah,
talking
they were.
about Google in no 96.
I think that's when you had to have like the home
I'm tripping,
computer,
Lord.
and
I'm
you.
a, I'm a
Yeah,
grandpa.
You wish.
grandpa, if you 32,
Trying to
ain't no
speak
way.
this wisdom into you little young grasshoppers.
Oh my goodness.
Ain't
Y'all tap the
wisdom.
screen, share the live for all the people that's coming
Please,
in.
You know,
please. Listen.
pagan.
Tap that screen, y'all, man. We about to get some more. Gotta get some more people. We got a few hours before Dazzle. We start transitioning over there.
I tell you, one of my pastors, my daughter and two of my sons have told me they went pagan. Oh no, that ain't happening. Mm-mm.
Hmm.
Still trying to preach to them.
They
That's
went
one of the
what?
big. They went pagan. They don't believe in God
Oh
because
no,
What
yeah.
what does
bad stuff
pegging
is
mean?
going
What? Sorry,
on
that's a new word for me.
God, that all this bad stuff wouldn't be happening. I'm like, do you
What
realize we are in the end times and God's going to let certain things happen for a reason?
you said? What pagan mean?
What
Pagan,
does
it
that
means
mean?
they don't believe in God.
Oh, you talking about atheists?
No, I'm not talking about atheists. Atheists don't believe in nothing but science, pretty much. They believe that we were little organisms that kind of migrated from the sea and evolved. That's a pagan. That's an atheist. These pagans, they don't believe in our God.
Nothing.
God we serve. They believe in a higher power, but not in our God. You
Hmm.
see
What's
what I'm
wrong
saying?
with that?
That's new.
Huh?
What's
What's
wrong
wrong
with
with
that?
it?
Yeah,
Because they need to believe in our God if they're going to go to heaven.
that's what you believe.
Nah. Nah, I wouldn't say that though. But I feel you though. Everybody is deep into their beliefs though. But I think our God is more powerful than just limiting Himself to what a human believe in. I think.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think
But
that.
you
You know what
gotta
I'm saying?
think
I believe at the end of the day, all of us is serving the same God at the end of the day because He
right.
created all of us.
I was just gonna say that. And that's why they say like the Lord of Lords, the King of Kings, like the God of Gods.
Yep.
So
Yep. Yeah,
See, they
but
forgot.
I can understand that. Yeah, okay, I feel why you feel that way because yes, it's based off how we brought. I was brought up that same way, but I had to open my mind up a little bit more. Not saying that you closed, but I'm just saying that I realized that what I was getting taught. And that's why I read for
Hello.
myself or whatever. I'm like, dog, we be limiting something, someone, we limit him or it or whatever to
Can
just
I
this
help you?
little thing. Like, no, he
Das,
only pay
das
attention
ist
to this
schön.
group only.
Das ist handgemacht in eigenes Atelier.
It's
What
like
the
they
heck?
said. My daughter said, she said, well, you can't see them, you can't hear them, you can't feel them. Okay, well, can you see hear or feel yours?
Right.
Yeah, that's the kind of point that I had to make to her.
Yeah, but we can't. That's why I tell everybody they're entitled to what they believe in, and God made us all different with different mindsets and stuff. So I mean, we can't fault on how somebody grew up or how they feel. We can't get mad at them. We can't call them out their name because we could have been that person. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I try not to have a stubborn type mind. You know what I'm saying? And just think my way is the only way because everybody don't think the same way as me or didn't get grew up the same way as me. I try to think in fairness. I
right,
try to go judgments off hearts, off the way their heart is. You know what I'm saying? And their intentions and stuff. So,
right.
like I said, I don't think whatever we believe in is just only what the truth is. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's more than that. Life itself is just a mystery, anyways. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I told my daughter, I said, well, when I die, I want y'all to be in heaven with me when y'all go. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Believe
I
me,
I don't want to be up there by myself.
believe me,
And
the creator, no, the creator wouldn't have created us if you know what I'm saying. So I think it's a little deeper than that. He knew that all of us almost named the same thing. We make mistakes. We got evil sides. We got good sides. So like, it's
Right.
nobody's perfect. So
Yep. Everybody has that. You just have to pick what path you gonna go down. So everybody have a dark and a light.
yeah,
Right. Everybody has a dark. Well, that's what I believe. Everybody has a dark side and a light side, but it's up to you to pick what path. Now,
yeah,
just because you pick like a certain religion or a certain belief doesn't mean that you're bad or you're
right.
dark. So,
It
and
don't
I
mean you're not a child of God either.
right, and it don't mean that you're not a child of God. Right.
I'm not going to say I'm holier than thou. I have made plenty of mistakes in my
Mm-hmm.
life. I have gone down the wrong path so many times in my life. But God always knew where my heart was.
Right.
Even though I was doing bad, I still kept Him first.
Mm-hmm.
And I would pray to Him on a daily basis while I was doing bad. Lord, I want you to take this from me because I know it ain't right.
Yeah.
But, I always knew to keep Him first
Yeah,
in everything I did. And I
but
believe that's what Hey, I'm not innocent today. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not innocent now. But I
Nobody
still,
is. Mm-hmm.
everything I do, I still wake up in the morning and say, "Thank you, God, for letting me breathe another day." You know
mm,
what I'm saying? For grant me another day, or blessing me with another day. But I mean, my kids know I'm not innocent. They've been through the mess with me. I
God know you're
mean,
not innocent.
yeah, God knows I'm not innocent, but He
God
knows
knew
where
you
my,
before you knew you. That's one thing. People just don't know that. Don't know
my
that
heart
though.
is. What I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He knows I got about 20 different Bibles here,
Mm-hmm.
including a Catholic Bible. The only Bible I don't have is an Ethiopian Bible, which is the oldest Bible in the world.
Oh wow.
That's the only Bible I don't have.
Yeah.
But if I can get my hands on one, I would love to.
I'm put it this way too. He knew you before you even went into your religion or belief that you have. He knew all this. You know, even though the people that don't or the people we try to get to understand how we understand. He even know the people that
You know,
all this stuff is
Yeah,
created.
he know everything. He already know your whole life path.
Yep.
mm,
Because he wouldn't
I
have
think.
created you if he didn't. It's everybody got their purpose on here.
Hmm.
And that book
Yep.
ain't no book or anything had to tell us that. You know what I'm saying? We had to figure that out. We got to figure
Right.
that out. We get to know
Right.
ourselves through our experiences. And I don't think we really, like I said, I don't think we really truly know ourselves because we just go off what our experiences is because, like I said, the more we grow, we start learning more about ourselves. We ain't know our capabilities. we didn't know a lot of stuff or whatever. So it's just as we grow and as we try to better ourselves, we become a better version of ourselves and stuff. So, uh,
There's skills and things I didn't even know I had skills in. I didn't learn that till I moved to Mississippi 10 years ago. I
yeah,
was 40 years old when I moved here. And
yeah,
there's things that I know how to do that I didn't even realize I knew how to do.
yeah,
Like crafts and stuff and like repairing things or just like little projects I've been doing around the house. I mean, I made my living room floor look like wood paneling or like the wood floors just with
yeah.
some paint and stain. It ain't even
Oh
got
wow.
wood floor, but it looks like wood floor.
Mm.
And I did that with just paint, white paint and some stain. And boom, it turned out looking cute.
Yeah.
Now, if I could just get him to let me do the rest of the house. He said no. He likes it, but he said he's actually going to get the what's it called, the luxury linoleum. Yeah, he's going to get that and put it in the rest of the house. He said, "No, one thing I can figure out how to do yet is work on the car. I can't fix the cars. Not these cars this day and time. Ain't no way. You give me a old 1976
Man, this
Cadillac, might
breakfast
be.
song feel like a good little pancakes or something. I don't know. I'm about to. Uber eat something. I don't know.
That sound good. Was you eating cereal a little while ago?
No, I had put it in the camera. You probably ain't seen me. It was an Oreo.
Oh,
Oh, I
IHOP
saw.
sound good. Kid, don't make me stop by IHOP before I go to the boutique. I really want some Starbucks coffee though.
Starbucks.
Have y'all ever tried that Amore? What's it called? Amore coffee? Is it Amore coffee?
I never heard of that.
I'm not even really a coffee person for
Me
real.
either, but I want
Cause
some
you
Starbucks.
need me. So I'm talking to
Yes, yes, yes. We here. You see how early we here? We need Kev, not coffee.
It's called it's called Amore.
but but
That's
I only one I had drank was the like the Tim Horton one. I do that the little iced coffee thing with the whipped cream. With the Oreo. It's like an Oreo. I forgot what it's called. I forgot what they call it. I think that's like the closest to coffee
Where you
that you
get that
drink.
from? Starbucks?
From Tim Hortons.
Oh, I
They
ain't.
got
Oh, I don't have that out here.
it's like an iced coffee.
Uh huh.
It
Well,
got
they
whipped
sell
cream
iced
in it.
coffee at Starbucks too. Like they have sweet,
homemade coffee, homemade cappuccino, frappuccino, all that,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and all homemade.
I want some sweet and hot this morning.
Sweet
Ooh.
and hot. Simply Drea, can you hop in the box? Go ahead and hop up in the box. I've seen you in here a couple times. That's if you ain't banana. I know people be getting in trouble in this, boy. They be like, no.
Mm-hmm.
I done been in the toxic lives.
Mm-hmm.
They made me break my character.
Not break
They
this
can
character.
off
Break
seven
my.
days.
Brought them out of character.
Oh, you right. You right. You right. You right.
Mhm.
Oh, she's alive. She said, nope, I ain't cussed nobody out.
Get it?
Mhm. Yeah, Kev, tell us how you stubborn. We want to hear your stubborn
Nah, I
stories
knew they was
now.
gonna wait till you picked the
Yeah.
right time.
Tell
He
us about
said, nah, I was trying to get on. Yeah, put the mirror on yourself. Okay. Like I said, I don't let my ego get to me, you know? So I would say some stubborn things about me. Sometimes, a lot of times, if something don't seem right in my mind, I do write it off quick. But I think I try to put it in check real fast. Like, yeah, I do. I ain't gonna say it's a problem, but it's like a defense type thing. So I do be stubborn, and like once I say something, which everybody like that. I would say something, and if it kind of go against it, it'd be a little hard to listen to it. And sometimes it do take time for me to try to fully understand what somebody's saying. Sometimes I can understand real fast too, but that's one of the things. And what I do to work on it is like I said, I take the time, and sometimes I got to review what happened. Like I said later, and then I think on it and look at it a different way or whatever. Especially if I don't have the time to understand. Uh, so what else I'm stubborn about? Uh, I know some more stuff, man. I just can't think about it. I don't. I guess I can't still be patient. Patience is different thing, but that's one of the main ones I would say. Then I probably think about it in the middle of talking though. I mention some more stuff. Drea, what's the deal?
Oh, she on. There she goes.
I said she did the opposite, and you did.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, time for you to be in the hot seat.
Oh,
Good
okay. What's the hot
morning.
seat?
So, welcome to have I have you this your you been in my live before? I'm not sure. There's so many people that
I
be
mean,
just
in the chat, but that's about it.
oh the better chat. Oh yeah, so welcome to the panel. Okay.
Yeah.
Fix my glasses now for the new person. Put it at the tip of my nose. All right.
Fake.
So,
Not. Okay.
first off, how you feel about the topic?
What's the topic?
Above my head.
Um, I think I used to be real stubborn, but not as much as I used to be.
Hmm.
I felt like when I was living in New York and trying to get it together, I was stubborn. I wouldn't want to try new things. I just was just scared to just do. And then I decided one day, like, I'm gonna just do. And I picked up me and my kids, and I moved out of state, and just been doing a thing.
Mm.
So now I don't see myself as stubborn anymore.
Mm.
Now
Interesting.
I just be like, you know what?
So
You
you're
say you're
stubborn and
gonna
free.
do it, or you're not gonna do it, and you have to be open minded to do it.
Hmm. Right about that.
I'm sorry about that.
Sorry about what?
Oh, I didn't mic down and I had a
You
customer now.
farted? I know I heard something about that.
No, just before I didn't put my mic down before I started talking to my customer. So
Oh, okay, I got you. I got you. I love you guys. I'll be back if y'all still on when I get on. Okay, for sure, for sure. Thanks for coming through, man. Appreciate it. So, what was you stubborn about that you said you had to correct, man?
Just about everything. Like it was, if it didn't make sense to me, it just couldn't make sense at all.
Okay. Kind of sound like us. Okay. You got like a recent experience or something that you recently had to be aware of and work on?
Thank you. I want to say, I guess it was the fact that I didn't have experience that made me stubborn.
Hmm.
You know,
Has somebody ever called you stubborn?
um, yeah, I got called stubborn all the time because, like I said, if it didn't make sense to me, it just wasn't going to go any other kind of way because it didn't make sense to me. But because I
Hmm.
didn't have experience, how was it going to make sense to me to be open minded to anything or
Hmm.
understanding?
I got you. I got you. I got
So I just felt like, no, that didn't make sense. I'm not doing it. Oh, that didn't
you.
make sense. You're lying. Or if it just didn't make sense to me, I wasn't gonna jack it.
Uh huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Sun
But
came out,
then,
started yawning. So how do
I
you make something make sense to you?
huh?
How do you like? What do you do? Like, what actions do you take to? Okay, since you're aware that if it don't make sense to you, and then you usually be stubborn to it. So what do you do to try to be open minded?
Now I'm a question asker. Like I'll ask you 1,000 questions. Like when I meet people now, I let them know like I'm gonna be all in your business, and it's not for me to judge. It's for me to understand. It's for me to learn.
Yep.
When I was like 19, I ended
Bestie in
up
the
in a
building.
I ended up in a youth shelter called the Covenant House, which is like
Mm.
one in like almost every state. But they help like our runaway teens. And when I got there, I met people from all kinds of walks, different, races, sexualities. Everybody was there for their own reasons. So when I got there, I had to. It put me in a space to like learn about the world outside of me.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would ask a lot of questions to get understanding, like, what's it like coming out to your parent? What's it like, you know, being from a different household and stuff. So once I started doing those things and I started understanding like the human race is very complex and it's not gonna always make sense. Sometimes I have to just go with it. Sometimes I can't always stand my ground. I can't be like, no, it don't make sense. So we're not doing it. I have to like let it play out now, see where it goes, see where it takes me.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
I think I still might have some stubborn ways when it comes
Yeah,
to some
everybody do.
things, but like I think I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my parents, and like it's nothing nobody can really tell me too much about my parenting because I feel like there's no handbook on parenting. So who are you to really give me so much judgment or have so much to say about my parenting? So I think in things like that, I'm very much
I
stubborn.
like how you just did that. And you just,
But
I like how you did that though. So you said you. That's funny because you went from like, no, I'm not stubborn. Then you just did a stubborn type action
yeah.
right there. After that, you
yeah, that's the thing.
that was the
I still
quickest
have my ways. I'm a work
contradiction,
in
real
progress.
quick. I'm not stubborn, but when it comes to my parents, I'm stubborn. So all right, so we gonna get back to that. So what are you doing about that?
I'm a work in progress every day when it comes to that. You
That was.
know, because I mean, unless your children are grown and I can see the success in your stories, I just be like, I don't know, like what you telling me, like, because parenting is really one of those things. Like, we do the best we can, and we hope we don't mess up our children as much in the process.
Right.
So I be feeling like, who is, like, what like, certain things I might listen to, but otherwise I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do this how I want to do this.
But Drea, does it matter the way they bring it to you?
No. See, I'm from New York, so tone doesn't really matter to me, because our tone always sounds like we're talking disrespectful or we're being crazy with everybody. So tone doesn't matter to me. I'm listening to the actual words you're saying. So I'll take it, like, I'll listen, but it's not a guarantee that it's gonna stay with me. Like, it's definitely not a guarantee that it's gonna stay with me.
But it doesn't have to be a guarantee. If you open up to the other person and listen, you're already halfway.
Yeah, that's why I'm the work in progress.
So I don't even think that you can still call it stubbornness if you open up and you listen.
Yep.
Well, then, you know what? Maybe I work through the progress then.
And if somebody sees that you're struggling with something, or if you share a story, for example, I don't know, whatever we can have with our kids. My kid will let himself be influenced by other kids, and I have raised them differently. And somebody says, okay, I hear you. Well, I tried this and it worked. Maybe it will work for you. Would you be more likely to try it?
I guess if it makes sense to me.
Okay.
But like you said,
I understand though. If that's your mind frame or whatever it is, that's what you got to. Like I was just explaining kind of earlier. Like if that's the way you feel and stuff, of course, you know what I'm saying. You can't tell. Ain't nobody gonna be able to tell you to not be, stubborn on a certain situation, because that's something you would have to, like, that was a decision you would have to make yourself or whatever. It can't change the way you feel about. Because overall, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like that majority of the time nobody can be able to change your. Especially, and I understand that. I've talked to plenty of people that's about that. They're not gonna be able to change your parents because you feel like the way you're doing this is mostly the best route, which most parents do that. They try their best or whatever. So I understand that though. So yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, it's like, it's the children, right? So I don't want to be taking your advice and it's gonna affect my children. Like, if my children are gonna be messed up, it's gonna be messed up. They're gonna be messed up because of me, not because I let everybody say and have such an opinion. So it's not that I completely tune everybody out. There are some people that I'm like, yeah, I can listen to them, but it's really not for everybody, because I feel like with parenting, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. You beat your kids, damn, like, oh, you're beating your kids, you shouldn't beat your kids. You don't beat your kids, oh, that's why they out there acting a fool in the street, because they're not being beat. So
right.
It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't with your children. So I just be feeling like, well, I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna figure out, and we're gonna see how it goes, and that's just the way it is for me when it comes to parenting. Other things I'm a lot more open-minded to and willing to see where it goes, how far it can take me, see the plan through.
Yeah, so hearing Kev, it to me it feels like, hearing all those answers, it is like the more it's close to you, the more it's important to you, the more likely you will be stubborn.
Stubborn too, yeah, I hear it. Yeah.
And the less it affects anything in your direct life, the less stubborn you will be, because it's not that important. The end result is not going to be that important.
Yeah, for my kids, pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or topics that we're very passionate about. It's the same. We can be.
So do you ever take the time to, okay, because sometimes some people could see from the outside. I don't think everybody. Some people have bad attention, some people don't. But I'm saying some people can see on the outside of what you're doing wrong. You know what I'm saying, and you're not fully aware of it. Maybe, you know what I'm saying, because I don't believe not one parent is a perfect parent. That's crazy type thinking, whatever. I don't know. I feel like everybody as a human itself got some type of correction about themselves daily. So just to have that mentality where nobody can't change my way. You know what I'm saying? That is like kind of closing yourself. Which that do kind of ties into the topic and stuff about that. It helps you from, it's holding you back from a lot of stuff that can possibly happen or better you or something like that. But like I said, you will have to, like you said, if it don't make sense to you, it ain't gonna, basically there's nothing to you, you know what I'm saying? You'll hear them and whatever, you brush it off real quick or something like that. But I would say whenever whenever you just make that decision in your life that you want to be a little bit more open to it, I would say just take the time, even if it don't make sense, try to, if you feel like it can better, or I can't even say that though, because if you feel like what your way is better or something like that, then I guess you can't say nothing. But if you feel like what you doing is the best route, and you really don't have no complaints about anything, or you have no problem with your child or something like that, then stick to what you know. You got to be stubborn in that end, or you know, like that. Keep that, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type mentality, whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what I do try to do, like, I don't know if I'm really good at taking advice on parenting, but I do
No, I
try
don't
to
think a lot of
surround.
parents is not. I noticed that.
Yeah, I do try to surround myself with what I think is, good parenting. And not the same parenting as me, because my friends, they are gentle parents and I am not. But I
Yeah,
do surround myself with some of them because I do learn from them in my own way and certain things when I'm seeing them handle certain situations with their kids. So yeah, we don't do too much talking on parenting, but I'm watching.
yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that looks okay. So maybe as I keep watching them, I might feel more comfortable with taking some advice as I see how it plays out for them so that it
Hmm.
starts to make sense to me. But just telling me it's just not going to be it for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when they tell you, do you ask them why do they feel that way?
Oh, I don't talk too much parenting with my friends. Like I said, they're
I
gentle parents and I'm not. So there's already a difference right there. And the one thing I have learned when dealing with other parents is that you do have to be careful when having conversations about parenting.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody know their child. I know, I believe that every child is different or something like that. So yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, I'm very almost old
What's the
school when
deal,
it comes to
lovely?
my parenting. Like, a child's supposed to stay in a child's place, don't talk, say excuse me when adults are talking. I'm not explaining but so much to you. And my friends, they're explaining to the T, like they're breaking a sweat explaining. And I'm like, wow, this is extreme. This is too much for me, and I'm like, I'd have been told him go to his room. But, that's once
Keep
again,
tapping, y'all. You almost at 30K. Good
Oh,
looks.
here, look, Drea, positive five says, I'm a gentle parent, but it does not work.
yeah. I mean, I see for some people it do work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
every case, it's case by case with parenting
And
though.
it's
But I
kid
would
by
say
kid.
I would
It's
just ask people
it's
in
case by
general
case
to be
with
open minded
children.
about anything. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And try to just try to understand what somebody's saying, and rather than write it off so bad. Because a lot of times we go off our feelings. The reason why we reject a lot of information because it just don't feel right. Even if we don't say it don't understand, it just don't feel right. Sometimes we let our feelings make us not want to understand sometimes. That's what it be a lot of times. But we're just not fully aware of it. And like I said, that comes with that stubbornness can hold us back type situation. So most of the time it be our own feelings holding us back, and it really could have been good advice, or it could have bettered our situations that
Our
we in or
skills.
whatever.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
what's the deal, Stays? What's the deal? How about you pop up in here? Come on in here. No, you ain't about to know. I know you like doing drive-bys. You can talk for a couple seconds. Come on. You can stays on top of this panel right here. You can stay on top. And kiss a couple shoes.
Mhm.
That's an insider. Yeah, I had this chick came in my live, said she made her son kiss her shoe and stuff, and thought that was
What?
cool. You're
What?
right. You're right. I gotta show him or something. Like, what the hell? We
Yeah,
just
that's
got done talking about
the
No.
parent.
respecting your child. But guess what? What if she was a stubborn parent? We can't tell them anything, right?
Oh my
That's why
God.
I say people can make judgments on other stuff, but then when it comes to them, they don't want to hear anything. To them, it's perfect. You know what
That's
I'm
abuse. You
See, and
know?
that's the thing. Like a lot of old school parents, and nowadays is gonna be considered abuse. Like a lot of the way
saying?
I'm just speaking from what I how I was raised and like how my mama was raised and how my daddy was raised. Like especially my daddy, like the stuff that his mama did probably would be definitely considered abuse.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Well,
but
maybe it was. Maybe
I
it
mean,
was abuse because, but
I
just
mean,
because of the
yeah.
fact that everybody did it, it was
Right, it don't make it.
considered
I'm not. I'm,
okay.
yeah, yeah. And I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it made it okay, you know. But I think like I'm just speaking because I'm a black person, so I'm just gonna speak for like black people right now. Like back in because it's almost like we had to be taught authority, like on a whole nother level, because it's
Hmm.
almost like your life is at risk if you don't know how to like what can I say? If you don't know how to conform in certain situations,
Yeah,
it
I
can be life
understand.
or death. So I feel like, and I feel like a lot of people have different parenting when it comes to like girls and boys too.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of women, especially from what I've seen, single mothers, they feel like they have to be a lot harder, like much, much, much harder because they feel like they're playing the mom and the dad. You know what I'm saying? Because if the son doesn't have any male authority around, it's almost like none. It's almost like she feels like she has to compensate for that. You know, and the same thing
That
with
must be hard.
yeah. That's why I was using my dad as an example because his mom was a single parent and she was like a drill sergeant, kind of like but she sent her daughter to live with the grandmother, and I think she did that for a reason, because she had three boys and one girl. So I think she didn't want her sons to see her being a certain way with the daughter and being a different way with them.
And plus, it's hard to turn it on and off.
Right.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hard.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
So I
get
was
that.
just using that as an example because I know, and like you said, Miss Fair, it doesn't make it right, because my dad he did certain things to me that people would consider abuse, and even though I didn't like it when I was young, and I do feel like it was some of the things were extreme. Like now, I'm very grateful for it. Like, cause I wasn't abused. I don't look at it like I was abused, but I feel like some of the things that he did, people would have been like, I would have never done my child like that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
So I
like you
would
said, it's
say
all about
like
knowing but you have to know your kid too.
I was
You
just
know what
about
I'm
to get
saying?
to. Who do you think
Yeah.
so much
Yeah.
alike? We think
So,
too much alike. That's crazy. I was
so
just about to say that.
I get that, but then even if we, because I was brought up in a different time too, and I was abused uh, back in my days, but still I can make a difference in between a correction and being beaten up, and I don't think, even though um, I've been mistreated by my parents in a physical way, I don't think, if I warn my daughter 3 times, I tell her 3 times no, and she doesn't listen, she goes over that, so she doesn't respect my authority, I will get it. I will smack her ass. And I don't think that's
Accent make
called,
everything funny.
no.
Smell ass.
And I don't think that's abuse.
No.
I think that is putting a limit. And if we, I will put it even further. If we look at the animal kingdom, that's exactly the way it is. You know, a correction is never, just saying
Different
endlessly,
levels
no,
to it.
don't do that, no, don't
There's
do
different
that, no, don't
levels.
do that, because there will be no respect, because they know there's no action at the end of it.
Yep. There's
So they
different
will
levels
just
to it.
keep on doing it because they don't respect your authority, and they will say, well, whatever you say, but I'm going to do it anyway because there's no, you
Yep.
know,
Yep.
no punishment anyway. So,
Yeah, because what's abuse to one child can be correction to the other. So it just depend on, just like she was saying earlier. This is each child is different, each scenario is different. It's just the way you're doing it and stuff. Because some you got to be harder. Like we call it, some of the stuff they call tough love. It could be abuse to somebody else, but the other one, what I'm saying, you got to be softer on other. It's just getting to know
yeah, it depends the
what
kid, and
you
and
raising.
And I totally get you, Drea. I can feel, I'm a single mom, and I can feel the distress of a single mom in your situation. I will never know exactly how she feels, but I can somehow understand that she feels she needs to be tougher in order to protect her kids from very terrible things that could happen to them because of the fact that they are from your race, and I, I I don't think anybody has to judge a parent about the way they protect their children, as long as it's protection.
Right.
Yeah, I
But
think
I
a
don't
lot of
think
a
telling a
lot from
kid to kiss your shoes has to do anything with protection. I'm sorry.
right. That's what I'm
Yeah.
about to say. I think a lot of what I notice, they mix in their feelings with what really need to be corrected or something like that. So like a lot of times, okay, some okay, say if a kid was to get whooped or something like that, they only whooping them out of anger than rather than trying to correct them nowadays. That's something I've been noticing or whatever. They just doing it because it hurt them feelings or they didn't like it. They was mad like nah, you know what I'm saying. But the child is not really understanding why, or they didn't take the time. They're just being lazy instead of just trying to talk to their child first and get them to understand it first, or just realizing that their child made a mistake or whatever. But like I said, I do understand there's some children that you got to be like, dog, did not, then you got to, snack on the end, like you said earlier, you know what I'm saying? You got to do that sometimes. So it's just, like I said, it's different levels to it, but it can be considered like abuse, especially if you didn't even take the time to, because you being a lazy parent and you ain't take the time to learn your child and take and because a lot of that stuff we be setting on children up. We let them watch anything, do anything, and all that stuff, and or whatever. Hang around. I guess we can't correct. I mean, correct who they hang around. But I'm just saying, let them do anything, talk how they talk and all that stuff. Then get mad on the outcome, and then want to hurry up and just get to the build day. But it be your fault though, because you're not trying to take the time to
To
avoid them
explain.
from being that way.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
it's like you set them up, then want to quick to whoop them. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
whatever. What do I know? I'm not a parent, I guess.
Well, no, but I think you see that correctly. I think your observation about the way a lot of parents that, and I think there's a lot that comes with that. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of fatigue. They're highly irritable because of all the things that are going on in their lives. So I I understand that they're, because normally hitting, if you hit too fast, is out of frustration.
Yep.
So, and if you take the time to explain your child, no, we're not going to do this because of this and this, and then it does it again, and you explain it again, and you explain it again, then you took enough time to make sure that your kid understood that that was a no-go. And
Mm-hmm.
if in that case you would whoop a ass, I would never ever say anything to
I
anybody.
like what she said.
Oh, you like to be whooped your ass too? You're a naughty boy.
Why is that so? It's just so funny
This
when you say
escalated.
it. It's your accent. This just sounds so funny though.
I'm
No,
sorry.
I don't do all that. I whoops. I whoops. I do the spankings. No, I don't get that. Nah, I'm
Oh,
good on
oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah,
I
nah, that's
I
weird.
see
That's
you.
too fruity for me.
I
Even though
see you.
I'm considered to what's considered in today's age as a strict parent, I stopped physically hitting my kids because I realized as a single mother I was frustrated all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And the fear of going too far started to become too big. I started hearing all these stories about, like, these parents and these step parents and boyfriends and girlfriends killing these kids and stuff, and
Oh
abusing these kids
gosh.
and hitting these
On
kids
the
the
line.
wrong way, that I was just like, you know what, let me stop putting my hands on these kids while I'm frustrated. And at a point in time, I was just always frustrated. Like, being a single mother is just no joke. Like,
Mm,
especially when you're a single mother and you don't have a family, period. You know, I went 5 years without a break. It wasn't until I moved out of state and made new friends, and they were like, "Hey, girl, we'll give you a break," before I synced my first break, like a first weekend to myself. So I was just frustrated all the time. So I was like, you know what? I cannot put my hands on these kids because I'm gonna go to jail and they're gonna go under, and that's just not the way I want it to go, because it's hard. It's absolutely hard.
but
And
I
I
want
think
to.
that's the difference between discipline and abuse. it's like, you're disciplining them, like, you're disciplining them because they did something wrong. Abuse is
Mm-hmm.
you just doing, hurtful things to them just cause.
Absolutely. But I want to say, Drea, the fact that you realized this and that you stopped yourself and that you took a time out instead of giving your kid a time out, because of the fact that you know that you're tired and frustrated, that makes you an amazing mom.
I try.
You are. And let nobody ever tell you anything else, because, you think while you educate your children. And that's something a lot of people just don't do.
When I had moved out of, my hometown or whatever, I I moved to a place where I didn't have friends, so I had a lot of time to reflect on some of the things. So even though I know I'm real stubborn when it comes to taking outside advice to my parenting, I've done a lot of self-reflection on parenting. Like, I know some things about me when it comes to parenting that, you know, I know, like, needs work, and I know needs, like, I know for a fact that I don't enjoy parenting. Like, parenting, if I could go back, I wouldn't be a parent, but I am a parent, and I brought my kids into this world, so I wouldn't dare do wrong by them. I wouldn't dare let them fail. I wouldn't dare let them just be just because I don't enjoy parenting. That's not their problem. That's a me problem.
Yep.
But I know that I don't get the same joy that other mothers get when it comes to parenting. They get that little bubbly feeling inside, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's just not me. Like, these are the things I know. So, a lot of these things go into the reason why I don't physically discipline my kids no more.
Right.
Let me ask you something, because you say I don't enjoy parenting, and then you compare yourself to these parents that are all joyful and happy all the time. At least that's what they show us. Is it really that you don't enjoy parenting, or is it because of the fact that you compare yourself to them that you think that you don't enjoy it as much as they do?
Oh, no, I know I don't enjoy parenting.
So what do you enjoy in your children then?
I enjoy my children as individuals. Like, I love them. I enjoy I don't enjoy the things that come along with parenting, like the responsibility.
Okay, I see.
Like,
So
I don't like the response. I don't like the fact that I don't have any real freedom. I don't have any support. I don't have the things that I feel like should come along with raising children.
do you think you don't enjoy it because you don't understand it? You don't
Um,
fully understand it?
I think I understand parenting, but
No,
then again, I mean,
you think
what
okay.
what's there to understand in parenting?
Because I think once you fully start understanding what you're truly doing, you will learn to you will enjoy it. I think you will enjoy your progress of what you're doing. But I think it's something that it sounds like from what you're saying. I feel like the way you saying that, it sounds like it's a struggle somewhere in there. You know what I'm saying? You even though you say you feel like you know parenting or whatever, but I'm saying the fact that you said you don't enjoy it, uh, I think it's a struggle somewhere in there. That's why I believe.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
that's
the
how
struggle
it feels
probably
to
the
me.
fact that I do it
Because I
all.
think once you really start understanding like really what you're doing in there and seeing the progression and all that stuff, and I understand it's a struggle and all that stuff, but I think once you like know how learn how that where you're growing in that and what you're doing and how you're impacting your child and that stuff, I think you're gonna start enjoying it more. You know what I'm saying? But I understand what you mean because like I mean I know that I mean I can't say I know the experience though, but I think that's just my belief. I'm just saying I think once you really start noticing what you're doing and appreciate what you're doing, you're gonna start enjoying it more. That's just like me. Ain't like I enjoy waking up early in the morning and going doing this stuff. I mean, I think I do like it though. I like the stuff I be doing with the motivational speech. But then again, it can get boring and sometimes I don't feel like doing it. But then like as I doing it and noticing what I'm doing and aware of what I'm doing, I start enjoying it more, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think in that case it's the same thing. If you get nice positive results out of your life, it feels better than when it
Yeah.
goes south and it's a nasty life. But
Exactly.
Drea,
I think that's what I was trying to get. You said it
yeah,
better than
I feel you. Drea, do you when your child does something, let's say, you are in a public place and your child is the child that is helping an older lady, um, by holding the door open out of itself with nobody asking him. When you see your child do that, does it make you proud? Oh, she's gone.
What happened?
I don't know.
She dropped.
Yeah.
What happened? That's weird. Hope it wasn't too hard. Hope it wasn't too heavy.
But y'all gotta keep in mind too, though, at the very beginning, she did come up here and say that she didn't really like, you know, like talking too much about parenting and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's why she dropped. I'm just saying keep that in
No.
mind. Because when she first got up here, she was like, you know, I don't really like to have them type of conversations like that with other people, and you know, she probably just don't want to indulge a little bit. Maybe it was like, you know, getting a little too deep or something.
Oh, I don't know. Or
Who
maybe
brought
she
the
has
Or
topic
bad
up
maybe her
anyway? I'm
reception.
phone
trying to
died.
think.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know.
maybe
I
it's
don't.
just bad reception.
What I'm saying is, I don't know, but I'm just saying keep
Yeah, I
that.
feel you. I feel you. I feel
She
you.
did say that at the beginning. That's all I was saying.
Yeah,
But
but
I
I
don't
think
know if that's why.
What Kevin and I tried to do was just valorize her and
Oh
put her
yeah,
into a.
I'm not saying nothing was wrong with what y'all was trying to do. I'm just telling you, like,
Yeah,
just keep them.
I
You know
get
what
that.
she said at the beginning. That's
Hmm.
all.
Yeah, I get
Hmm.
that. I get that. That could be. Let's hope it is just a
Or she could
reception.
have just her phone could have just died.
Yeah,
I
I
was just
just hope her phone died.
right. Me too.
Yeah, I'll
Right.
be
I
like
hope she
that. If
didn't
it
get.
didn't die, I'm
I
like, that's
hope
some
you didn't
heavy
run her
stuff.
off, Kev. I hope we didn't run her off. Or just
I was about to. No, what I was saying is, if that, if that ain't the case, boy,
Yeah, then
I'm
I
like,
feel
that's
then
now
I
that's
feel
the
guilty.
stubbornness I'm talking
Then I
about. But I
feel
hope it ain't
guilty.
that. I really hope not.
Oh
Come
God!
back. I hope. You know what I'm saying?
Please come back.
oh, she came back.
Where she
Did
at?
Oh,
Did
I
she come
thought she
back?
came back. Oh no. Y'all
Uh,
read that late. Listen,
You
as I didn't do nothing.
you giving us false hope, Diva.
Huh?
You giving us false hope that she
No,
came
I
back.
I thought she came back in here. I was hoping she would pop back in. I hope
Uh,
she do.
you were just
Maybe it
trying
was
to make us
TikTok.
feel
It
better.
make it and it make it even better because I got another, and that's why I'm glad that I have another parent up here. You know what I'm saying, to even speak on
Right.
that, because I'm
That's
like,
why I wasn't really saying too much because I can't. You know, it's hard for me to speak about that because I've never even really been around children like that, and I'm
yeah,
not a parent. You know, so
yeah. But like I said, I just speak on human. I don't even be talking about. That's why I
right,
say I think all this stuff I talk about is just human based. It don't even have to
right,
be parents, but people
and
be
I can
so
talk
stubborn
about
on just parent. They don't think
right,
that
and I
growth can't happen.
and that's why I chimed in a little bit, you know, about like my dad and stuff like that, and how
Yeah,
he was raised and how I was raised, you know, just some things that I can talk about it from my perspective as being a child, you know what I'm saying, and how my parents did certain things, but I think
that'd
they
be
did a
crazy.
great
I hope
job.
she didn't do that, man. Please come back. Cause that's that.
Oh,
Like if that's the case, if that happened, I'm just saying. Now I'm just saying. If you listen on the outside, or if you come in, if you did that because of that,
I don't think so,
okay.
Kev.
I was about to say, man. I was about to say if she did that,
No, I don't
that'd
think.
be a pure example of
I,
stubbornness. Like I ain't listening to y'all. That'd be funny.
No, I don't think so.
That'd be some funny stuff, man. Like nope,
I
y'all
will
saying
put
too
my
much.
money on I will put my money
she might have had a
on the
phone call though.
connection.
Oh, there
Yeah.
she go.
Oh,
See,
she's back.
see,
Yeah,
see. I
No, my
talked
phone
her back
died.
up here for y'all. You welcome.
I was about to say, man.
We were
I was
all
like,
My
worried.
what?
phone died.
I was about to no, I was about to say what level of stubbornness you could not take this. You just gonna drop on us?
No,
I can't take no more. Y'all saying too much.
no.
I'm like, oh, ain't no way. I'm like,
I was listening to y'all, and I mean, I get what y'all saying about like when you see what because I think my children are like great. Like, my son, he's like one of the smartest kids I've ever come across. He's very compassionate. He's a lot of things that I just could never even understand, like who's raising him sometimes, because I feel like you couldn't have gotten that for me. You
yeah,
know, he is great. My daughter, she is only 6 and she's like she's so talented already. You know, I mean, I enjoy my children as people, but I still don't enjoy nothing about the parenting.
So I'm gonna put it this way. I'm about to reword your stuff a little bit real quick because this is what I'm gonna get you to. Okay, because it's just like I think I get what you're saying, but you're saying it wrong a little bit. Whatever. So I'm gonna put it this way. I think this is like all right, working out. I'm gonna put it this way, like working out and parenting. You might not enjoy the process, but you enjoy basically the results. I'm putting it that way. So you just don't enjoy the process of parenting, but you enjoy parenting because you like the outcome. Just like how you just explained all the stuff you're doing and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You do enjoy it. You just don't enjoy the process or the stuff you got to get to it. Basically, right?
Yeah, like if I could be a part of the process without being a parent, I would do that.
I love you.
How y'all doing? How everybody doing today?
What's the deal on the
Hey, how
library?
you doing, Killer? Hey.
I'm gonna
Just
give you a
leaving work.
follow for that comment.
I had to come in and bless my boy Kev and all y'all. You know, show my face.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
my
for
picture.
sure.
Then
Where
where's
you
your
Now I
headed
just,
face?
to, man? You
huh?
moving? It sound like you moving.
Where's your
I'm,
face?
I'm in a vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Well, you want to see my face, young lady? You can see my
Yeah.
face. I ain't ugly.
Hey,
I ain't
ugly
ugly.
face. Hey.
Yeah, thank you. Pretty. I'm handsome now. I take handsome. I don't take pretty.
I'm
I
so
take handsome all
sorry.
day. Look at
Hey,
that slim on
handsome
break.
face. I correct myself. Don't want to
Very
Thank you.
hurt your
handsome.
feelings.
Thank you. Now, now I just got off. I just left work. Hey, what's going on in the message?
Left
In the
work. Oh, okay.
comment? Yeah, I just left work. Had to go in for a couple hours. Now I'm on my way home. Now I got a birthday party to get ready for.
Uh
Oh,
oh.
you gonna
Whose
have
birthday
fun.
party?
Yeah,
Is it
my
your
nephew.
birthday?
My nephew turned
Oh,
5, so
Oh,
not my nephew birthday.
where y'all going?
Come on, you
Shack
know, but come on.
Cheese?
If I'm having a party, y'all all coming, and it's gonna be nighttime,
Okay.
and we
oh,
getting weird.
Uh
woo!
oh.
Yeah.
Are
And
you
we
gonna
get
Are you
weird.
gonna
Oh
That sound
fly
Lord.
like
him in?
trouble right there. Nighttime party.
For real. If I do a party, man, I gotta get Airbnb or something. I ain't have a birthday party in so many years. I might do one this year. I'm gonna be
That'll be
34.
fun. Yeah, that'll be fun.
I'll be 34. I might as well do one. I'm thinking about it now. I'm sitting here and really thinking about it.
That'll be fun.
So when is your birthday?
In October, when it's cool.
Oh, and you got plenty of time to go on playing it now. You gotta start playing it now.
I know, man.
Oh
I'm like
man.
really trying to think when I'm gonna get it there. Like if I do it, I really gotta get an Airbnb and have a good ass time.
Yeah.
Y'all know the last time I had a birthday, man. Last time I had a birthday, I was shit. I think about eight,
You had a birthday last
9.
year.
No.
No, I mean a party. I mean a party, a birthday
My
party.
Oh.
last party
I
when I
think I
was
was about 8 or
30.
9.
You
I think last
scare
time I had a
me.
birthday party, I had a last birthday party about 8 or 9 years old.
Oh,
Yeah, I
poor
did something for
thing.
my 30th. That was my last one. Otherwise, I ain't have
Nah.
no cakes or none of that stuff no more. Or every now and then I might do because me and my mama got the same birthday, so I guess I can't say that. Sometimes she go out, so I go out with her. So I guess I
Oh,
do
that's
birthday
dope.
party.
You and your mom got the same birthday?
Yeah, I was her birthday gift.
Oh
Oh.
my
She was trying.
goodness.
My mom was
That
trying
is
to make me a
so
birthday
nasty.
gift, man.
I wasn't supposed to, but I guess I took too long to come out. I was supposed to be out on the 8th, but I ended up on the 9th with her birthday. So.
Yeah.
That is
Oh.
so
See,
nasty.
That is.
my mama had a C-section, dog. So she was like, oh, I was trying to I was trying to tell them, oh, you to my birthday. I'm glad I didn't. I ain't want to be on your birthday.
Hey,
My birthday on the 14th. Mine's
I
on the
got a
30th.
real good question for y'all. I just thought about this.
Oh my
I don't
goodness.
want to change this stuff up, the energy, because okay, this for
No,
my
it ain't
horoscope
no.
people. This for
Here
my
we
Oh,
go.
horoscope people. I thought about
that's
this.
y'all people. That's y'all
Put
girl.
your
That's
killer.
all
Put
women.
your hold on. Killer. Put your
Oh,
green
stop
screen.
it.
Hold on, y'all. Killer. Put your green screen up.
Oh yeah, because he's in the.
Did he freeze?
Yeah, he's in the.
I hope he did. Yeah, killer. Put your green screen up. While you got your camera.
All right,
Yeah,
Or
they
go
get
back
you
on.
on that.
Yeah.
give me two
Yeah,
seconds.
that's okay.
Yeah. So, all right, I got a very good question. I want to ask it with a bigger crowd, but I thought about this deep on this.
Here we
So
go.
everybody know my feeling about this, the horoscopes and stuff. So it made me think about that. Why? Okay, first off, I feel like why do the horoscopes apply when we come out our mamas with JJ, right? And then I feel like that if the people for the people that believe in it, I feel like your horoscope or whatever that said it is, or your the date should start when you have your first heartbeat. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Because then you're not officially born yet.
But what makes you okay? I'm gonna say that if you, my thing is, all I
It's
know
called a
is,
bird horoscope.
huh?
It's called a bird like a bird, like from being born, a bird
Yeah,
horoscope.
but all right, I'm just saying that you already developed inside your mother, right? So who said that you got to follow that horoscope that day that you come out your mother? You know what I'm saying? I just always
So
said for
that
the simple
day's a
fact. Okay,
birth
I'm gonna put it this way
horoscope.
then. I'm gonna put it this way then. Just like I said, I could have been born on the 8th and the 9th. Maybe okay, one of the day apart was the different whatever. I don't know how the signs work really, but I wonder if I was supposed to be this trait. So if I was a day early, I would have acted a different way. Nah, you know what I'm saying?
No, because then you would probably still be the same horoscope.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is
Okay,
because
okay,
some
I
of them
get
a
what you're
day
saying,
apart.
right? I'm born December 21st, and that's the last day of Sagittarius. So
Yeah,
had I been
Yeah,
born the next
yeah.
day, I would have been a Capricorn. But
right.
when with that comes, like sometimes people tend to say I have Capricorn traits. Like
There
I'm
you
a
go.
Sagittarius, but I have I'm born on a cusp. So I tend to have the traits of both signs, but just technically I'm a Sagittarius.
This is so funny to me.
Yeah, but
So
then
Can
so
I
then
y'all don't
there's
can
see
a
I
that
whole
where I'm
lot
getting
more
can
to
I
to
tell
about
it.
this?
y'all
It
can
should,
I t-
huh?
can I tell y'all something? Can I tell y'all something?
What's that?
Yeah.
They said study shows. They say study shows people who believe in horoscopes are not that intelligent.
Uh,
So
I
I,
mentioned that before, but I didn't want to keep saying that though. But they
I
had a they
no,
did have a studies on that too for real about
I'm
it was an
just saying
IQ
I
thing.
was yeah, it kind of made me wonder how smart I was because at the time I was believing in it, and I said, well, I kind of feel stupid now. So I don't know. I just feel like people are people. You got bad people, you got good people. Cause me and my brother, we Libras, but he was born on the 25th of
Shit, so
September. I was
my
born October
friend
3rd,
love
and people
horoscopes.
be like, oh, y'all different because y'all in different months and all this and that. I say, nah, you just got bad and good people. I'm sorry, I don't.
Yeah,
I just
that's what I believe. Yeah, I believe that too. And everybody got their own
ladies, I'm
mind
not
frame
calling
or
y'all
whatever.
dumb. I'm not calling y'all dumb, ladies. I'm not calling y'all dumb. I'm not calling nobody dumb.
No, no, no,
But we
no.
didn't
It's
need
just
to
a
tell
different way
you
of
if
thinking.
we
Everybody got
believed
their
it
own
or
way of
not.
thinking.
So-
I always say people that do believe it that I just say they limited themselves. I'm gonna put it that way because I think we're more bigger than what we limit ourselves to. You know what I'm saying? That's why
That's
I
real,
just
that's
try to
real.
live my life to the best way I can without revolving around whatever this world be trying to tell me about my
The
life. You know
scenario.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
okay,
the
now let
scenario.
But I'm trying to get y'all to understand this part about if for the people that believe in it, I'm just saying like wouldn't it should go off the first heartbeat. That's your first sign of life. You know what I'm saying? So besides you just gotta come out and then all of a sudden I'm this sign. I think it's like when you get that first heartbeat, that's your like I said, that's your first sign of life. That should be when that horoscope applies for the people that believe in horoscope. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't hear y'all don't get me on that part.
No, we get you,
yeah,
but it's a birth horoscope, so it's kind of like a birth
yeah,
when you were
when you were
born.
born.
Like the energy, if you believe in horoscopes, then you probably believe in energies. So you believe like the energies had you placed on this day so that you can be placed with. It's all what you believe in. It's almost like when people believe in their religions and stuff. It just gives them something to look forward
Oh,
to.
I'm so glad you said it because I was scared of saying that. It's because
But
it's the whole believing thing. You know,
it
you
It's what you want to
it's
believe,
not
and
a there's no facts. You just
so
believe it.
that's why I'm saying I'm trying to get y'all to think a little deeper what I'm meaning by this. Like I feel you
no, we
saying
get what you
when you
we
come
get
out your
what you
mother,
saying.
that's when it make you born. But I'm saying if it really gonna apply, I would think it'd be the first breath. And I ain't gonna say the first. I can't say the first breath you take, but your first heartbeat. That's your sign of being alive. That's what I'm trying to
But
say.
how do you know when the first
Or born
heartbeat really is? You know when you
because
go to
they
the
let you
doctor,
know
they
when
say the
you.
heartbeat has started. But or reality, the heartbeat could start within a certain time frame.
Yeah, that too. You can say that too. But I start way before you are so-called come out your mother. You know what I'm saying? It
But you don't
starts
know
way before
exactly
that.
when to pinpoint that though. We know when to pinpoint when you come out your mother. You don't know when to pinpoint when the
Of
actual
your
heartbeat
heartbeat.
started.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so okay, do you hear where the twist is at? So like basically when you say that, how do you say that this date you came out your mother guarantees this your trait you're supposed to follow? You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
Because
well,
that's what you
maybe
choose to believe.
Oh well,
yeah,
okay, I guess.
and
All right.
You're digging too deep into it, and that's where it gets complicated. You're going
Gotta
too deep.
dig deep because you got to
Well,
sometimes. I don't.
you try to make
I
it factual. You try to make it into a science, and it's a religion. It's a belief, and
it's a religion. Okay.
there's
But I'm
no.
trying to get y'all to understand what I'm saying. But I guess if your belief
I
is more
understand
than,
you.
or if
I
you understand
understand.
your belief more than what I'm explaining it, I guess it is what it is.
No, I
Like
get what you're
I
saying.
question even my own beliefs. I question it though. I just don't blindly follow something without trying. You can believe in what you want, but do you understand what you believe in? That's what I tell people. But
I mean,
whatever.
there are some things that probably really do apply that makes people believe. Like they say that there are certain signs that tend to be serial killers.
Oh
And
Lord,
when you
don't
look at a
talk about
list of,
that because we number one on the list. Cancers are like the number one on the.
yeah, I think it's like Cancer,
Oh my
Sagittarius,
Cancers
Virgos,
goodness!
are
and
number
Pisces.
one on that list.
So,
Oh my
and when you
goodness,
look at the
that's
list of
perfect.
serial killers, it's only like 4 signs that are up there repeatedly, like,
Right.
one after
I
another.
swear, when I hear stuff like that, that sounds like a lack of accountability.
But
Like
really,
everybody got that choice
But
to
that's what I'm
be
saying.
that or
It's
not.
just
oh,
there's things that would cause people to believe
Good
that because
morning.
now look, you got all these serial killers. It's only four. It's only 4 signs out of all
Yeah.
the signs. It's only 4 signs. So now that's gonna have people
Oh,
thinking like, yeah, now
But I get it. I get it,
watch
Kevin.
this.
So
Then
you can
let me
turn it
let me
around.
switch it up. Hold on, let me switch it up real quick. Just one quick. So if your sign told you you can't keep a relationship, you gonna believe in that?
nope.
if you, I would, I don't, I'm
Let me
not
tell you
that
Right?
what I
People
big
believe.
pick
on
and choose.
signs,
But I don't
but
think
they do
all
that in
three of
religion
us
too,
believe.
though.
I
They
don't
do
think
that in
all three of
religion
us
too. They
Oh,
believe
pick and
that.
choose what to apply. They do that in religion. That's why it's the same
yeah,
thing. In
yeah.
religion,
They
they pick
do.
and choose what
They
to
do though. That's why you
apply
gotta
and how to
question it.
apply it.
Yeah, you gotta question it,
So
right? But you gotta question that for sure. Yes, exactly. But my thing is, even that, when you're fully aware of it, what are you doing to, what I'm saying, you gonna still follow it, or you gonna still just try to understand why is it said what it said, or what I'm saying? Because I don't think nobody should blindly just believe anything because that little section sound right to you. You gotta look into it deep. You know what I'm saying? Anything,
in their
even if you
mind, they're
get
not
questioned
blindly
about it, you should
believing it
have a
though.
straight answer. If you ain't got no straight answer,
First
you
of all,
can deflect by saying something else. Well, other people, but I'm saying if you don't got the answer, just gotta admit you ain't got the answer. You know what I'm saying? A lot
I
of people
don't.
do. All of us blindly believe in a lot of stuff, but
Right. I'm
that's why I
sorry.
say that's why I'm just open minded about everything for real. But I'm not telling everybody to be me.
Well,
But I got questions for
No,
everything.
which
I
is
got questions for my
good.
own stuff.
Which is a good thing because I don't think in religion we should blindly believe either. I think in
No,
religion you should post
you
because
should
I
be able
think
to answer a straight question too, though.
yeah, and here we go to what we say every time when we talk about religion. It's all about interpretation.
Interpretation. Yep. Yep.
So some people take it very literally and will not do anything that is not written in their horoscope, daily horoscope, or whatever they're reading. And others will just say, okay, well, there might be some truth in it. Maybe there's characteristics, and maybe we could,
Yeah.
place facts with the certain signs and things people do. Maybe there is a certain science in it, but it's all how you interpret it.
Mhm. So, what about this? And this is how I look at it, because I feel like every human, like I said, I take accountability real serious though. So, what's the one they say signs? There's some signs out there. What they say that's highly let's go back to the topic. Stubborn. You know what I'm saying? A stubborn person, whatever. So what's one of them
Leos.
signs?
Sagittarius. Sagittarius.
Ooh,
Okay, Sagittarius, huh? I
How
mean, I
about
look at it as
Aries
Sagittarius.
and
So,
Scorpio?
Aries.
Scorpio?
And no fire
can I explain a
signs. No
horoscope thing?
fire
This is
signs.
about to be interesting. So, do you believe a stubborn
Oh,
person deserves a
oh.
relationship?
Word slander.
yep.
What did you say,
What?
Kev? I'm
How?
sorry.
How would that even work?
Okay, can I explain it a
Go
little
ahead.
bit? I'm into spirituality and I study stuff like this. So it's literally not just your sun sign, the sign that you were born under. Everybody's personality has three zodiac signs attached to it, and this is what shapes your personality. So, for instance, I'm Aries, Virgo, and Cancer. I come off as an Aries mentally, and my moon sign is a Virgo. So I think like a Virgo, and to the outside world, I appear as a Cancer because I can be a very emotional and sensitive person. So these three signs, your sun, moon, and rising sign, are what make up your personality. Outside of that, you have other signs that make up your personality. And this can go as far as how you deal with money, your health,
what your potential jobs can be. When you break down all of those signs, it breaks down into like a natal chart, what they call a natal chart, and this is what shapes your personality all in one.
So
So
how do
it's
you get
not
three
just
signs?
like, huh?
How do you get three signs?
Hold on one second. I can't. Okay, so basically it goes based off of the day and time and your exact location that you were born. The way the moon, and the planets, it's the way that they were positioned at the exact moment of your birth, which creates your natal chart.
So basically, like
So
if
we're not
if it's a baby that's born in that same room or whatever, and that's that same day, they should be like dang near twins, right?
um it depends. Well, in the same room, that I don't know. I've never come across anything like that.
Yeah,
No,
but
you
then
said
everything should be
But
aligned,
if
no?
that
So
baby was born in a
it's
different location, for instance, the hospital, in another state, they would have a completely different personality and characteristic traits. That's why no Gemini is exactly the same, no Cancer is exactly the same. You can have two Cancers, two Gemini, two Sagittarius, and it will be completely different people because they have other signs that are different aspects of their personality.
so. I'm gonna tell y'all why I'm asking. I'm gonna ask some more about that, but me myself believe that we have all traits of all signs. I don't think it's just three of them. I think we could be all of them if we wanted to. And
No,
I
that's
think
that's
another
exactly what I
thing
was
is we
explaining.
focus on whatever get taught to us. We focus on that and we become that. That's the thing. That's why I say that I feel like we limit ourselves to ourselves and our beliefs. We only just limit ourselves to that, and then we're going to do anything to prove it right. That's another thing. Like I said, I realize this because I would recommend y'all listen to this book called Atomic Habits because a lot of stuff is just habits or stuff that we just it's a good book. It's like a 5 hour book. It's online or whatever. And it made me realize that you can identify yourself or be whatever you want to be. Like if I decided I want to be a hippie, ain't no sign or nothing going to change me from being that because I'm gonna focus on it and I'm gonna try and become it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think my sign or whatever it is, or the 3, 4 signs that they say that I am, it's not gonna stop me from being that because I would have to be interested in it and make interest in it and focus on it. I believe we can do anything we want to do. I think we can be any type of way we want to be. You know what I'm saying? It's just take extra work for real. But
Not
I think
necessarily,
like
because I didn't look up my natal chart until I was well in my 30s.
Mhm.
So the way that I am, the way that I've grown up, and once I looked at that chart and I read it from cover to cover pretty much, that's when I realized that what I'm reading right now is literally my life, written out in front of me. I didn't make any choices or anything based off of my sign. I just knew that I was an Aries my whole life. But when I'm reading this sign and it's telling me that my possible jobs that I'm interested in, these are jobs that I literally am interested in, or things that I've gone out, going to college for, things like that. It can tell me my financial habits, things like that, things that you thought were just a part of who you are and based off of your environment and how you were grown up, but is literally a part of your personality and who you are. So at the end of the day, I can say that I'm this person and that person, but until I actually look at this natal chart and figure and actually read it for what it is, then it's like, I don't know. I think we give ourselves too much power in regards to who we think we are, who we want to be. And it's like a lot of things we don't have control over that we think we do. I'm not saying that people don't have to be accountable for that. I'm just saying that it could be a characteristic, deep within inside in our mental, that can have a lot to do with it. I don't feel like we have complete control over ourselves at all. Because if we did, then we all will operate in the same way, correct?
yeah, I highly disagree with that though. But
That's
so
fine. But
you
if
feel
we
like
had
you nothing
complete
more than
control,
your sign? Then you saying that you can be
that's
nothing more than what your sign tell
that's
you?
that's not what I said, because I literally just explained everything. We're not just one
Yeah,
sign.
I
We're
heard you.
not we're not just three signs. What I said about that natal chart, it's literally it's a group of different signs that based off of like they pretty much correspond with which planet was placed where when you're born. So if I'm born at, and it's kind of hard to explain if you don't really if you're not into it or if you don't study it.
Child, listen, I had to have a whole, I don't mean to interrupt you, Aries, but when I got mine done, I didn't just do mine on the internet. Like, I went and got a specialist to, like, sit me down over the phone and talk to me while he was doing it to break everything down to me. Like,
Hmm.
because, most people don't. Like, if I had a went online and just Googled it in, I mean, it'll tell you, but it's not going to break it down. It's not going to break it down what that means, the characteristics. I'm
Hmm.
telling you, I was on the phone with that man for like 5 hours, but I'm happy I did it, though. Like I mean, it was very
So,
interesting. Like it was really, really interesting just to hear. Because like she said, it's not just three signs. Like I have every sign in my chart except three. So I have a whole slew of characteristics, you know,
Right.
in my
so
chart.
And some of those positions can tell you why you gravitate towards a certain sign. And
Mm-hmm.
it can tell you why you really don't get along with other signs. Like for instance, like I'm not supposed to be compatible with Capricorn. I say this all the time. I'm not supposed to be, compatible with Capricorn just because I'm an Aries. But maybe something that's placed in my natal chart can make me more compatible with the Capricorn. Like if I had Capricorn in my rising sign, that would make Capricorns me attracted to those type of people, or people with those type of characteristics.
And it's not, and see, my thing is like my grandmother is Christian, God rest her soul, and she loved horoscopes, but she didn't read it, she didn't base her life off of it. She just believed in it more so as like personality wise. Like, everything that you read on there, you're not gonna, in my opinion, especially just with me doing my own, I did a couple of things. It was only a couple of things that I didn't feel like was a part of my characteristic, but most of that stuff that he was telling me, he was hitting the nail right on the head. And it made me understand more why my grandmother was like, interested in, like, she used to read her horoscopes. She bought a couple of books about horoscopes. Now, she never got her chart and stuff done, like that. But that's only because back then that wasn't it wasn't a lot of people who even knew about that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But if she
Hmm.
had known about that when she was younger, I'm sure she would have did it, because it's just something that, it's interesting, it's intriguing. I think a lot of Christians, or like people who believe in, Jesus Christ and God, I think they correlate that with, like, if you show any kind of interest in it, that means that you believe every single word you read. You believe that dictates your life. You believe that that is the how do I put it? That's the concrete of your personality, right?
Right.
But to me, nothing is 100% accurate. Like nothing is
Facts.
100% graved in stone. So me looking at my horoscope and being interested in those things, that doesn't mean that I don't believe in a higher being. That doesn't mean that I believe my life is based off the moon and stuff. Now some people do, and there's nothing wrong with that, because everybody have their beliefs. But I believe a lot of people, stray away from that, because they feel like if they look at it, then that makes them wrong, and that's far from the truth.
Right, and that's something to me, I feel like the study of the stars and the planets and stuff have been around a lot longer than most civilization. They look to the stars and things like that to find answers. So just because we're in a modern society doesn't make any of those things less accurate to me
Right.
personally.
Yep. So I mean, I
so
understand where Kel come from when he be looking crazy when y'all be talking about. I be talking about the horoscopes.
I got a bunch of stuff to say. I'll just let y'all talk.
Go ahead. I'm done. I don't know if nobody else got anything to say.
Oh, my. I ain't trying to make, not trying to, I'm not trying to start nothing, but so basically, so really, if we don't look up like certain things, if we don't figure stuff, okay. Basically, what I'm hearing, it sounds like we have to look up something to find out who we are.
A lot of people live their lives and they never find out who they are. I'm just
How do
saying.
you know that? How you know what they supposed to be? Either too, that too.
I'm not saying I know what people are supposed to be, but there are a lot of lost people out here. They don't know who they are in today's age, and they could be middle aged, young. It takes a lifetime for you to figure out who you are. A lot of times we do die and don't know who we are. That's why people, when they pass, they certain people have, like, I just feel like as humans we just give ourselves way too much credit for things that we don't control necessarily. Like a lot of us have a false sense of self, or we can't even, we literally don't have, we don't know ourselves, or we don't even know how we appear to other people. It's just like, this is who I am, or this is who I was born to be, and that's just what it is. And that may not be what it is. There's people who live in this life who potentially could have been something greater, but they chose, or they made the decisions not to be that, and vice versa. I just
Do
think we
you
give
do you
ourselves
believe
way too
everything
much
happened for a
credit.
reason?
Everything happens for a
And what is
reason.
meant is meant.
Um,
Because I think
Yes and
everybody
no.
have this certain dream to be something, but your dreams don't never always come true all the time. I mean, everybody want to do something or want to be something, but usually it don't happen. I think that everything happened in our life, it happened for a purpose or a reason, or I believe it's something beyond what we believe another person should be. You know, it like life just don't work the way we be wanting to work or want to see it. Sometimes that's one thing I noticed. I will tell you something you read or heard. Bible tell you something you read or heard.
But
I don't really
Kevin,
get what she's
you
talking
know
about.
the science of our galaxy and the stars and the weather, and that's a shaman thing too. It has been there forever.
Right.
Like people have been in contact with nature and with their
Hmm.
environment to tell them a lot of things. So maybe maybe this is part of that too.
Hmm. So I got two good ones now. You made me think about it. So scientists they came with this stuff though. So y'all do y'all believe in the 13th side that came out?
In the what?
Or y'all selective about that? The 13th sign that came out many years ago, and it's like
I
an
don't.
octopus.
Yeah, no, I don't suggest to that
But
13th sign.
okay, here go to the other thing. Do you believe it's always been 12 months?
See, when it comes down to months and time and things like that, I'm a little weary because things like that have been changed over, over time. Well, not even over
Centuries.
time. A long
Yeah,
time ago, for instance, they switched the map around.
yeah.
So we don't really know whether it's day or night or whatever the case. Like I just, things like that. Sometimes information gets, it gets tampered with. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. We kind of get somewhere. I like how you just said that, and that's what I tell a lot of people. I talked to somebody earlier about that. I said that anything. That's the reason why I try to be more open because I don't just believe. I mean, even that the stuff I believe in, I feel like that could get tampered with. You know what I'm saying? I just tell people to believe in what sits right in their spirit, and if it's better in their life, you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Just stick with it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff people believe in and still be stressed out and all that stuff and choose not, and then just blame it on that. Well, that's because that's the way. That's how the life go. But no, I believe that we can, if we really try hard, we can better our life on anything. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna get to the. I'll say if okay, we stick with my sign says I always have attitude problems or something like that.
Wait, what's your sign?
Me myself, I know attitude problem can be a problem in the future or something like that. So I would do my best to try to prove that wrong because I'm not gonna have nothing that's written in a book to tell me what my life is about because I know I have full control of my life. I don't live that I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm accountable for every last piece of action. Not saying that's what I'm saying. We can't say that we don't have control and then say we are accountable at the same time. That's like a contradiction. You know what I'm saying? To be accountable is something that you got to own up to that you had control of that situation or you made that choice. You know what I'm saying? So that will be a contradiction or whatever. And I believe that, and I ain't gonna say I believe. I know that uh we can choose how we handle certain situations. It's just we just don't want to do it. We don't want to put in that work, and we just want to settle for our ways that we like. We're addicted to being us at the end of the day, and sometimes us don't be good enough. Sometimes us can affect others or whatever. So I'll never just sit there and say that this is just me. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I can be a better version of me, or me can be. You know what I'm saying? I can always do something better, or so if I see myself, I catch myself always hurting somebody's feelings. I'm not going to say that that's just built in me to hurt people's feelings. Let somebody say that to you or something like that. Be like, well, that's just me. You're going to smack them in the back of the head. Like, well, get up out my face. Something like that. Like my thing is, like I said, I'm always, and that's another thing what I be talking about. I always tell people, put yourself in other people's shoes. Because that's like giving somebody a pass and saying that, well, that's just you. You know what I'm saying? So why you getting mad if that's just them, if that's supposed to be them? You know what I'm saying? So I do we believe we have full control. We just try not to put in that work to control whatever our problems is or whatever we say that we limit ourselves to. I think we got control a lot of that stuff. And I do believe we can be whatever we want to be. We just don't want to be it because we're comfortable being us.
Is it safe to say that we have full control if we know that we have these ways about us and we choose, like, again, like we choose not to not to change it. Like there's people who know that they have certain things about them and they choose not to do anything about it.
Hmm. You
Like,
said the word choose.
yeah, like, but at the same time, like I knew what I was gonna say, and then once the time came to say it, it just all came out mumble jumble. Let me mute and just think about it. Let me mute and think
Right.
about it real quick.
Yeah, I got you. I know. I feel it. I feel you. I
Let,
have
let me
control.
let,
I have control and accountability.
let me tell you what Google says.
Accountability.
It
Yeah, that is
dates
the same thing. Accountability.
Astrology dates from the third millennium before Christ, with roots in the calendrical system used to predict seasonal shifts and to interpret celestial cycles as sign of divine
Bible said predestined.
communications. So I think that it was based on a whole different time.
Yeah, it was
Um,
yeah, smart as proving that it was way less months before this and all that stuff. When the horoscopes was around and all that stuff, it was shorter. They added more days. Now we're going off the Roman calendar now and all that stuff. So that's why I mean, like I said, I look deep into a lot of this stuff. But yeah, I feel you on that though. But hold up, she said even the Bible says it's predestined, which we don't control. Yeah, but if that's the case, we could just sit here and let life happen. I don't think that's what that means. When something's predestined, it's just it already know. Okay, if people believe in God, you know what I'm saying? Because I believe in God. Predestined is no matter what choices we make, which is control, He already know that was already predestined. You know what I'm saying? So yes, we have control, but them being because it's predestined, that don't mean that we don't have control. We still got control of what's already predestined. That's what it is. Right? We don't control certain things.
Right. I think we were given free will, but at
Yeah.
the end of the day, it's still predestined.
It's
What whether we're supposedly going to get to heaven and hell and things like
yeah,
that.
most definitely.
So to a certain extent, it's like we're using our free will to do what we want to do, and it's like somebody who's all seeing and somebody who's the higher up. He already knows the choices that you're gonna make.
Yes,
So at the
yes, and
same
that's what
time,
I.
we
Yeah.
don't really have control.
Yeah. Yeah. The fact that we can make all these choices, like even with the people we select and all that stuff, we still we made that choice. We made that walk with them. Like I even tell people, like if you choose to not do nothing, the word choose is still in there. We make choices no matter how we look at it, no matter what, except for like if you just passed out or something like that. I don't know,
I think
but
everything is a choice. Like you
everything
can you
is.
can you can say like, oh, I was supposed to go to the bookstore today, and I just didn't feel like it. But you don't know that if you would have went to that bookstore, you could have met your next potential
Yep.
husband or wife or something like that.
Yep.
I I
And then
just
the
I don't know.
predestined part is it was gonna happen anyway. No matter how you look at it, that was already predestined. No matter your choice or not. That's what that
Right.
predestined part is.
but you know what I'm reading is that in the older days, it actually was a science. It actually was something that was only used by measurements.
Hmm.
Um, and now, as in the 20th century, it gained broader consumer popularity through the influence of regular mass media products. So
Yep.
I
Yep.
think there is where we lose the essence of astrology, and there is where
Yeah.
we read all those different horoscopes in all those different magazines that are all different and all predict different things. And I think if you really wanna see if it's true, you should go to the essence of it.
Hmm. So I got something else I thought about. This is about the. I guess I don't know. I guess I am trying to prove something. You know what I'm saying? But
Oh
so
my
say, and I
goodness.
know she mentioned area too, which is I don't know. That's crazy. But I mean that's what it's. But so say if it's a black baby that was born this date, and then there was a white baby that was born this date. Is they supposed to act the same or be the same?
In character, do you
I
mean,
mean,
or
personality could and characteristic traits can be the same, but at the end of the day, the way that you're nurtured and your environment, at the end of the day, that's going to shape
So
everybody's personality in a physical plane, nature
And
versus
that's
nurture.
yes, and
But
that's what
their
I get to. I feel.
personalities may still be the same.
Hmm. Mm.
It's almost like we start off the same, but depending on
Mm-hmm.
our life experience and what we go through, we're going to be shaped differently. But we all
Yeah.
probably started off with the same start.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe, yeah, the environment and the way you get shaped do make your character or whatever traits you get. I believe, like, say if it's a sister and brother that grew up the same, even though that's kind of weird, but if they grew up the same way, they can have the same type of traits, they can have the same type of all that. But I don't, it's all off the parenting first. That shit. I was mentioning about that. People, the places, or people that you hang around that shape you. I said that on a live like sometime last week or something like that. But that's what really shapes you, and it shapes your thought and ways of thinking, and all that stuff. That's what I believe. But
But even still, like you're still going back to like characteristic traits. Like for instance, like taking the same example you gave, like a white person and a black person born on the same day. But let's and I'm not saying anything. I'm not stereotyping or anything. Let's just say the black you know person was they grew up in a low poverty low income area,
yeah,
and a white person was in a high income area.
yeah,
The black one gets in trouble, he ends up going to jail. That doesn't mean that his personality changed. That means he made a bad decision. He could be somebody who's thoughtful, who's kind, and could have got caught up in something and ended up in jail. The white person could be thoughtful and kind and not end up in jail, or even vice versa. I
yeah.
think your personality can still be the same, even though you may not make the same decisions as somebody who has the same exact personality. So I think that's when the environmental thing comes into play as well.
Mm. Yeah. And that's why I'm getting to about that because this what I just totally believe. I believe all of us have the same thing, but based off our environment, who raising us, and our conditions we are in, or how healthy our mind is, because we all do this, like we all bleed the same and all that. That's what makes that's what makes us be different because of that. But I think that all of us got the root or the ability to have all of these. That's why when people ask me what my horoscope is, I say I'm all of them. I always say that. I say I'm God's child. I always say that. Just what I'm saying, because that's how I feel or whatever. Because I believe that, and I ended up actually noticing because I looked at different when I was looking at some of the stuff it was saying. I was reading that like I got that in me, I got that in me, I got that in me, or whatever. Then it made me realize that I was like, wow. And then like I said, when I seen they came up with that 13 sign and stuff, that's what really threw my brain off. I was like, wow. I was like, that's funny. So I just decided to stick with what can I do instead of looking. I'm just saying me. I ain't telling everybody. I just started looking at what I can do, what I can learn from other people to better my life, to not be trapped into just on my thoughts and look at other people's way of thinking, because I have been inspired and a lot of stuff by other people that made me change other stuff that I had within me. Like I said, I'm big on accountability and stuff. That's why I feel like that's what's hurting most of this world, because a lot of people like to play blame on everything but themselves and their choices and stuff. Because I feel like at a certain age we got to start being accountable for all of our actions. We can't uh put the blame on anything else but ourselves or whatever. And then, like I
I
said, ego. That's the other thing that's kind of trapping us into it, because we like, well, whatever. This is what I stuck in, and this is what I believe in. This is what what I'm saying. This is me. I don't care what you're talking about. So that's why I say that's the other thing I always preach on is ego itself, and then emotional control, which is part of ego and all that, because a lot of people they can't control they just let their emotions lead them. You know what I'm saying? So them are the three things I really feel like that's danger into this world, really low key, when we don't got those three things in place. It keeps us from being more open minded about certain things.
can
I don't know. What do my signs say? I'm open minded. I don't know. I don't read it to that though,
Wait, can
but
I say something? So I
yeah,
started practicing spirituality years ago, whatever. And out of every type of religion that I tried to get in, and not saying that religion and spirituality one is better than the other, but spirituality has taught me more about accountability than anything else. And also,
yeah,
when
me
we
too.
look at these characteristic traits, we have to understand too that every zodiac sign has good and bad traits, and
Yep.
every person has a higher and a lower self. So if you see somebody who's operating, like for instance Aries, I'm just gonna put Aries because I whatever,
I wonder
but
why.
because okay, so we're looked at as like the hotheads, the stubborn, and things like that, and a lot of times that is in Aries that it is operating at a lower wavelength than someone who is um more in tune with who they are, the people who take accountability for their actions, things like that. You may not see those toxic traits in that person because through growth. So a lot of times when you see these signs and stuff like that, and you only see those bad traits of that person, they may not be operating at a higher self. So I think that too, we can't just look at a certain zodiac sign and say, oh well, I know not to talk to that person, I know not to mess with that person because they're this way. We both have good and bad. So I think that's where it gets messed up with the
So I
zodiac,
got a question real
traits.
quick. That's just something I noticed. Fave, I got a question for you. Because I noticed that you bring up your either your parents or something dealing with your family
Uh
or
huh.
whatever. You say because they believe it. So do
No,
you,
no,
you
no,
think
no, no,
because
that,
of
no, 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 no.
well, you
I
know what I'm
didn't
about to
say
get to it.
no,
Because
but
I
you
noticed
just
you.
no, no, no. But you
This
just
like the
no, but
third
hold
comment I see you
on,
said
hold
that.
on, hold
And
on.
she said
Huh?
her dad a
You just said
Aries
they
too.
believe it. I never said my parents believed it. I said my grandmother
Mm,
read horoscopes and did like research and read books about. I never said they believed it. I said my grandmother, my daddy don't read that stuff. My mama's not into that. My grandmother it was into that. So I was just correcting you because you said parents. My parents. It wasn't that my grandmother believed it, and now she did read it, and she said that she did think that a lot of the characteristics based off of the horoscopes, based off the people that she knew was true. But that didn't mean that she believed it. She just was very interested in it. Like it was interesting to her. So I just wanted to correct you there, brother. That's all.
yeah, I feel you. So, yeah. Besides that, I wasn't trying to do that part, but I was just getting to like I was trying to get your purpose out of that. I was trying to see because
Mm-hmm.
it seemed like when I was saying it, it seemed like my main question was like because they experienced that or whatever,
Right.
do it make it right? Do they confirm that because
I mean,
oh
from
shoot.
this, the reason why I bring like I only talk about like the people that I know, right? Like when I
Mm,
bring up somebody's, if I say anything like such and such is this and such is that, that's because I've been around that person enough to know their personality.
mm,
I don't do that with other people. Like if I meet you and we only talk 2 times and you're a Pisces, I'm not gonna say, oh, well, this person a Pisces, so they like this, and this, and this, because I don't know you.
mm,
So I only do that with people that I know. I've been around them for years. I know their personality, and that's just how I look at it. Because it takes time to really get to know somebody. And even then, every Pisces is not gonna be the same. Every Cancer, they're not gonna be the same exact way. So me personally, I can only speak for myself. I don't do that. But
yeah,
now if I meet somebody,
yeah,
right? If I meet somebody and they have one of those characteristics, right, that they say like Pisces have or Virgos have, I might say, that's interesting. He does like, have that character trait. That doesn't mean that
mm,
everything they say about Virgos correlates to you. That doesn't mean that you're going to
mm,
have every personality trait that Virgos, that they say that horoscopes say Virgos have. So I only speak
yeah,
about that when it comes to me knowing a person. If I don't know your personality well enough, I'm never gonna say, "Oh, well, you a Pisces, so you act like this and you do this and you." I have to take time to get to know you, right? To even know what your
right.
personality is. Like you have to take time to get to know people. You can't just say, "Oh, because they sign, they act a certain way."
Yeah. So I was reason why I asked that because I feel like you was just using that to validate a point when you was like, well, you use your personal thing to validate a point like, well, since my grandma believe in this or something like
Oh
that,
yeah,
this
and
got to
I
be
do
right.
I do that a lot. You're right. You know why I do that? Because my grandmother was literally, in my opinion, she was a walking earth angel. She was a saint.
Okay,
So
makes sense.
and what I believe is whatever she thought was okay is okay. Now I'm not
Okay, I
saying
feel you.
everybody. I'm not gonna say I'm not saying everybody should feel like that about their folks because everybody folks is different. But
Yeah.
my grandmother, my granny, if she said it wasn't nothing wrong with it, It ain't nothing wrong with it because
Okay.
she was a believer, a beam of light, a beacon of hope, and she is God's child. And I know that's where she at right there, looking down on me. She probably saying, "Yes, baby, tell him, tell him."
For
So
sure.
that's just how I feel personally, because I know she wouldn't. I put it to you like this: if it was something that she felt like was evil or wicked, because people try to correlate horoscopes with that, I know for a fact she would never have even looked at it because I know who she is as a person. I know what she believed in. I know she believed in Jesus Christ. She believed in God, and she was a
Okay.
Christian. She was very religious. So if she felt like something was wrong with it or was wicked or was anything against God and it was something that he didn't want her to put her hands on or her eyes on, she wouldn't have never done it. So that's why I'm not gonna say subscribe to it, but I have done a little research on my own. I have looked into it, and I don't see anything wicked about horoscopes. I don't see anything uh anything could be used in a malice way, right? You can pretty much use almost anything in a negative way, but it's the intention behind it. Like, what is your intention on reading these things and looking up certain things, But other than that, yeah, to answer your question, yeah, that's how I feel because she didn't see nothing wrong with it, and then when I started looking into it myself as an adult, I didn't see anything wrong with it either. And I actually understood why it was so interesting to her because my grandmother is a people person. She loves people, she loved her family, and she liked to get to know people like on a deeper level. So when you do like charts and you read your horoscope, you're getting to know about personalities on a different level, like on a different playing field. So that's how I look at it. That's my take on that.
You just hit some good points between you and Aries. Like both of y'all kind of. I'm not going to. Excuse me, y'all. I'm not going to repeat too much, but what you just said for me when I look into it, it helps me determine a person's personality, but not overall. Like I don't know any of your signs, obviously, other than Aries on this platform right here. I could take a guess, but it wouldn't change how I view you guys because that wasn't my intent when I first came here. When I first met you guys, it wasn't like, what's your sign? Oh, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
cool with Virgos, or I'm not cool with a Sagittarius, or this and that. You know what I'm saying? It was just like your energy, your you is what attracted me to you. But I can say once I started looking into that chart and all that stuff, it helped me to learn a lot about me. Me being an Aries, I can be very aggressive unnecessarily or very just like a not masculine, but when you look at those charts, there's like that Mars and all that stuff that contributes to just a lot of the masculinity in the behavior. Not that I'm masculine, but just that
No, it's
energy.
a masculine. It's a masculine sign because we're ruled by Mars.
Right. And so my rising is Scorpio and my moon sign is Virgo. And it kind of just laid some things down on me and my emotions and how I deal with things. Not the person that I am, but I was like, I'm a true Aries. And to say that, like, when I look at my personality, I'm like, it's something that's just like, why am I so this? And then when I looked at my signs, I was like, oh, okay, that kind of explains how and why. And it just made me just understand my personality a little bit more and how to kind of fine tune it in certain places. Same thing with like, not really with females. Like, I don't look at female signs. I've never had any sign with a female that I've had weirdness with other than Sagittarius. And it's not a bad thing. It's just for some reason we disagree on a lot of things. And not all Sagittarius women, trust me, not all. One of my best friends is Sagittarius. But that is the sign that I tend to have back and forth with unnecessarily sometimes. And I think that would depend on their rising and their moon and their personality in general. So my brother's a Sag. I have a ton of Sages in my family that I do get along with. But it's just people in my life that I have had weirdness with. It would have been with that sign. But I find myself genuinely knowing how to float around different people. So I have best friends that are Geminis, and some people can't stand them because they can be a little snappy. I love them. Scorpios, I love them because they kind of fit with me. Some other signs, like maybe Capricorn or other signs, I know that I'm the life in this not the life, but I have more energy within my sign that might help to bring out more energy within your sign when we're conversing and stuff. Not really with the women, though. I'm going to say that again. I guess, let me say, with the men that I have found these traits. Women, I just have found all around, either cool or you're not. But with men, I can see, like, okay, you're a Capricorn. You're probably going to be a little bit more chill than I am. I'm a little bit more riskier than you are in nature. So we balance, but if you're too dry, I'm probably not going to be, it's not going to resonate with my energy. And I got to do too much to bring you up out of that dry spell. Maybe not all Capricorns, but the Capricorns I dealt with. Virgo. Uh, I haven't had any problems with Virgo, but they can be a little argumentative, and then I'm a little debative when it comes to my natural. So for me, the way I use signs is to say, okay, how do I kind of work around this sign to make things easy? Because I'm me, I'm straightforward. I'm a bullet when it comes to like just the things I do. Not a bad bullet, but like I'm kind of a straightforward person. I'm a person that's not loud, but I'm definitely going to let you know, hey, I'm here in a good way. Um, and so, like I said, it just helps me to see, like, okay, could I work with this person? Could I work with that person? I don't know. With Geminis, they're a little bit too men. They've been a little bit too emotional, and it means that I can't deal with emotions like that from the opposite in my sign. So it's just, I think for me, it just helps me to understand why I can't or why I can resonate with a person more so with the men. Women, I haven't really had that problem. But I
So,
also, like I said, don't let that control if I'm going to talk to you. I'm gonna try to look past it, but I know that's the default and why it didn't work out or something maybe.
No, she's absolutely right because me and you have the same sun and moon sign, the Aries and Virgo, and that's probably why you're the like when we have those signs, especially as your moon, like you can better like especially with a Virgo. Like I already know how my father was a Virgo, so I already know what I'm getting when I come with it. And then the thing is, we think like Virgos. Like I bet, um, even though you're an Aries and things like that, the way that you think is probably more logical. You probably don't operate well if you're not financially stable. Like that's just me. I don't know if
Yes.
that resonates with you as well. And the way you may come off to other people because you are a Scorpio rising is probably a little bit more emotional. And I don't mean emotional like you cry all the time, but you may be sensitive to certain things which may activate like a more, not, I don't want to say angry, but a more straightforward response as an Aries. So I don't know. I just think I agree with you 100%. Like knowing somebody's chart will most definitely help you operate around that person. Like I've dated people and I looked at their chart, and now it's like now that I looked at their chart, I know their dislikes and their likes. Even whether they tell me or not, I know that I can't cross this boundary with you because this is how you'll react, or this is part of your personality. So I know which way to operate around that person.
No, it's
all
not
right.
evil at all. I think it just has a lot to do with just a lot with nature. And that's when you kind of get down into like that self thing. But I can see how it could get looked at as that because it might seem like you're predicting or something like that. But, I think if you don't take it too far, on the cusp, it just helps you say, all right, cool. Like, I kind of get this personality and not based off of how they grew up or anything. It's like another, like she was saying, how you kind of handle your emotions and everything in certain situations.
All right. So that's a lot. So all right? Do y'all ask people what they sign is?
Every time.
Yeah, sometimes I do. Yep. But most of the time they just some people will tell you. I mean, and I because I know like if somebody tell me when their birthday is, I can pretty much gauge when if they tell me they was born in like September, depending on the month, like they tell me they was born in June, I'm gonna say, okay, well I know they either a Gemini or Cancer, depending on what day they were born. But most people will tell you what they are though. A lot of people read their horoscope, even if it's just a daily horoscope. You ain't even got to be like so deep into it. Like if you read your daily horoscope, most people do. And they know their sign. Like they may not know like all the aspects of it, but they do know that part, and they'll tell you.
Dazzle, you said your dad. I remember when you was telling me your dad was like real, just straightforward about a lot of the things that we was having discussions about.
Hmm.
And now that you say here Aries, like I can imagine that because we're very much passionate. When we
Listen,
telling
especially the
I wish I
men.
was
girl.
my
straightforward.
kids be like, "Ma, you screaming at me," and I'm like, "I'm not. I'm letting you
Listen,
know. Listen,
Aries men
my
I
are
don't
far
dad,
worse
play."
than the
my
women.
dad is an Aries, my grandmother is an Aries, and my mother is a Sagittarius.
Woo, Lord, child,
And
you
I'm
got
a
some fire up
Cancer.
in
I'm a
there.
water sign.
Oh,
But
I
they
love
made me tough
cancers.
though.
I
Yeah,
love see.
but God knew what he was doing. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, cause especially with my dad, oh my God.
You
Like,
help balance everything out. I'm telling you because cancers are very like y'all are some genuine nice people. Y'all got some it's some evil ones out, not evil, but there's some
right,
ones that's real conniving and they
right.
have like a trait that I've seen consistently. But overall, I've never had a cancer I've met that I have not felt their energy and their spirit. I would
I
tell you
love
that
Yeah.
much.
Cancer.
We
I
are
absolutely
the
love
most,
Cancer.
well, they say we are the most loving and romantic sign. We are so like being emotional is not a bad thing. We're just in tune with our emotions. I don't like to say emotional. We're in tune with our emotions and then other people's emotions. So we're
Definitely.
like real empathetic, real empathic.
The Cancer and Aries dynamic is wild though. I'm an Aries. My son is a Cancer.
Oh.
And my little brother's a Cancer. So and my mother wasn't around, so I had to pretty much raise my brother. And
Mm-hmm.
he was very timid. He didn't really speak for himself. So I had to instill that toughness into him.
Right,
And
right.
but you know what? It came out for the better because he's a well rounded man, and he
Mm-hmm.
don't take no shit off for nobody.
Right. And
And
that's
I'm
how
gonna
Yeah, and that's how
yeah.
my dad did me. Like, and that's how I was. Like, he really did good. Like, he did, cause I wasn't never really timid, but he taught me like authority. He taught me like how to stand up for myself and speak up for myself, and not let people run over me. He told me how people really were, because I always was kind of like naive when I was younger. And he used to be the one to be like, no, they ain't this and they ain't that and this ain't what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me that other
That's a
side and
fact.
not believe everybody's just so, everybody's not like you. You know what I'm saying? You are kind of like the minority. You know what I'm saying? Like, he tried to instill that into me when I was earlier. And I saw how he handled people and how he still handled people. And I'd be like, dang, you
Mm-hmm.
cold. But
Listen,
like,
we and
huh?
earlier I said that Aries means evil. I say everybody evil if you don't work with me, but I'm totally joking. But even with that, like I realized like I can't. We are a lot sometimes, and I'm like, oh, child,
But
I
my
don't know if I can
grandmother
date one
was
of
an
you.
Aries, and she was sweet. Like, she was like
We are.
yeah, you all are. Like, my grandmama was an Aries, but I got to see the other side with her because she wasn't as stern as him. Like, she was very loving and genuine. I mean, she was really, really just an amazing person. So I got this. I mean, my dad is too, but they just had two different ways of doing stuff. Like, he
Yeah.
was really stern and she was soft spoken. Like, she knew how to get her point across without being like, I
And
don't want to say
that's that
aggressive.
wise generational stuff too. Because my grandmother, she passed at 98. Like she, like you said, literally, like you said, I thought you were talking about my grandmother. Like I feel like she died in Jesus's arms or something like that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
listen.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand, and I think that's we had good rounding from our grandparents. If you grew up with your grandparent, were able to be around your grandparent from that era and everything. It's just the stuff that I think they instilled in us. It can't be matched with anything that we have now, and so I make it my goal, or I make it my duty to make sure that my kids understood what she taught me, or I try to even give it out to other people. Like my grandmother was a very spiritual person. She was Catholic actually, and she never judged people though. Like that was one thing, she would not judge you based off of anything you had going on. She was a Virgo. She was very loving. So I connect with her, like what Aries was saying. I connect with her on that level. And I am very calm. But child, if you push me, I will literally turn to a whole other person, and you will be like, "Yo, this girl is crazy."
I know the feeling.
I got a question. So what trait that you don't have that another sign have?
Patience.
She hit that on the head. I've been doing good on this app though. I've been keeping my thing on silent. I would say, now I would have to say patience too. Hope I'm talking about since I've been on this app, I've been hitting my little mute button and waiting. I'm so proud of myself. So I had to say that
You
too.
got
No.
patience when it comes to a relationship, right?
Well, no, and I mean, I'm learning. This is a lot. I'm learning. That's why I said when I had to kind of figure out who I am, I realized I was moving too fast doing certain things. If you not responding fast enough, I'm trying to dash before you. Like, oh, this not working. Cool, I'm over
Would
here.
you want somebody to have patience with you?
Absolutely. I don't think I'm a quick person of moving fast, but I think I need to have more patience for others because I think I've been on my time for too long. So I'm definitely looking at myself saying like, just chill out, just calm down. Just if it work, it work. If it don't, it don't. And not just relationship, just in general. Just hold on. Take 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's a part of growing and learning and taking accountability for your own actions. I know that I'm an impatient person. So the same thing, I have to stop myself sometimes because I'm the type of person where I'm impatient driving. If you're walking too slow in front of me, I get impatient. If you talk too slow, I get impatient. Like, so a lot of times I have to literally check myself. And again, that all comes at the cost of growing and really knowing who you are, discovering who you are. And that's why I said earlier, it takes a while. People don't just become adults and it's like, oh, this is who I am. You're
So you
learning
can
every
grow from your
single day.
sign, huh?
Huh?
You can grow from your sign?
You can grow from your son. Everybody can grow. Everybody can change
No, because
things
you
about
said,
them.
if I asked the question, you said you don't have a sign, other signs have patience. You said yours don't. So you saying you have the
As an
ability to
Aries.
become
As an
more patient,
Aries.
right? Yeah. You
Yeah.
said, can you?
Yeah, because like I explained earlier, we have higher and lower self versions of ourselves. So a lower version of myself would be impatient and not willing to learn and to change my ways. But as a higher self, I know this about me. This is what I need to change. This is how I need to change it. That's going from a lower self to a higher self, having
How long
accountability
have you
and
known that?
understanding that I was impatient.
Yep.
Um, I would say I don't even, you know what? I'm not a capper. So I'm just going to say, okay, I'm 35 within the last 5 years. Because anytime before that, I either didn't care about how I reacted to things or I wasn't self aware. So once I came to that point, and like I said, I, I got into spirituality, and that's spirituality within itself is going to hold you accountable. You're going to have to hold yourself accountable for the way that you are because you're
Right.
discovering who you are. So once
Exactly.
I tapped into spirituality and I got to know my sign, my natal chart, this is the reason that I'm the way that I am. As you know, at the same time, the way that I was raised, like I said, my father was a Virgo and he was very stern and very logical and things like that. The way that I was raised, my experiences, taking accountability for why I'm the way that I am and the way that I react to certain things, that's all a part of the growing process. And I'm not even done. I'm still learning.
Hmm.
I just love the way Kel's so focused. Y'all see how focused Kev is on this? He is
It's
thinking.
the
He
for me. He
thinking
like
so hard,
Ca-
y'all.
Can I ask something?
Go ahead.
Do you think that there's more women than men believing in astrology?
That's what I'm noticing right now. Because I think if I had a lot of some more men up here, they probably don't. Because just the fact that Killer just said what he just on the live just said what he said. I think it's more women that do believe in it more than men. There's some men that's in there, but that's something I had noticed in life in general, though. But
I think it's
yeah, I mean, it
changing.
is everybody entitled to what they believe. I always tell people that, so I can't really. I'm not going to down nobody. I never try to down somebody else's belief to make my belief better. That's one thing I tell people. So I'll say, if whatever you believe in is better in you, go ahead. But what I do is I always try to get on the stuff that's not better in you. Like if you saying that you're just like she mentioned her being impatient. I will ask like, what are you doing? Are you trying hard enough to not be that way or something like that. Because the first thing is be aware of what we're doing, and if we do even care enough to even work on it. Because sometimes people don't even care; they're stuck and they happy being themselves, but not happy at the same time. So it sounds like a little contradiction on that.
Can
And
I
they
say
just
something
like they
too?
don't feel like is they should put in enough work to prevent from being that type of way. That's what it be a lot of the times. But
In my everyday life is different than the way that I am on TikTok. I gotta say
mhm,
that
I
TikTok is
feel
a
you.
very triggering act. I mean, a very triggering app. So as
Yeah.
far as the patience and stuff, I try, but people will push you on this app. So the way that I am on here is a little different. than my everyday life. My everyday life, I'm very patient with people, my family, my friends, my significant other, things like that. My kid, I'm very, very patient. And I watch what I say. I'm the type of person where I really, and it kind of kicks me in the ass sometimes because I care more about other people's feelings and how what I say would hurt their feelings, but I don't get that reciprocation. People could care less whether they hurt my feelings or they can care less whether they do something to slight me or something like that. But I try my hardest not to do that to other people because that's not truly who I am. So outside of this app, most definitely I'm practicing what I'm preaching right now. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that Cancer in you, girl. I hear it. I hear
Big
it, dog.
facts.
Yes, that's
And
us.
then
We
look,
care
I'm
about
glad you
everything.
just said that. I'm glad you said it. Now this is my point I'm getting to. I like you just said that. That's that cancer in you. That's what I'm trying to get to. So my
Oh,
thing is,
Kevin,
that's
come
why
on.
this is what I'm about to get to. What I'm saying is like, why do we ask people for their sign if we already know what to look out for, right?
Because it's the sun sign. It literally your sun sign is like your ego, and the other two is your id and your super ego. Pretty much, you can look at it like that. So your sun sign is who you present to be in front of everybody else. So if I go to somebody and they're like, "Oh, I'm a Taurus or something," I know what I'm getting up front. But when it comes to your actual personality and getting to know you and getting deeper, I'm going to see different things than the normal Taurus or normal, Taurus traits and characteristics. Why are you laughing at me?
No, I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at
Kevin, like,
hey putting that face down there.
Oh,
You always just catch me. But yeah, I feel yeah, okay,
He
okay.
don't feel us, y'all. It's all right though. He trying. He
we can see
I
trying.
feel y'all,
you.
but I feel
It's
I've been
nothing to
understood it
it's
a
but
long
see
time ago. I just
but like I when I hear certain stuff because I know myself, right? I know me. And since that's one of the biggest things they say about cancers, like how empathic we are and we're so in tune with emotions. So when she said like how she cares about other people's, feelings a lot of times and then she don't really think about herself, she put herself on the back burner and then she never ends up getting that reciprocated. Like I could relate to that heavy, like heavy, heavy. Like and I feel like even if you're not a cancer, I feel like most empathic people, period, right? Most people, empathic people, period, go through those types of situations because we care so much about other people and we never get that energy in return. So we use are the ones that feel depleted, and when we're depleted, it takes us a while to fill ourselves back up because we don't have anybody else there really doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I could relate to that when she said that
I
because
care
that's how
about
I
people.
feel.
I'm a Virgo.
I love Virgos.
You a
Oh my
Virgo?
God,
I knew
Kevin.
it. Like the
My uncle a Virgo.
Only if I had that
So
ability,
so
I could be.
funny.
You know what? That actually makes sense because when he hosts these lives, he be all about like holding people accountable for the bullshit that they do
Mm-hmm.
in their everyday life. It makes
Oh,
sense.
you
Like,
lying to me? See how I
no, but see, and Kev don't hold his tongue either. Like a Virgo won't hold their tongue. So they're very cautious, but they won't hold their tongue. They are very caring in how they say it. So yeah,
I'm
I
straightforward. What's that
yeah,
sign that do that? Let me be that sign
you
too.
be like a
Virgo.
butthole.
This is so
That's
funny.
why I like Virgos though, because a lot of Aries people, we like for people to give it to us straight, or because that's how we relate information to other people. So I appreciate a Virgo because they're gonna be speaking more from a logical, and a mental, a more logical and mental state, more so than emotional. And when you're talking about certain topics, you got to leave the emotional aspect out, But
Yes.
again, I
Preach.
respect the Virgo and their straightforwardness, me personally.
And you guys are definitely when it comes to like that relationship thing, like you guys are family men. That's what I appreciate about Virgos and women too. You guys are very like family oriented. Like I've never met a Virgo that was like
Tell me all the good stuff about it. Don't say no bad stuff about it.
no,
Though.
no,
Say
no,
no.
no, no. No,
No
my
bad
my
stuff.
grandmother's a Virgo,
I'm just a
and
good side. You know what I'm saying?
no, you cool people. Like you cool. Like trust.
I'm
Like you know
talking
what I'm
junk.
saying. Like
I
your
don't know what it
energy, your
is.
energy is good. So that's ultimately, you know what I'm saying. That's the first
I
thing I
thank
see.
God for that. That's what I'm putting all my stuff on is God. I love, you know what I'm saying? Thank God for that.
And then your upbringing. That's why I said
I have
like
a question. So how
But
do we
the
find
fact
out
that
what
y'all
our
didn't
moon
lose
sign is
character
and
out of
stuff?
us talking about this, you know what I'm saying? Y'all real.
you
That's
gotta know
why I
your birth
connect
date
with
and
y'all.
time. You gotta find out your birthday, your
There's a
time,
there's
the
a
exact
site
time.
called cafeastrology.com, and you can do your natal chart on there. When I tell you it's paragraphs long. It's probably gonna be a couple pages long. I would recommend you go to here, do your natal chart, and print that out, and literally look at it, read it paragraph by paragraph, highlight what you need to highlight. It's scary how accurate it is. I'm telling you, when I read that, I was just like, damn. There's some things about me that like
Can you
maybe
write
were
it in the
even in my
chat?
subconscious. Yeah, I can put it in there.
So how about Chinese astrology?
It's a different type of, well, it's all
That's
still
not
the
the right
same, but
one.
yeah, it's still based off when you line up your birthday and stuff. Like, I think mine's like Tiger or something like that.
Right.
And so even when a lot of these things, like even with that Western medicine and the ideals, like it's deeper than what we're talking about in America. Like America kind of just groups everything into one, but when you break down different ideals to different places, they all talking about the same thing, and it's just talking about that inner you, and you just gotta figure out how to bring that inner you out, and that can come through with finding your spirituality, reading, stuff like that. It could come from, I don't know religiously how it would tie in, which makes it probably one of those things that makes it like weird. But I think it all is in the same circle.
So would you guys say you believe more in the Western astrology than in the Chinese astrology?
Well, it's not really Western astrology because it wasn't formed like right here in America.
No, it's formed by the Greek.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah, so
Well,
it's called Western astrology.
okay. Well, I mean, I think astrology existed before the Greek as well because even the Mayans were doing astrology and things like that. They look for astrology to tell the future. Um,
Y'all giving me more and more
Yeah,
evidence.
I about to say, yeah, it was way before the Greeks, and it's really dealing with like your body, even how that aligns. If you look at each sign, I have a picture, but it's somewhere on my phone where
The
it
first
all.
proven astrology was 2 millennial before Christ. So yeah, it was before the
So
Greek. But the thing
I
is
got
that they
another
call
question.
it
Now, y'all,
they call it uh, Western astrology because there's a really big difference with the Chinese astrology.
so all right, I got another one. Man, y'all giving me a lot of stuff, man. I'm trying to get off the topic, but man, y'all giving me more stuff.
You're gonna
So,
end up
all right,
agreeing
so
with
we said it originated in the Mayans, right? Or the Mayans, whatever. Okay, where y'all say it originated from?
Greek.
Greek. Okay, Greek. Okay, so we gonna go. All right, so it was Greek, and then they came with humans traits during different times or whatever. Whatever. Okay, I don't know if they had 12 months at that time or if they had less than that. So, and it's that area, right? So the area they was in made these traits. So it was a common trait with, it was a calculation. So throughout that time, even though, throughout that time, having the world shifted a little bit more or shifted a lot different. I ain't gonna say a lot different. It moved a lot different time. Even the way that the earth is turning has changed. And the environments has changed. And what else has changed? Uh the economy, all that stuff has changed or whatever. So you don't see where it can possibly be a certain type of shift in the horoscope itself from that
I,
time versus this time.
if we're talking about Greek astrology, yes, but it did not originate in Greece. It originated in Iraq and Babylonia. If we're talking about
Yeah,
Western astrology,
Okay.
absolutely,
So if we
absolutely.
talking about that then, even that, if it originated from that time and time has changed from that point, why you figure that traits might not have changed? Because like I said, even if we're going off the alignments, right? Even if we're going off the alignments, even the alignments is not the same from back then and now. You know what I'm saying? The earth is not in the same spot it was back then and you know what I'm saying now. It's been many, many years. There's no way the earth is rotating and hitting the same spot every time.
Well,
because I
Kim,
think
It's
you
the
everything
you
is
you
difference.
moving
getting
out there.
into a deeper topic, and I'm not. I don't know
Yeah.
if this the right place to really have a
I like
discussion.
sticking. I like sticking that all the way in. You know what I'm saying? I don't just
Nah,
put
Cause,
the
I think
head
that's
in. I
what
stick
makes
it.
Cause
it
now you
interesting.
talking about the Earth, and now they got questions on whether there's like a center Earth going on. Like it's just a lot of questions when you dig into that. But I will say that astrology.
Oh,
Hmm?
was she done?
I think she muted. I mean,
I
Like I
was
said, I don't just
I
put
was
the
trying to
tip
show y'all the
in.
picture, but I obviously I can't do it here. But it aligns with the body. So like
Not
they
too
say,
much. Not too
Aries.
much.
They say Aries dealing with the head. I can't
hmm
look at it and read it, but it's each of those signs deal with
yeah,
different parts of your
it
body.
connects with anatomy.
Yeah, I want
I'll
people to
try to
think,
send
man.
it.
When I say, I be like, I like people to think, man. I want people. That's why I
But
ask
going
so
back
many
to what he
questions.
was saying when he was saying it was like a different time and the placements were different and stuff, it's similar to right now. That's what makes everybody different. If somebody is
Hmm.
born today, the and somebody born in October, the planets are going to be completely shifted. So that's what makes those
Yes.
two people different.
Right. That's what I'm getting to.
Or like when she
We
was
about to get
saying that you can be
somewhere.
born at certain times, and so your time and where the moon is supposed to like basically. And I mean, this ain't like no like this. First of all, this ain't no witchcraft or nothing like that, and it's nothing that's like it's when you look at
Mm,
science. If you believe in science, then it can work that way. But I would not be like stamped. This is life if you don't believe in it. But it just be making
I'm glad
sense.
that at least, and I understand y'all all did say that though. Y'all not. I feel it's not a stamp though, but I get y'all taking out the certain. You can see where the trace can come from. So at least it's a little openness. I see it's a little openness. Y'all not really stubborn. What you get do about that up there? Y'all not a stubborn to the belief. You know what I'm saying? So I heard a little openness. I
I
heard
think the personality traits remain the same though. You can have somebody who's impatient today and you could have somebody who was impatient back in ancient times. I think they're just literally just characteristic traits.
So how are you? How okay? Because now we're talking about personality, but how about those daily horoscopes then?
What do you mean by that?
Well, that doesn't
that was a
exactly.
cliffhanger. She just
Yeah,
left it
that's
like.
sorry.
Well, I don't know
Seriously.
whether
I'm like,
you're
They,
what?
asking about
Okay.
horoscopes
What
back
about
in
it?
ancient
you know,
times or now
no, but
because we went off.
when we talk about character traits, it's kind of it could be kind of a science because these things would not change very much over the time. But then you have those daily horoscopes in which they say, for all Virgos, this is the thing, and for all Aquariuses, this is the thing. Do you believe in that too?
No, I don't because you can't make a basis and say like okay every Virgo is gonna go through this today. That just doesn't make any sense. It's more so of a generalization.
Yeah, I
Like
get
the
you.
majority of Virgos may go through this this specific thing
I get
within today. And a lot of times horoscopes they're not based on exactly that day. Those things could resonate 3 days prior, 3 days after. You know
3 years.
3 years. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I
So
think
that
daily
that
I do
horoscopes is
tarot, so
Reading
like
horoscope
when it
is
comes to
like the lottery to
readings and stuff
me
like that,
sometimes.
Yeah, jackpot. Sorry about it.
Nah, that's
yeah.
how
I
I
feel like I
feel.
feel like daily horoscopes is like the commercial part of astrology. Like it's really for the
it
fun of
is.
it, just
It
to
is.
read and say, hey, this, today might be the day I might find my dream man. Now you got something positive to look forward to. This
It's like a
That's all
fortune
that
cookie.
really is. Yeah,
I
like
literally have a book here on how to write your own horoscope, and it's very advanced. And it's like you have to go based off of how the planets are aligned and what type of like symmetrical shapes form. Based off of how things are aligned, like a triangle or something like that, and that pretty much shapes the actions of that day. But again, it's just a generalization. It's not every single person going through the same thing every single day. Like I said, I do tarot. That's what my platform is for. And even with that, it's not going to resonate with every single person.
no, and even tarot
Okay.
is open to interpretation. No,
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because
yeah.
what I
So
read, somebody else might read it completely
yeah,
differently.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
most definitely.
this
Right.
is
Everybody.
yeah. So this is a common factor in everything that has to do with belief. It's all about interpretation and who tells the
Yeah. Life is
who
about
tells it.
beliefs.
Yeah, yeah.
No, she's absolutely right.
So I think that might be for the character traits too. Because if you choose your partner, for example, by astrology signs, what if you forget to ask, just like that, what if you forget to ask him, and you go out on a date and everything is perfect, and then the next date you're like, oh stupid, I should have asked him, and you asked him, and his astrology sign is a sign that's completely not fitted with yours.
I've tried that before and it did not work. It actually ended in a complete mess because I tried to look past the fact that we're not going to be compatible after all the the material and the physical and the outer things. After that's out of the way, and when you come down to substance, then it 9 chances out of 10 it won't work. For instance, I dated a Libra before.
Oh,
He's a polar opposite.
you-
We're not supposed to. It's either going to be end really bad or it'll be good for a certain point and it will end. Like that's just what it is. It's just certain signs. And I think too, a lot of our relationships fail because we don't take these things into consideration. You're not supposed to be compatible with this person because your characteristics and your traits clash too much. It may work in the beginning, but for the long run, it may not.
So
so
my
you just made me
I
hold
thought
on one second. I wanted to see this before I forget. So you just made me think about the other question though. So since we know these signs, right? So you said you messed up when you didn't ask. So we know, okay. So you saying you know what to avoid, all right? So the ones you know that's compatible. So when you know the voice, you just automatically like, all right, you this sign, I know, nope, I'm good on you. You know what I'm saying? So you got the ability to do that since you know what I'm saying since you believe the sign. So what about I always ask like if people know what signs to look for, why they just don't go to that sign and be a match made in heaven? You know what I'm saying? Just go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
Because not every sign is the same. Like for instance, my ex-husband, I didn't ask him what his sign was. We were completely compatible, Aries and Aquarius. Like they say, the Aries and Aquarius will start the revolution together. That's how compatible they are. We're opposite. He's an introvert. I'm an extrovert. But for some reason, there's certain things that we have that make us extremely compatible. And I don't mean for just the short term, because you do have life partners and things like that. People you're meant to connect with throughout your life. And he was a life partner. He was a compatible life partner. I had a child with, we were married, things like that. And I never asked what his sign was. It just worked that way.
Hmm.
so
Hmm.
I
We
find
I,
it
get
and I
Shout out to
believe
I
Aquarius,
find
by
it
the way.
interesting because
we're getting somewhere.
couldn't it be that if you start out perfectly and then you ask, you subconsciously start manipulating or sabotaging the relationship because in the back of your mind you think he's not fitted.
I be feeling that too, though.
I
Like once you
feel
get
Because
your
you
mind on
like
that,
had
that
a
with
perfect
that Libra.
relationship.
I asked, and I tried to look past it. I didn't
mm,
let that, skew my view of this person. And they did exactly what the hell they did,
that's what
So
man. That's what
even
happened though.
when you
It's
ask,
it's no different from energy. Whatever you focus on is what's gonna come to
What's going
play.
to
That's one
happen?
thing I've
Yeah.
noticed though. Like if you will focus on positive, you're gonna see the positive. You focus on a negative, you're gonna see negative. That's just how it works because we want to validate what we focus on. So that's what happened when you when you
nah, I
ask, and now you're like,
completely
all right,
focused
I
on
know that now I'm
positive.
about to wait for this to happen. As soon as it happened, then you be like, oh, I knew it. It's that sign. That's what it is. That's
You're
so
wrong, Kev. You're
it can get
absolutely
damaging.
wrong.
Nah,
You're
listen, if
absolutely
that
wrong. What
happened
are
in
you even
a
talking about?
relationship, I would say that, but that's not what happened. I completely went into it completely open minded and positive, and that shit ended like a shit show. My energy was on, and I'm telling you, if it wasn't, I would tell y'all. I'm not a liar. So if it wasn't like that, I would say it. But I went in on complete positive energy. I was optimistic about everything. I was respectful. Everything that what these men say a traditional woman would be, and it still didn't work out because it wasn't supposed to. He's my polar opposite. So that situation was we were gonna repel each other eventually anyway.
So
I
so
believe there's some truth to that because I'm not educated on astrology, so when I speak from it's just experience. But my whole life, every time I've come across a Sagittarius man, a man, it never works. Like, and I don't even have to ask them they sign no more. There's something like when they talk it to me, my face automatically screws up. Like now, I feel like I can sense a Sagittarius man. And when I say I've tried, I've had a baby by one. Knowing like I don't never get along with Sagittarius men, but this one particular guy, I'm like, yeah, he's gonna be the one for me. And it just does not work for me no matter, and each man was different as far as all their other personality. it was always something in the energy that never matched for me, like every single time. And it's
Right.
been like that since I was a teenager.
Yeah. So
I want to say
that's why I'm
something
gonna
real
get back to
quick.
the.
Well, the question is about holding back. And I know we started talking about signs and stuff, but I wanted to answer that. Sometimes we end up blocking good things based off of, I feel like, not having certain not expectations, what's the word I'm looking for, not having a list for a guide for you to find the right man. I can't find the word I'm looking for, but um I've met people who will, like she was saying, like the energy just be off and this and that. And
Mm,
sometimes I just think like, not with her, but I've had coworkers and stuff who will be quick to be like, oh, this is off. Mm-mm. Oh, he ain't got this. Mm-mm. Oh, he ain't got that. Mm-mm. And it's like, sometimes I don't think they're looking for the right things and what you need to look for. So where when we get to this horoscope thing, I just think it's a good guide to say like, okay, like I can kind of tell maybe how natural your energy may or may not be. I could tell how you may be financially, and this isn't like, again, fact, but I know Capricorns are really good with money. Capricorns are business people. When it
I
comes to
wish
certain
I was
things,
good with money.
I was like, I wish I was too. No, I'm pretty good. Like even Aries. Aries are very frugal. As far as me, I am. Like I don't like spending money if I don't have to. I'm not saying I'm the best financial person. I'm impulsive. I'm impulsive like a mother. Oh my gosh.
I'm an impulsive buyer.
I will buy air from the wind. The wind will be saying, I'm selling you air. I'm like, what is that? Give it to me. That's how I am,
Mm,
but that's me also being patient to say, stop, hold on, wait. Did the wind just say they gonna sell you air? That don't even make sense. Wait a minute.
I would love to have you as my client, though.
Oh snap!
I'm a,
A client? Me?
Spending the
see, they
money.
say Virgos are good with
As my
money.
customer.
Oh, okay.
Are
Virgos are very
Virgos good
good.
with money?
Yes, Virgos are good. My uncle is a Virgo, and he's very he's frugal, but he's simple. He likes simple living, so he's not like into like clothes. I mean, he likes nice stuff, but he just doesn't spend his money on that all the time. Like when I tell you, I know this man probably sitting on $1 million. I'm not lying. Like that's how frugal he is, and he's very smart with his money too. But you would never be able to look at him and tell because he's not
Mm.
like flashy, and you know what I'm saying. It's just certain things that he don't spend his money on because everybody's like it's all about what you like, right? So he likes to go outdoors and be in the woods, and he likes fishing, and he likes like building houses and doing things like that. So he's more like, I don't want to say a man's man, but I mean that's just what he's into. He's not into like nice cars and going out of town all the time, and so that helps him save money too. That I'm sure that has a big part of it to do
And
with it.
I know a Virgo. And that's crazy. And this is Kev. You probably gonna hit your little haha moment. Every Virgo I know, I love them to death, but they are very ornery and very showy in the means of like, and not ornery in a bad way. Ornery in the means of like, I shouldn't even say ornery. Let me take that back. They're just very flashy sometimes. Some of them I know can be a little ornery, but it's the flashiness where it's like they have to have, girl, hold on. It's like they have to have that attention seeking energy, and not in a bad way. Like I got this new car, I got a new phone. I don't know, and that could be just their personality. People I know,
That's what told on me.
in the midst of what they like, but they happen to all be Virgos. So I don't know.
They done
Yeah,
told on
my
me.
experience with Virgos, like
I'm so flashy.
my aunt is a Virgo, and she likes not flashy stuff, but she like, I think like with Virgos they like high quality things. It's not necessarily the
Yes.
flashiness; they just
I
like
shop
better
at Former
quality
Mills.
things. Like my father's a Virgo, right? He doesn't just spend his money on anything. But if he's going to buy something like an electronic, he's going to make sure that he gets the best quality thing. Like, but at the same time, he's very good with managing his money. He had a business and things like that. But when it comes to certain things that he likes, he will buy quality over just something generic.
Kev said, "Look, not me. I'm pretty simple, you know." But then I think it depends on where you are, where you're from, and or what you're around too, as well. That can kind of determine that overall. thought process of yourself. And then depending on what you're going through. Like right now, I wouldn't dare be going in certain stores. Like I don't even shop anymore right now. I have enough clothes in my closet and I'm cool. But I ain't really got nothing to do with me being Aries, and that's just inflation is crazy.
There you go. I like when you talk like
I'm
that. It ain't got
irresponsible when
nothing
it
to do.
comes to
You
that.
made them choices. Mm.
but no, what Fairy said, like, somebody tried to sell me a $200 hand wash. And my brain, this was the first time I was so proud of myself and I knew I was growing because she was like, oh, and look how soft your skin is going to be. And I was like, oh, damn, my skin's soft as hell. And she was like, it's just $199. I was like, in my brain, I'm like, and she was like, wait, here's more. She poured out like 6 or 7 items and was like, I'll give this all to you for $199. I said, hold on, you was gonna give me one little jar for $199. Now you're gonna sell me the whole set? Girl, get out of here. Let me go. Then I see some other people in the store. So let me get up out of this store and go get me some regular lotion from Target or something. Like what? So
Girl,
I'm proud of myself.
I bought a $45 iPhone case from one of them kiosks in the mall. I don't know how she got me, but she convinced me. And it was $45 and it came out to 49 with the taxes. She gave me the screen protector and everything. I got 3 cracks in my phone.
Listen, you be walking away like, why did I do that?
I was
Why?
so
You know
pissed when I
what?
walked away and I couldn't do nothing about it. I already paid.
I feel you. I feel you. Kay walked away. I was about to start talk some stuff about
I
Virgos so
hear
we can
you.
get some views. I can't stand Virgos. They get on my goddamn
They
on
think
nerves.
they
Baby,
know
And they
baby,
can
you
be
got
everything.
very
to think.
argumentative.
Very argumentative, and they think they know
Very.
everything.
Virgos are very
Marketing.
Especially
argumentative.
a
Yes.
man one. Especially
Yes.
a guy one, you know?
Yes. Absolutely. Y'all gotta have y'all point. Y'all have to get it out. Y'all have to drill it. And I'm like, I
That's
don't feel
so
like hearing
crazy.
it.
Mm-mm. Them guys are so silly, man. That's a red flag right there. They're not dateable. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
He
I told
said
you I ain't
not
compatible with
dateable.
nobody. I can't even tell you a sign I'm compatible with.
I
I'm
like
just
that.
weird. I don't
I'd
know
rather
right
hear that. I'm
now.
not compatible with nobody. There
I
you go. I'll
really
take
don't
that.
know because I
That's
be
not
looking at
true.
every
Virgos are
chart.
That means
compatible
you
with
got the ability to be
Leos.
compatible with who you want to be, right?
Y'all the most compatible with Leos, Virgos. Just saying.
And see, I'm supposed to have a Sagittarius or a Leo, which I could see, but the people I've met outside of their personalities, it was just too much. Like the Leo had too much, and I was like, whew, too much
Sound like you
here.
try an Aquarius.
And that was the next sign, and I just haven't. I mean, obviously, I'm not looking for anything right now, but that definitely was another. That and Libra, both they said were like on our chart.
Nah, don't do Libra. Trust me, don't do Libra. Don't
So
do
I'm
I
about to
Libra,
go.
said,
sister.
I'm gonna circle this question back around again. So now that we know these signs, right? Well, y'all know these signs. I ain't gonna say we, but now I'm gonna ask it a little bit different again. Like, what is your perfect sign that's supposed to match you? We know what we don't like, but who do we like?
Who do we like, or who are we supposed to be
Who do we
compatible with?
who we compatible with?
For Aries, I know it's like other fire signs like Leo and Sagittarius. It's Aquarius and uh, like there's other signs that we can be compatible with, but there's just certain underlying factors between the characteristics in which it couldn't work out. And then
Hmm.
again, too, like I said, your Mercury sign is literally who you're most attracted to. So I think mine is like Cancer or Pisces. I am very attracted to Pisces as well.
Hmm.
But I've never been in an actual relationship with one. So
I do very well with Libras and Pisces.
You ain't going nowhere. Hold up. Nah, say no. Say that.
what's your sign, Andrea?
A Sagittarius.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with who Sag is
I'm attracted
compatible with.
to Leo.
I
What's the
think
deal,
Sag is
Sonya?
compatible with
Welcome to the
Libra.
live.
They
I
are.
ain't see you and Nisha in here in a while. Both of y'all ain't been in here for a while. Y'all been cheating on my live with your live. It's like I was talking to. What's up, man? Dang, I got the big head on this boy. Hold up.
I think Sagittarius are compatible with other Sages and Libra, and I think Leo
I
too,
don't do
or
well with
Gemini.
Sagittarius at all.
I think that's a lot of us. Like I could never
you
in my
don't
life
either.
date
It's like
another
nah.
Aries. I can't date another
So
Aries.
you
It's just
saying
too aggressive.
Sagittarius is not marriage material, huh?
I think they are. I think they are. I just think you have to be, and I'm talking as if I'm a Sagittarius. I think like with fire signs in general, you have to be prepared for that energy that that fire sign is bringing, or be able to stand down. Like with Leo, they literally like to be in charge. Sagittarius, I feel like they're very glamoury, and I feel like they're very Sagittarius is fun. They're fun. It's just to me, I think I don't know.
I
Aries is
think
I
don't
think
don't
that
mess
could
with
be
a
my
us.
problem
Sagittarius.
sometimes too. Like I could be too much fun. Like sometimes, like you'll be serious, and I'm just not gonna find it to be that serious.
Oh, child,
You
Lord.
know.
Oh, yes. My brother and my daughter, I'd be like, I am being serious. And they'd be like, ha ha ha. I'd be like, listen, I'm going to punch you because y'all not taking me seriously right now. But that's probably my
Yeah, I
Scorpio
feel like
coming
I'm
out.
always gonna get punched. I feel like even when I'm like somebody's talking to me, we're having a serious conversation, my delivery is like I'm a comedian. Everything about me just gives off comedian, and I'd be like, sometimes I gotta shut up because I don't want to get punched.
No, but I love that. And you're probably like the Sag that, I mean, to me, Sages are very carefree. Like, y'all are like, I'm telling you, it could be like the sky is falling. It's like, okay, la la la.
The
And I
Yeah,
energy, the
love that about y'all,
optimism.
though. I love how y'all can let stuff roll right off of y'all. Me and my daughter, she 10, but we be having our little whatevers. And 10 minutes later, we be like, okay, mom, let's do this. And it just rolls right off. So I love that about y'all.
I think Sag is like literally the only sign that really puts an Aries like in their place. Like everybody has them, like certain signs that can put them in their place.
Well, everybody
Sag
leaving.
most
Huh?
especially because they're just as outspoken. And a Sag will pretty much give you the blunt truth, and Aries aren't really used to people giving a blunt truth the way that we give it to other people. So I think that's where we clash sometimes between those two signs specifically. But
Who else
I
trying to
like
hop up in this
Sagittarius
box?
as
I would
friends,
agree.
Aries too much.
huh?
I said I never really come across Aries too much, whether it's dating or within friends. I normally come
Mm,
across the same signs over and over again, which are Virgos, Libras, Pisces, and Capricorns.
okay.
So I heard that the women and men is different, right?
Yeah.
Very different.
With the
Well, not
signs, with
very
the signs.
different, but one is more extreme than the other. Like I was saying, I can't date another Aries because yes, we are very outspoken and aggressive and stuff like that. But the men are like times 10. Like
Mm.
I can't even like really talk to an Aries on that type of time. Like it just it's just off putting sometimes. Like or it just it's a turn off sometimes how aggressive like the men can be. So that's one sign I just definitely would not date.
Yeah,
It's
I feel like
that, and
Sagittarius men are very selfish.
it's that or what Aries said, and it's the fact that I know how we can be in, like she said, on our low scale. On a low scale, we can be some messed up people where I might like you one day, and then tomorrow I'm like, I don't care for you no more. I'm gonna keep moving on. And so, as a female, and knowing how I can do it, the men doing it, whew, I can't, I couldn't take what I dish out from another person in that way.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm
Hmm.
like, mm-mm. And but it made me again, it made me hold accountability for myself. And I said, yo, I'm a really messed up person. Yikes. I gotta kind of slow down on just not and I'm saying this in the means of understanding and again that patience. Cause I'd be like, oh, you cool, I don't like you no more. Mm-mm. And I'm gonna
Right.
be
We get
nothing
bored
bad.
very
It's just
easily. We get bored
yes.
very
What's
easily.
a Virgo's cutoff game?
A
Be
thousand.
being a liar. You mean what makes them say I'm done?
Yeah.
Y'all don't like liars. You don't like somebody who's gonna kind of over.
So what sign like liars? Hey, I love this
I
stuff. This
mean,
so
nothing,
fun.
but y'all really be very much. I've never met a Virgo that wasn't like, ah, this person just. And that y'all just very passionate because y'all are lovers. You guys, and it could be a few different signs. Cancer is that way. There are a few signs that they say don't mess with them because they probably go ham, and they mean that too. Because between Virgo, Cancer, or Aries, and it's Sag, like I see all of those signs being very much like very loving, and once you mess with their like
So
that kindness, it's like it's done.
so that them signs are just good for a good time, not a long time, right?
Damn.
I feel
Look,
like
just a
Virgos don't
cliffhanger.
like people who are not realistic.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Hello? I'm still
See,
trying to wait on an
Virgos
answer.
don't like
I
people
don't
who
know,
are
Cass.
Now we not
realistic.
talking about my sign. I'm just saying we talking about what's the
Little,
people that.
Little
I
ears.
don't know. That's one of the things you have to find you, and you have to hold accountability for yourself, and then you have to re-enter. I'm telling you right now, me and how I am now compared to
My co-host is back.
before.
My fave is
Mm-mm.
back. She did a
I would
quick
tell
little
people
cheat.
run away
Quick
from
little
me.
cheat. I let her do it. You know what I'm saying? But play not talking to it. So what? So you say, all right, now we gonna get to the bottom because I'm about to make some stuff happen now. So what signs are long times, and what signs are just a good time?
I would say Virgo's a long time.
Mm,
Scorpios are a
Yes.
good time.
I
mm.
would say Aries is a good time.
Facts.
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you.
Ooh,
Unless
there's a good
unless it's
time.
with an
Mm.
Aquarius, I'm telling you, unless it's an Aries and Aquarius dynamic, that is a long term situation. Whether we try to make it that way or not, like it can start off as a good time, but it's gonna end up long term.
I'm about
I'm
to
gonna take
I'm
that. I'm
about to
gonna take
bring a
that to heart. I'm
Jerry
gonna write that in
Springer
my
fight in
notes.
here, man.
Tell me, girl.
I need my backup page.
But
I'm
I
about to
can't
make a
stand these
Jerry Springer
goddamn
fight.
Virgos though. These Virgos be driving me crazy. And the Sagittarius men, they be so wild. Who else in Capricorn? I can't stand them either. I can't stand nobody. And the Libras.
There you go. You
I
said you
think
can't
mine.
stand everybody, so you good. You
I
just
The
told you I ain't
Libras.
yeah.
compatible with nobody. I'm gonna be a loner, man. I promise you, man. I can't.
Oh, so what's your sign? Is your sign a good time or a long time? I'm about to get juicy on everybody now. What about your
What?
sign?
Who,
Bet
mine?
you everybody gonna be like, I'm a long time. Nobody about to admit that they're a good time.
I said
It's
Aries is a
good to
good
say it on the other
time.
end, but when it take it personal, it's a whole nother thing.
Nah,
I
at a
told you.
lower self, at Aries is a good time. At higher
Yeah.
self, then it's for a
We're a
long
long
time.
time. Yeah, we're
I like how y'all
we're
be trying to.
definitely
I like
committed.
how y'all try to do things now. When it comes to self, oh, what about the lower self and the higher self? You know,
She being
everybody come with an
honest
extra
though. Look.
explanation. Now, I love it. I love it. This is so
Nah,
funny.
somebody said something in the comments that is facts too. To me, they say Virgos can turn on and off their emotions fast. I definitely believe that. Like
I
if you get
agree.
a Virgo to that point where they don't like how you moving, they definitely can turn those emotions off like that.
Let me tell you,
Like that.
Aquarius, because I was putting that in the chat shoes to my Aquarius. My son is Aquarius. They are, I'm sorry, Aries. When you was talking about dating Aquarius, I would tell you with my son, like that love and that protection. I can imagine, getting that from another person. The women though, like the women, I love me some Aquarius women because
Me too. Oh my
they
god,
ride for you. Like they
that's
ride
a
for you.
fact.
When you
All my
mess with
best
somebody
friends.
they love, they be like, what? Hold on. Nah, them and Tauruses, they will ride for you. Aries will too. Trust me, I don't like no bullies.
Ooh, I'm
But
about to
I
get
love me
even
some
juicy. Y'all
Aquarius.
giving
Yeah,
me so much
Aries is the most
ammo.
loyal friends you can have. Yo,
Yeah,
they'll fight anybody for you. That's a
yeah.
fact.
I'm about to give y'all something real juicy. I'm glad you just asked. You just said that. Now we about to get to the children now. So do you look? So
I
your
got a book
children born
here.
at different dates, right? So would you tell your child that you gonna be born a good time or a bad time?
Oh my god, I would never.
I mean, a good time or a long time. Oops. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna
Hmm.
teach them long time. Now I'm gonna teach long. I'm gonna see. Since I
But
understand myself, I'm trying to help my kids understand themselves, and not by signs, but just
so one,
in
they gotta understand
general.
that they're just a short time.
You said what?
I said one of their understanding is that be if you being real with them based off the signs, they should be taught what they are, right? Or you just gonna be a good time. You know what I'm saying?
My son
I'm
is
about to
a
make some stuff burn
Cancer.
tonight.
My son is a Cancer. He's 11 years old. He already talking about marriage. So I don't think I really have to talk too much to him. He
Cancer.
already
Oh,
kind of
that's
planned his
them
life
long
at
time.
11. Long
My
time.
son's a
Them
Cancer
long
too,
time.
and he got that same energy, and he's
Hmm.
10.
Yep.
I about to say my kids too. My son, but that's because we instilled in them you can't do nothing unless you're married, and so we just say that just in general, like nope, can't do this until you're married. So regardless, that's just what they know. Like when they say stuff, and be like, marriage? Are you married to this person? Well, did you marry this person? That's the truth. When I gotta be like, well, y'all, they kissed, but they're not married. Let me figure out how to explain this. But that's just how we kind of taught it.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I have a question. When I first was pregnant with my son, who's about to be 11, I had Googled our compatibility as far as parenting. and it said that me as a Sagittarius and him being a Cancer, that we weren't going to be compatible as far as me being his mother and him being a child, because I'm a fire sign and I would be a little too aggressive, and I had to make sure that I didn't push him too much because he's going to be a little on the sensitive side and stuff. Do y'all believe in that with your children?
I kind of do because, like I said, I have a Sagittarius and an Aquarius in here, so I have to. But that's just, I think, in general, you have different personalities when you have kids, and so what I had to do, me just being into signs, I had to see how each one of them resonates with my personality. So my Sag, she doesn't like me. I don't hit my kids because that definitely doesn't resonate with them, and I'm just not a hitter when it comes to kids and nothing like that. But when me and her have, like, if I'm being straightforward with her, I know she can deal with it in the end. But I also say, I'm a little bit too aggressive, so I try to dial it back because I see her response to it, which is that Sag sign. She's that, it's two different signs, from two different personalities in the sign, and so with her, um she brings out the dramatics. So if you tap on her shoulder, she's like, "Oh my god, it hurts," and you're like, "Girl, ain't nobody do nothing to you." Where my son, him being Aquarius, he a little bit more straightforward. Like, "I don't like this, mom. Don't do this." And so I use the personalities that I know to help determine how I kind of interact with each one.
I have a book here called The Astrology of
No,
You and
you're
Me.
about the dramatic about Sagittarius.
Listen, I have
Did
a
you?
book here called The Astrology of You and Me, and this book breaks down how each sign is, whether you're a roommate, a coworker, a relationship, a sibling, everything. Literally, you can give me a sign, and I will tell you exactly how that sign is as a child. So if y'all want to,
What is the book? So let me see. I mean, let me put the name in the bottom. All right, check that out.
hold on, let me see if I.
Hey,
I was
Dances.
just thinking to myself the other day at the doctor that I was a little dramatic, absolutely dramatic. The lady put the blood cuff thing on me, and I started to panic a little. So you might be a little right about Sagittarius being a little on the dramatic side.
I'm telling you, my daughter, she fights the dentist. Every time we go to the dentist, it's a fight, like a literal fight, to the point where I'll be like, "Girl, you gotta apologize to these people because they're not gonna let us come back." She be like, "What is that? What are you putting on me? Oh my god, mommy!" I'll be like, "Girl, calm down. It's okay." But I don't know how to be calm in those situations, and I'd be like, "Girl, what are you doing? Like, just chill out." And I'd be like, "All right, let me figure out how do I be calm right now." And a lot of that is my just that aggressiveness that comes out of my personality, and learning how to control that. And I know I can do it. It's just gonna take a lot of self will to figure it out. Thank you, Aries.
Yeah, that's the book right here. It's a really good book.
I think I've seen
Honestly.
that before.
Y'all keep on sharing too. I see the taps going. Good looks, y'all. Share. Yes. Follow me on YouTube if y'all not following me. If y'all want to type that name down, just go on my page and click the YouTube icon. Just subscribe. And I need co-host to put down her page. We want you to leave a review on her page too. Meet you
I
at the
mean, if y'all want me to
start.
go into Virgo and give y'all all their traits, I could do that.
Let's go. Go ahead, do that.
Virgo. Let me see.
I
Please do.
love
My
proving
daughter's a
stuff.
Virgo.
Okay, I can tell
Kev,
you
why
what a
you want to
Virgo
hear so
child is
much of?
like
Wait,
too.
hold on, y'all. Why Kev want to hear so much about Virgo now?
I
Right.
want to
Now
Like
hear
she's
because
a
I
little
love.
he
I
done
got the
converted.
mentality of trying to prove wrong. It's like nah, but now I want to hear
nah.
though.
Yeah,
He
I know you want to
converted.
hear it now. You hearing all this good stuff. Look,
I want to hear the bad and the good. I want to just see if this me. I want to be like it's me.
I heard Virgo women are crazy. That's what I heard. I heard Virgo women crazy.
Ooh,
Virgo women are alright.
my mama is not
Especially
crazy.
as
Quit.
mothers. They just stern.
Like, why so serious?
All right. Okay, what did you want to hear from Virgo? The good and
Whatever
bad
you want to
traits?
talk about.
Okay, so there's a lot of them, but they're saying that I guess you can do it as far as like
She
relationship.
got a whole paper. Dang, I heard the book.
Oh,
What the heck? Oh my goodness. I'm scared. Now I don't even want to ask no more.
so
Flip the page.
the strengths of a Virgo is tasteful, discriminating, and attractive. The weaknesses are closed, unemotional, and silent. Interactive style, cool, unimpressed, and I don't know what the hell unflappable means, but I'm not even gonna go into that.
Unflappable.
I don't know what that means.
Is that me
Oh,
because I'm celibate? That's like no.
I don't even know what that word means, but there's a lot of them like on each page. Somebody said that they have a child, right? That's a Virgo. Let me see. They got like sectioned off like romantic relationships, friends and family. This will tell you how a Virgo is as a
Yeah, my
friend,
kid is a Virgo.
a Virgo parent. It'll tell, okay, siblings too. Okay, Virgo child, personality and development in the Virgo child. Virgo children do not seem to change very much or very quickly as they grow up. The core of their personality remains the same, although, of course, their interests and activities change quite a bit. Their appearance can also go through extreme transformations as they are not afraid of making radical changes. Virgo children have a set of beliefs that emerge at a very early age, beliefs that they will not forsake no matter what. Fierce in their moral attitudes, few children can be as disapproving as Virgos when others indulge in what they see as an unethical behavior. Unfair parental treatment of fellow siblings, pets, and friends will simply not be tolerated without strong protest from a Virgo child.
So you can grow from your Virgonism?
Your activities will change, but it's saying like y'all pretty much remain the same. Y'all are very stern and okay with who you are, regardless of outside factors.
Hmm.
But you do have other signs who are very impressionable, and I guess Virgo's not one of those. Like y'all not followers, pretty much.
Mm. That sounds like
One
me. I
of
think I'm about to believe now. It's over now.
there's like different parts like discipline in the Virgo child, affection level in the Virgo child, um, whatever y'all want to hear. Who said their kid is a Virgo?
I did. Can we talk about the affectionate of a Virgo child? Because my daughter's very much. She's the most affectionate person in my house.
Okay.
Like she forces it upon all of us.
Okay, so affection level in the Virgo child. Although affection is not the most important thing to Virgo children, they are very responsive to it. Family members who express endearment with a hug or a kind word genuinely touch the hearts of Virgo children. They are extremely fond of pets and other small creatures, and even normally unaffectionate Virgo children will lavish affection on them and unreservedly show their feelings on a daily basis. Often, Virgo children have a favorite sibling or parent with whom they can share their affections, but such preferences often can lead to familial jealousies, in some cases, even extreme ones. Hmm.
Hmm.
I don't know whether I should be alarmed by that or not.
It pretty much is pretty much saying that even whether they're affectionate or not, they will either pick the parent or the sibling that they resonate with as far as like giving affection to. Like for instance, my father, he had six siblings, so but he did, gear towards a certain sister who was more nurturing to him. He geared more towards his mother, my grandmother, because she was a Cancer. She was very affectionate, so he gravitated more towards those people. He was very affectionate with his pets as well, but on as a whole, he's not a very affectionate person. So it's
It's
like,
so funny you say that, like not being an affectionate person, but showing it. And that's the weirdest thing with Virgo for me.
hmm you got to be the one, whether it be a
Seriously.
pet or a sibling or parent or
I mean, I
something.
guess
You got to be the
it
one.
definitely son and daughter's dynamic too because it's Cancer. So it definitely makes it because my son and my daughter are very like close. But my son's a Cancer and she's a Virgo.
hmm Cancers bring
Virgos and
baddies.
Virgos and Capricorns kind of remind me of each other when it comes to like similarities. with their thought process and like their energy.
That's because they're both
Um,
earth signs.
yes. Oh, true that. Yeah.
I would take a Virgo over a Cap when it comes to emotions, though. Me personally. Eh.
I never dealt with a Capricorn, but with my mom is Capricorn. She can be very like she say things at the wrong time and don't be having no kind of like she'll be like, "Oh, why is your hair like that?" And you'll be like, "What?"
I'm like, we in
And
public. It's mad people around.
if you're not strong, she will ask the wrong question and not even like be like, "What? What did I say?" I'll be like, "Oh my gosh." And then my mom is very like emotion. She doesn't show emotions as much. And me being an Aries, I'm very much based off
Yeah,
emotions. And
yeah.
with my mother, I'd be like, "You're not talking to me the way I
That's
need to hear it." And she's like, okay,
yeah.
like
That's
what you want me
how
to
my
say?"
mom. That's how my mom is. She, hold on.
Hmm?
I don't know, but Cancer, like that's one of my best friends that helped pull me through those moments with not feeling emotion. Like Cancer was just like so right on point at that moment right there, like
That's
very
how
devoted.
yeah, this hard. It was hard for me because I'm a Cancer and my mom's a Sagittarius, and that's how she is. She literally like she can come off like very emotionalist, and my dad is an Aries, so it was like funny seeing like their dynamic together. Like they did good together, but I do feel like he might have been a little bit more emotional than her, especially now that I'm older. Because our relationship, me and my mom's relationship, is a lot different. Because I'm very nurturing and caring and like it's like when I need that, it's like she don't know how to do it. It's like she sometimes she don't know how to do it. It can be a struggle for her, to do it in a certain way, because she's not really used to that. But when she's in a relationship with somebody, like a romantic relationship, it's different. I noticed that too. Like
And
it's a
that's
little bit easier for her to be like that with her man.
I was gonna
Um,
say that sometimes I think you're dealing with like where you kind of spreading that love because I feel that with myself too. And I think with our parents, I'm assuming your parents are probably close to where my parents are. I think it's something with that generation where some of them received love in a different way, and I don't know if they knew how to then
right,
love from themselves and not from the way they was taught.
right, right.
I
That
don't know
is
if it's a different gender because what she's explaining sounds like the dynamic between me and my son. Like, I'm really just not that affectionate when it comes to, I'm not as affectionate as he would like me to be. But when I'm
right.
in a different type of situation, like the affection's there, like I'm on it 100%. Like I'm almost needy when it comes to me being in a relationship. But with
Mm-hmm.
him, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not giving it to him the way he wants it.
Right. Yep. That's how my mama
So
is.
you saying sad just ain't shit? It's like no, I'm joking.
Yeah, that's how she is.
No, it
No,
might be
and
that. It might be that.
no, because I no, and I don't know. I'm not saying that y'all not anything, but is it snowing outside? Sorry, y'all. Yo, it's snowing.
Yeah.
Chill.
No.
No,
Sorry,
that's
it was
definitely
just
a
80
sad
degrees
trait.
here on Thursday.
That's definitely a sad trait for mothers, though. My aunt is a Sag, and my cousin, like she wouldn't really give him the emotions that he needed or the emotional things that he needed, but she'll buy him whatever he wants. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't think
Mm-hmm.
she really
Mm-hmm.
knew how to be emotional with him, but she just knew how to make him happy, pretty much
Right.
momentarily. So now that he's
Bingo.
an adult, he's like, you wasn't there for me. Like she was there for him
Oh
physically and
yeah.
financially, but you wasn't really there for me.
Right.
You know.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that sound about right. Yep.
Well, thanks for reading my life out loud.
My bad. Listen, we all got shit with us, regardless of what the zodiac sign is. We all got some shit with us. So
Mm-hmm.
nobody is better than the other. Nobody's worse than the other.
Nah, absolutely. But you can, I think it's a definite way to figure out just yourself and then how to just be a better person in general. Like I have an Aquarius in my life that is the nicest person I know. And it has challenged me and it has nothing to her doing with her Aquarius nature, she's very nurturing. She is always there on the defense for whatever, but at the same time, she is the nicest person. And I don't look at her sign for that. I'm just like, I want to be like that. I want my energy to be like that. And so right now I'm in the process of just trying to put myself around people with good energy that reflects exactly how I want to be, regardless of what sign you are.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess Kev done ran off on us.
He
You
got
headed to the
scared.
shop, Des? You headed to the shop, Desmond?
Huh?
You had to see a shot?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live for like at 1. I'm gonna let
Okay.
Kev. Unless I mean, I was gonna let you be on a little longer, Kev.
Whenever you ready, I'm shifting over, but I gotta I leave at about 4 or something like that. But yeah, because I
Yeah, I
gotta
know
get a
you
church
got.
outside.
Yeah, I know you got
Yeah.
something to do later.
But whenever you ready though.
Mhm. Y'all gonna see another side of Kev. Y'all come over to my live. I'm just like-
Hmm?
I said they gonna see another side of you. They gonna see the relaxed Kev.
The other Virgo.
Yeah,
He always
the other
relaxed.
one. The backup. They gonna see the backup. I'm just playing. No, we don't want him over there.
The backup says too toxic,
Yep,
too
I'm headed to the
compatible.
boutique as we speak. I thought I was gonna get some Starbucks coffee, but child, listen, that thing
Oh,
is wrapped around the building, literally.
that's why I go inside the Starbucks. I'm just trying to sit in that line.
I guess I'll get me like a frosty or something. I
I used
really,
to work for Starbucks. I still remember how to make all them drinks too. It's
I, re-
ingrained in my brain.
I'm
I
going to
have to
work for
have a taste
Starbucks.
for it. Yeah, I had a taste for it today.
When I get older, it's gonna be my retirement job.
Oh, you
I
know
feel like
what?
they
They
fell
do. I
off
think they
though.
run over here.
I know they increased them points to get a free coffee to 100. I'm like, what? I go all
Mm.
the way to 100 to get a free coffee. I was getting them coffees every other day.
I don't know. $8 for a coffee just don't sit right for me.
It's
It got to
wild.
Mm.
be like a special occasion or something.
Is that for the largest size, like the grande?
I don't know. I'm over exaggerating.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
No, but yeah, they. I get a regular coffee because I'm not. I don't like all that sweet stuff, but so I only pay like $2-3. But I feel like it's
Yep.
still a lot.
I love the sweet coffees. I want the sweetest coffee they got.
I always get the ice caramel macchiato, but I gotta get like the oat
Yes,
milk and stuff because whatever milk
yes.
that they use is a damn
It's
laxative.
the
I'm
devil.
telling you,
It's the devil. Like
laxative.
Kev, did you get your pancakes? It's
Man,
lunchtime
I'm thinking
now.
about it in a minute. As soon as I shift over, I'm about to
What
see if
you
my sister when I'm trying to
you gonna get some
order it.
IHOP? Where you gonna get some pancakes from?
No, it's this little place up the street from me called this Royal Grill or something. They got like the best pancakes on earth to me right now at the moment. Them things so good with that
ooh, order
syrup
me
too.
some too.
DoorDash, word
Man,
that DoorDash that right
Tell
over.
them to DoorDash to Melon.
doing that shit. Man, yeah, I gotta get. I'm hungry.
I think I'm about to uninstall DoorDash. Paying $47 for a
Yeah, they
$15
said
meal
dairy
is
not good
wild.
for us, Miss Hines.
It's
Yeah, I heard
wild.
that. They said it's not good for us, dairy.
That was my last impulsive buy. I was like, why did I just pay $40 for some food? I was hurt for the whole day. Like, yo, I should have just drove.
Everything high now though. Everything. Even if you had a drawer, it probably still would have came out to be right almost at it. Maybe a few
Hmm.
dollars less.
They be like free delivery on this, and it still be $37. Like what?
Yep.
She said I'm lactose intolerant.
I actually got that from my little cousin. She like 10 when she told me I died. I said, but lactose intolerant. I gotta use that. But it was a good little topic. Yeah, I love me some little
Right.
I'm not horoscope astrology type stuff. But and I always love chit chat with y'all people.
My speaker.
Oh yeah.
Dang. I don't even know if my
Nobody
speaker.
cussing each other out over here. You know what I'm saying? No shaming, no blaming, no spitting,
Right.
gaming. None of that stuff. You know?
It's a vibe. I love it.
I have to like separate myself from those extremely like toxic lives. Like they just be too triggering for me. Like I like calm stuff like this. I was in a live yesterday morning and it was like we were talking about controversial stuff, but it's like we weren't beating each other up or having different points of view and
Yeah.
different opinions and stuff like, and it's a lot more relaxing to just have a just straight up conversation, and it's not an echo chamber. You don't have three people versus one person and then people getting angry and stuff. Like I think that's what really be triggering me on this app, and I just, I had to learn, like, let me just separate myself from them type of lives. Like, so I'm trying to
Right.
find other people who have, lives like this that are more relaxing and stuff like that. Because if not, you're gonna see the lower airy self.
Yeah, because
Not the
had I been on
lower, the
another
other
vibe,
part.
The
Oh,
lower.
See, TikTok was trying to bring that up out of me yesterday, and I gotta thank Monique because she was that little bug, and she was like, "Girl, come on over here." That Aquarius was coming up out of there, so I appreciate
Big
you, boo, because I
time.
was like, I was ready. I'm like, listen, the toxicity is here. Y'all want to meet me, and it's not
Uh-oh.
about me trying to like really, fight, but I don't like when people don't tell full truths. So I'm a truthful person. I'm like, listen, hold on. And I don't pick sides. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm cool for a lot of people on this app that may or may not be cool with each other. It doesn't matter to me because I have nothing to do with y'all personality, y'all relationship. But I don't like misinformation. And when they get dragged as this is what it is, like, But I hung my cape up. My cape is gone. I'm not pulling my cape out no more TikTok unless it's gotta be for myself. Cause
Right, right. That's how you stay out of stuff, you know. Now I might pull. Now I'm gonna pull my cape out for a couple of people on here. I ain't gonna lie now. I can't. You know,
Right.
it's a couple of people on. It's a couple of people on here. I'm like dun 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 dun. Like, don't even try it. Don't even try it.
Like those men versus black women conversations, I gotta stay away from those.
Oh yeah.
The whole,
yeah, like that.
I can't
LGBT
stand them.
conversations, like I gotta remove myself and remove that shit from my algorithm because it really do be making me angry inside because it's just I don't know, it's just a whole bunch of bullshit with because to be honest, each side has valid points. So we're just continuously arguing about literally the same shit over and over every single day, like with no
right.
conclusions.
Everybody be so fixed on winning over. That's what it is.
Right, and especially with the black women versus black men conversations, like yo, it's valid points on both sides. You can't just blame one side. And I even had to check myself with that because I felt myself siding with just the men. And it's like when I go to the conversation when the women are having these conversations, I'm like, they got valid points too. And then me being a woman, like, yeah, I see this type of stuff too. So it's like, okay, if everybody's
See,
doing bullshit on each side, then what's the what's the common goal?
so
Nobody's
with
trying
that,
to die.
the only time I side is if it's somebody justifying for negative behaviors. Like I don't care about how many excuses people got and all that stuff. They think an excuse is supposed to overcome the problem. You know what I'm saying? You can't use an excuse and then all of a sudden the problem is solved. No, you gotta address it and you gotta change from it because if we don't address certain stuff and people think it's okay, you know what I'm saying? We understand everybody make mistakes, but you put it as in it's okay, then that will get passed down to the next gen with way of thinking after that and all that. So some stuff do have to get addressed though, but I do feel like yeah, some of this everybody do have valid points, but it's just what are you understanding the point that's getting put out there though? You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
It's
A lot
just
of
like a
people like
math
making
equation.
excuses.
It's just like a math equation, like especially like a algebra equation. You have to solve for something, but you got to break it down before you can get to the solution.
Yeah,
And
yep,
nobody's
yep.
willing to break it down because nobody wants to admit or wants to take accountability for their part, or they're putting themselves into situations that don't even resonate with them. So it just causes a lot of confusion.
I just think it's wild. Like, even how we're breaking this down, we didn't go into a detailed conversation or anything, but the way that the conversations literally keep happening, I'm like, did y'all not prove the point yesterday? And it's men and women. And it's just like you can't. What we can, what you said, that negative that you put out, whatever you're putting out, like you ain't have nobody come up here and be like, "Oh my God, Kev, I can't stand you. I don't want to hear this topic." You know what I'm saying? But it's like what you're putting out is going to come back to you. And so if you're putting out toxic, you're going to get toxic back. And that's just
Yep.
that. So I
Some
have
people
pages
go
I was
ahead.
about to say I have pages I'm on that honestly help me to recharge my energy that have nothing to do with any of these platforms. And I have to follow people based off of, well, I follow everybody because I'm like, I need to see what y'all talking about. Hold on. I follow the YT people, the black people, the this people, the that people, just to see what people talking about. But it's sometimes I got to recharge myself and I find rooms that are literally playing games or talking about stuff like this. So my energy is reflecting in the way I want it to reflect. But the conversation keep going on and on and on about the same thing. And then one more person be like, do men like weaving? I do not care. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with me. So I choose not to
Right.
be in those spaces too, like you said. But at the same time, it's like the conversation has to be productive if it's going to be had. or else it's just going to be revolving.
Right. Especially like the conversations about the hair and stuff like that. I've been seeing those too. And it's like, I don't know. I think we have to, not we, but like the people who are on these platforms and hold these lives and stuff, we got to stop speaking from a point of view that we have no clue. You know, women cannot be on here speaking about, from the standpoint of men, and men can't be speaking from a standpoint of women. It's like when men get on here and say, all men don't like weaves and stuff like that. All men don't want a woman with an education. You're not speaking for all men because all men don't think like that. It's based off of your personal preference. And as women, we can't be like, oh, well, that's not what men want because we don't know. So I think we need to just take the pieces that fit, or take the pieces that will the positive parts, and just deal with that, and just leave all the negative aspects out. But when they come with these lies and it's straight negativity, those are the ones that we need to stay away from.
I can't lie, girl. I'm just gonna be honest. When I hear them type of topics, like what you talking about, the hair and the nail, I get so triggered. Them topics trigger me. Because just like you said, it's not all men. Like you have some people
Hmm.
sitting up on here, and then they even calling it wicked, and oh my
I
God, it's
know
like,
exactly what you're talking about. I know
oh my
exactly.
God, it's like it's wicked, and
A
it's like,
mess.
but you know what's crazy? It's like some of the people who saying those things, like I like them. Like it's not that I don't like them or I don't feel like their message is good, because the message is good. But you're not gonna agree with what every single person say, on this app.
Hmm.
But it's certain stuff, like when people say certain stuff, it triggers me, because I'm like, what do you mean all men don't like this? And if a woman wear a wig, a frontal, she wicked, and these women who wear this stuff don't know how to wash their butt and all that. I mean, it's so crazy. And
Ah,
I'm like, what?
Right, and they be having Bible verses and all types of stuff. Like they do not
Oh,
mention
Lord.
wigs in the Bible, like in lace fronts. Like, come on now. And then
Right.
too, they don't even take into consideration that there's a group of people. I'm not gonna say who, that put different types of chemicals and stuff like that in our hair products all the time, and we don't know about it. And this contributes to us, losing our hair and all types of things like that. So a lot of times it be the hair products that we use,
Girl,
not
Right.
knowing that it
some of
has,
these hair products are owned
detrimental
by
chemicals.
YT companies, and it's
Right.
like, how do you know what to put in my hair?
Exactly.
I don't even think we know what to put in our own here.
You damn sure. I damn
Juices and
sure don't.
berries. Just some juices and berries.
Right. I just stick with coconut oil, raw
I eat
coconut
those.
oil.
With
It
What,
coconut.
stimulates the
juices
hair
and berries?
follicles.
Okay. Kev hungry.
Not licking the fingers.
I am hungry. I guess I am. I'm
He was
thinking about
thinking about them
everything.
pancakes. He was like, pancakes. Mm.
Not licking the fingers, Kill.
Not too much. Not too much on the licking the fingers, huh?
That's that Virgo stuff right there. It's like, nah.
Here we go.
Nah, but some of those conversations definitely be triggering as hell, because it's like, as much as I agree with what the men be saying, and I see it all the time, I see it all the time. It's like, at the same time, it's like, you'll say something, they'll be like, "Oh, but we just talking about women right now." It's like, okay, but you can't talk about women without also addressing men. So I just feel like we're going around in a circle nonstop. So I just feel like those eventually those conversations they're not productive anymore, because we're only pointing the finger at one person.
I feel like a lot of time those conversations are like you said earlier, situational based. Like you've gone through a situation. That's like if I say I can't stand all Aries men because I dealt with one Aries man, the next Aries man that might come to me might be different. So I wouldn't necessarily stamp and say I'm knocking all Aries men out the way because they're all this and that. But it's like a lot of
Mm.
times when I hear these stories and when people talk about listening, I sit and listen. I sit and listen a lot here, and I will hear somebody tell a story 2 or 3 times in different ways. And I'll be like, ultimately, that story, you're telling it, but you're telling it to fit the audience that's listening to it. But when you originally told that story, you told it from a hurt point of view. And so then you kind of change that story up to fit the audience that's looking. And I mentioned yesterday, like sometimes people in the comments can be very much like they can add to that fuel, and you could just be saying, I don't like weave. And then somebody be like, yeah, weave is this and weave is that. And next thing you know, you got a whole gang of people just saying something. And it's like, yo, like, you know, what's the issue? Do all y'all have a personal issue with this, or is that the topic sounds good to hop on and then just cheer on because we just hate ultimately what's happening here? So I think it's definitely case by case situation, and people bring their personal situations into these.
That means you gotta find another group that says they like weave. It's obvious you can't change their mind for how they feel. That's what I was kind of
Exactly.
talking about earlier. I was talking about that earlier though, with the all people be saying all and all that stuff. You cannot change a person's mind, no matter how you look. I mean, the person got to change their own mind. At the end of the day, that's what I be saying. You can advise and say what you want to say, but if they already developed their mind that way, there's like there's no point. You got to go to another group of people that's like, we praise we love the eyelash. You know what I'm saying? You got to do that. Go to that then. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times everybody can't take it, but it's somebody for somebody out there. So you know.
That was a good tip. I definitely agree with that, Kev. And that's why I said, like, I'll pop in and out. And that energy is weird, and I'm not being toxic, which I'm trying to avoid from here on out. Then yeah, I'll find rooms like this. Like, we not talking about nothing that I have to feel like I have to sit on one side and agree on, or I gotta convince y'all. Like, it is what it is. We just chit
Right,
chat.
that's the part I don't like is like, oh well, if you don't agree with me, then everybody is against you. Like people don't have different viewpoints. Like it's okay for people not everybody not to agree. Could you imagine a world if every single person was on the same accord? There would be no individuality. Like I think that you can have healthy debates without everybody just completely jumping on you for having like a different point of view. Like I was in a live the other day and somebody didn't like what I was saying in the live. This person followed me. Like they literally went to my page and commented on mad shit, like calling me a single mom and all types of stuff like that, just because they didn't like what I was saying about other single moms. And when I was talking about other single moms, I was talking about the ones who have multiple baby daddies and they push that rhetoric towards the younger generation that those type of things are okay. That's my opinion. You don't agree with my opinion, that's fine. After I log off of this app, I can care less, but to go trying to dig into my personal life based off of TikTok is just wild. People just take it to like a whole nother level. It's really not that deep.
Yeah, that's why my page is on private because it was one live I was in, and then this guy, like I see him in many a lives, but he was trying to follow me, but at the same time he was insulting me in the comments, and I'm like, sir, I'm not about to let you follow me. Well, in the first it was like, let's go to her page. Oh, we see this and that. And I was like, hold on, that's what y'all doing? Wait, pause. Y'all not gonna go look at my page? Being weird. So now if I follow a person, it's because we've had an interaction. It's an intention of me saying I'm allowing you to follow my friend. Not because I'm nobody special, but I just can't have certain people follow me and it be off some weird stuff like that. Like,
Right? They can go to my page. Like I don't post private things on social media anyway, so they can go and what are they gonna see? A couple of tarot readings? Like good luck trying to find some information based off of that. Like I'm good.
Right. Feel you on that one. You ain't got nothing to hide, you good, son. So y'all done got all tired and sleepy on me,
That's
huh?
okay. I was just gonna say that. I know. I can see it already. I was just gonna say that. I'm up here now. I'm about to park, so I'll be in the boutique in like 10 minutes. There's so many people out here. Good God Almighty, there's so
Okay.
many people out here.
So this what I'm gonna do then, because I need to make me a quick order and stuff. So
Okay.
I'm y'all. I hope y'all following that. We gonna be over there for like well, I'm gonna be over there. We both gonna be over there though, but she's gonna be on. Would you say it's about 5 or something like that, or 10 or
Yeah,
6?
probably about yeah about 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. So we gonna be over there though. So if y'all follow her, we gonna set it up, and it's time for me to be the co-host over there.
Yep.
I'm about to get to
Y'all.
my mommy duties
Oh
for
yeah,
the
for
day.
sure. For sure, man. I appreciate y'all, man, for everything and
appreciate you.
support and all
Nice
that.
meeting y'all, ladies.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Thank you all for coming up on the panel and participating.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Kev. I would have shared the live, but I'm bananas from sending messages, so that's the only
What?
Right.
reason I didn't share. Um, yeah.
At least you tried, man. It's all that matter. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate every moment. You don't have to. You didn't have to be here. Nobody had to be here. So I
This is
Right.
a really
appreciate it.
good conversation. Definitely
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Well, we gonna grow, man. We about to get some stuff going, man. A lot of this stuff got to get talked about, no matter if it hurt feelings or not, or whatever. We gotta talk about a lot of this stuff. So we'll
Well,
figure it
I'll
out,
probably
man.
pop into. I'm gonna go do my mommy duties. I'll probably pop into Dazzle's live too. Um,
Okay.
Okay.
so a little support for you guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
But for now, I'm out. Y'all have a good day. Everybody on the panel, everybody in the comments, have a good day.
You too. You
Good.
have
All
a
right,
good
All
too.
day.
right, too. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
See y'all in a little.
All right, y'all. I'm about to shut down. I'm gonna let make some
Okay.
movements happen. All
Okay.
right.